248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll talk to the Red Wings head coach, Newsy Lalone, coming up at 9:35. Red Wings playing some terrific hockey. Greg in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Good morning, Greg.
Hey, guys, and of course, I always have to say this thing to make me an educated fan and not an emotional fanatic. I want to call and comment on this. I didn't even think you were going to bring it up, but nothing get past you guys. I really didn't appreciate that comment. I don't want to add no fire to anybody. I mean, I want whatever we do, let it be played out on the field. He hasn't really been here. If it's a trash talking, he can back it up. But he hasn't had any history. He hasn't been here. He's been injured, and I get that. And so I could see if there was a consistency there that, people would interview you, and then you say, oh, well, yeah, you might talk some trash and then go out and then follow on Sunday and back it up. I can see that to a point, but I don't think that's who we are as a team. I think we just go out on the field and we let our play do all the talking for us. I don't want to prick nobody, give nobody no motivation. Don't want to give nobody no fire. Don't want to give nobody nothing than what they already have. Let's just go out there and play ball. And just one other question: where is the player who has been all over the field and dominating everything? I haven't seen him. Is he injured?
Which player is that?
Anzalone or
Anzalone?
Yeah, no, not Anzalone. I know Anzalone. The guy who's just come out of nowhere. I mean,
Melifonwueno?
Yes.
Yeah, he's been playing. He just didn't blitz the last game. He's played.
Okay, but if you can comment on my comment, I'd appreciate it. And you guys are the best. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Jeff. The other thing that I didn't realize, but it's true when you reread and find Birchie's story on Odyssey.com, 97ontheticket.com, is CJ wasn't even trash talking. He was riffing, and he had no idea they were even going to be playing the Bucks because it was before the Rams game. They were talking about wide receiving groups.
Oh, so he wasn't really taking a shot at Baker Mayfield. He was taking a shot, but didn't know.
He took a shot at Baker Mayfield, but he wasn't trash talking going forward,
Yeah.
And he was talking about, and the whole Gage thing is different now in that context, right?
Well, sure, but it's this just like, was it Greg, our last caller?
Yeah.
I'm a big proponent of, I don't care, you can talk all you want.
Right.
But what you do on the field, your pads should be what's doing the talking.
Mm-hmm.
And if CJ Gardner-Johnson can play to the level that they expected when they signed him,
right,
talk all you want. Because he's a good player.
Yes.
Can be a good player. Can be an impactful player.
Absolutely.
Now I want to see it.
Yes, he's got experience. He was in the Super Bowl last year.
Yep.
Lost, but he was in the Super Bowl last year.
As you know.
As I definitely know. You know who wasn't in the Super Bowl last year and who won't be in the Super Bowl this year? The Dallas Cowboys, which makes you and I very happy. I was surprised, maybe not as much as you, that Jerry Jones had a statement yesterday basically saying Mike McCarthy's coming back. It's a cumulative effort, our failure that took place on Sunday. It's not just the coach. It's the players. It's the front office. He even said me, which is stunning.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it. The players really like playing for Mike McCarthy. I know TJ has talked glowingly about him at times.
Sure, he won a Super Bowl with him.
Exactly. So I get that. But I just think, and you can sit and pick on a coordinator all you want, being Dan Quinn, who everybody loved up until Sunday. Dak Prescott has not played good in the playoffs for the most part of his entire career. So I understand that it's not on Mike McCarthy to a certain extent, but John, it's a coach's job. They looked completely unprepared. And yes, maybe it's more defensively that they were unprepared, and that's on Quinn, but he's the head coach.
It all falls under the umbrella of head coach.
And it gets me to think that, and I know this is not true, that Jerry and the Cowboys, they're, we're okay. We win our 12 games every year. Everybody talks about us and all that stuff. And if we go far in the playoffs, better. It almost seems like they don't care. I mean, because of his history with head coaches.
Well, if you go back, I don't know, to like the late 90s, all right, you had Barry Switzer for 4, you had Chan Gailey for 2, Dave Campo for 3. And at that point, you're like, okay, well, Jerry's going to make a change. And, he's going to be that guy that just isn't patient. Then it was Bill Parcells for 4, Wade Phillips for 4, but then it was Jason Garrett for 10.
Right.
And for 10 years, they won 3 NFC East championships. They had 3 playoff berths, right? 3 playoff berths in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerry Jones didn't move on from him. So I thought that they were going to do it, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised that Mike McCarthy's going to be back for a 5th.
You always thought that Jason Garrett had some pictures or something. Because after a while...
It's a decade.
Yeah.
And you know, it was, well, Jerry Jones wants to win a Super Bowl more than anybody else. He's willing to pay. He's willing to make changes. He's willing to be dramatic and do all those things. Well, it's not really kind of his track record.
I mean, why would it work next year?
I agree.
That's my thing with this. That's why I think they needed to make a change. You've got 2 really good candidates, I think, just fit if they just come in and coach to the best of their ability. They ignore the Jerry part of it. Let Jerry get the talent because they're good at drafting. They really are. I know a lot of people always talk about owners meddling in things and stuff. He knows what he's.
Well, he has a football background.
Yeah, exactly, and that's huge, obviously.
Yeah.
But you got Bill Belichick potentially, and I think Vrabel would just be an awesome fit there.
I think so as well, and that's kind of what made it even more surprising. Is the perception is that he would make a change simply because they hadn't done anything in the playoffs, and that Mike McCarthy's time was up. But the perception was also you've got Mike Vrabel, Bill Belichick. You've got a number of other options, more so this year available to you than any other year. More good options, more proven options. That why wouldn't he do that and go after a Bill Belichick? Why wouldn't he do it and go after a Vrabel?
I know, because maybe he still likes to feel that he's in control.
But think about 3 straight 12-win seasons. 2 of them are division champions. You lost to San Francisco in the wild card. Then you went to the divisional last year, and they did play the Niners tough. But now you do this to a 7 seed?
Right.
Oh, yeah. It got blown out.
I'm just shocked that they kept him. I don't get it.
I am too. And it brings up other questions about coaches that are available. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh has interviewed with the Chargers. He's interviewed with Atlanta, as has Bill Belichick. But let me ask you this question. If you could protect one coach and say, you know what, I'm gonna say this coach can't be taken, can't be hired away. You could say Jim Harbaugh. You could also say Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, the 2 coordinators for the Detroit Lions.
Dave Phipp.
Okay, you could say Dave Phipp. You could
By the
say.
way, can I ask a question here?
Yeah,
just
sure.
curious. Why? Because they always talk about the 3 tenets of football. Offense, defense, and special teams.
3 phases, yes.
Okay, tenets, phases, whatever. Here, how come it's only coordinators for the most part that get head coaching jobs and never? The only special teams coach that I can remember getting a head coaching job is John Harbaugh.
Marty Schottenheimer.
Oh, he went from the special teams, right to a head coach.
I believe he did.
Okay, but it's a very small.
It's a rare
percentage.
occasion,
yes.
Sure. You look at John Harbaugh's resume, and he was an assistant coach at a number of different positions on both sides of the ball.
Right.
And then he was a special teams coordinator and then a head coach.
Right.
So he had experience.
Okay.
You don't hear it or see it a lot.
Yeah. Like Stan Kwan was never became a head coach.
Yeah, yes.
Fossil's kid in Dallas, right?
Yeah,
is he still there?
Yes, we can name a lot of special teams coaches.
I know.
But it's I don't know why that is, because it is one of the 3 phases.
Yes.
But if you could protect one coach, which means you could lose all of the rest of them, and say, for me, it would be Ben Johnson. I would protect him and say, you can't take him. I'm willing to lose Harbaugh. I'm willing to lose all of these other coaches. But Ben Johnson, because of the fact that he's developed a great relationship with Jared Goff. Jared Goff is playing as good now as he's ever played in his career. If you got a good quarterback playing at a high level, you got a chance to win a lot of games. I would protect Ben Johnson and say, you can't hire him. I'll let everybody else go, almost like an expansion draft, but you cannot take away Ben Johnson.
Look, to me, that's an obvious one, and definitely one that's going to be popular, and I understand it completely. However, I'm going to go the other side of the ball and take Jesse Minter, because I just think what he did in that with that defense. Look, Mike McDonald basically set the foundation, and he made it even better. Maybe you can argue whether we had better players or not. I don't care. They were brilliant this season, and a lot of it is the players, but a lot of it was the fact that he was able to do different things. And all right, I'll save it was Connor Stallions. No, I don't care. Jesse Minter, I think, is a great defensive coordinator, and I don't know personally who would replace him if he left. Would it be Klink? I don't know. So to me, Michigan became a national champion because of their defense and their run game, but more the defense. So Jesse Minter stays in my mind.
So it provides a question like, okay, who would be next if it's not Jesse Minter there? And much like for me and Ben Johnson and the Lions, that's the side of the ball that's most talented. I would want to keep that intact. For Michigan, the most talented side of the ball coming back and the most experience is going to be Michigan's defense. So if you can go out there and play really good defense, you give your offense, especially if they start slow. In the second week, they've got Texas. So if you could find a way to slow down Quinn Ewers, that offense, maybe you could stay in the game and get a win early on so that your offense can come along. They've got a lot of guys coming back. And Jesse Minter, I use the term, blocking ghosts. He did a phenomenal job in the Rose Bowl of that offensive line for Alabama. Didn't know where pressure was coming from. They were blocking, 3 guys with 5. And then all of a sudden here comes, Mike Barrett unblocked. I think he did a tremendous job.
It's the John Jansen Coaches Draft. Who are you not losing? 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. We got in the expansion draft. We're calling it the coaches draft here. In our football programs here, Michigan, the Lions, Michigan State, I don't think qualifies right now because Jonathan Smith is new. You're not going to protect anybody because you don't know how he's going to be. You might want to protect Jonathan Smith. I don't know.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
No, right, exactly.
And it's just like you don't have to protect Dan Campbell. He's not going anywhere.
Exactly. So, by the way, I do want to mention Dan Graziano is the senior NFL national reporter. He came out with a column yesterday predicting who's going to fill all the vacancies. I'm just curious what you think, John. For the Atlanta Falcons, his prediction is Belichick.
Okay.
For the Panthers, Brian Callahan.
That one of the coordinators in Cincinnati?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Las Vegas Raiders, he says they're going to just keep Pierce.
Yeah.
For the Los Angeles Chargers, he says Harbaugh. There's a ton of smoke around the situation. Harbaugh is known to be a fan of Justin Herbert, and the Chargers are a team desperate for both attention and wins as they work to establish a foothold in L.A. Unless Michigan can entice Harbaugh to stay put, this feels like the most likely landing spot for him. Interesting. Seattle,
Vrabel, yeah.
Tennessee, Aaron Glenn.
Going defense to defense.
Washington,
Please.
Washington,
Ben Johnson.
I
could see that being a good landing spot for Ben.
It would be magic to have two Johnsons there.
and he does a really good job of switching between the run and the pass.
I know. I just put that on a team.
Yes. Yeah. The Magic would love.
Aaron Glenn's personality, even though Vrabel's not there, he fits that Tennessee the way they always play, tough.
Yeah. But getting back to Ben Johnson in Washington, they're going to have the number 2 overall pick, and he'd get to select his quarterback. Or he'd get a chance to look at what they have and say, do I like this or not?
Right. Maybe Sam Hill. Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett, right? Is also in Washington, I
believe. He's the backup, yeah.
Yeah, and it'll be Drake May, I would assume, because I assume Caleb's going to go number 1.
Right.
Whether it's going to be the Bears or not, which I think it will be. I don't know.
Again, I have no idea. There's a lot to happen between now and then, but I think that'd be a good spot for him to be able to mold his quarterback, his offense. The other question is, I'm not hearing his name in terms of head coaching opportunities, but where does Eric Bieniemy end up as an OC?
Maybe Ben Johnson keeps him. I don't know. Or whoever the head coach is. I don't know.
Yeah, possibly.
But his name is not being mentioned at all.
One of the things that hasn't got mentioned with the Chiefs offense struggling this year is that.
Eric Bieniemy's not been there.
Yeah. How much does that matter? We don't know, but you've got to think it's had some impact.
True.
Yeah, and so
although he didn't drop passes though.
But here's the issue. No, but you think about, okay, if this is Andy Reid's offense, fine. But your offensive coordinator is, they're going to have a say in how things are going at practice. One of the complaints from the Commanders' practice and some of their offensive players was that Eric Bieniemy demanded too much of them.
Aww.
I know, and that's my reaction as well. But now all of a sudden you look and you say, okay, well, what's going on in Kansas City? You've got drop passes. You've got penalties where you're not paying attention. You're lining up off sides. Part of that might be that Eric Bieniemy is not there demanding perfection at practice.
And he wouldn't allow Travis Kelce to date Taylor Swift.
Not a Michigan. There's some ticket text. Not a Michigan fan, but even if I was, I'd say Ben Johnson. I'm already nervous about next year. Okay, by the way, you have a playoff game on Sunday. Don't even think about next year.
Well,
about being nervous yet.
Okay, next year, yes, all of those things will take care of themselves after the Super Bowl.
Right. Don't worry about any of that stuff right now.
But the concern is because we are in this coaching cycle.
Right, he's going to have interviews tomorrow.
Yeah, but I don't. He can interview as much as he wants. I don't think that's a distraction to him or the team.
Neither do I.
Where I'm going with this, though, is you had a team, the Philadelphia Eagles, that were in the Super Bowl last year. What happened? They lost to both coordinators. And all of a sudden this year, they got to a certain point, and even when they were 10-1, nobody thought that this was the same team as last year. Personnel-wise, yes, they weren't, but they weren't playing on either side of the ball like they had in 22.
Right. Now, one of their coordinators who they lost to become the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, most people in Philadelphia couldn't get him out of there fast. People hated him. They thought he was an awful coordinator, even though they went to the Super Bowl.
They went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
And both of them proved to be pretty good. Like, they outperformed, I think, expectations in Arizona. They also way outperformed in Indianapolis.
True.
I mean, the Eagles' first problem this year rooted back to on the field, their secondary and middle of their defense on the back. It was awful. It never got better. But then we went to Matt Patricia, and they allowed 28 points per game the rest of the year. I mean, anybody that ever tried to just say it wasn't all Patricia's fault here, I think we've had it confirmed that it was.
Yeah, it was a lot. Definitely the majority. Speaking of defensive coaches, if some team hires Aaron Glenn, they'd be doing the Lions a favor. The last time I checked, the Lions secondary stinks. Okay, I kind of agree that the Lions secondary stinks. I kind of think it's just as much, if not more, on the players than it is Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, there are some deficiencies in talent.
Yes.
I'll say this: I would love for Aaron Glenn to get a head coaching job. I'd like to see the Lions have a different defensive coordinator. I can't tell me what do they do good?
Well, they've gotten better.
They're really good at stopping the run.
Yes.
They're excellent
fair.
at stopping the run.
Really good. Yeah, they're like the top 5 at stopping the run.
In the last 5 weeks of the season since Denver, they've been creative as to how they've pressured the quarterback. Secondary is still a major issue. But I think some of the secondary issues is like we had just mentioned. It's a lack of loft.
Yes.
Let me ask you,
Go
it's
full Stoney.
loft.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way: as long as you get a really good coordinator to replace him, Jesse Minter.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt.
What if Harbaugh leaves and
doesn't take them with him?
Glenn gets a job? Who would you rather have your DC, Minter or Glenn? I'm putting you in a real tough spot.
I'd say Minter.
Yeah. I mean,
because he does have NFL experience,
He
too.
does, yeah, at Baltimore. And you got to love how Baltimore's one of their trademarks is they always play really good defense.
Yes. Ben Johnson over everyone. He's the mastermind behind our offensive production. Sharon Moore can step in for Harbaugh. We wouldn't skip a beat. We can also get a defensive coordinator that can produce the same output. Ben Johnson, we would lose quite a bit of production, and those third and medium fourth down calls would take a hit. Okay, that's true. However, maybe if you had a different offensive coordinator, your third quarter performances would be better too.
Well, there's the I'm not sure, and Gov, you and I have talked about this off air a lot. We've talked about it a little bit on air. How much of this offense, because when they fired Anthony Lynn and Dan Campbell took over, what happened to the offense? It got better.
Right.
And how much of this offense is influenced by Dan Campbell? And Ben Johnson's the one making the play calls on Sunday.
But I'm sure Dan Campbell's it's pretty equal, if not with game planning, though.
Right, yeah. So this is Dan Campbell's offense, inherited from Sean Payton. Mm-hmm. Now, if you lose Ben Johnson and you bring in another coordinator, I think Dan now knows more, having hired Anthony Lynn, fired him, and then promoted Ben Johnson, what he's looking for in a coordinator, and a guy that will listen to him and perform what he wants and what he wants to see from his offense.
See, I think, just quick on this, though. I believe if the Lions are truly trying to do the Steeler-Raven thing, which they've kind of admitted they have, where you're always, competitive, those teams, coordinators go out the door. They come in and they go out. And once in a while, they make a bad one.
Like Canada.
Yeah, exactly. But they get away from it, and they always fix the problem. And if that's what the Lions are trying to do, they'll be just fine replacing coordinator.
All right, coming up next, we'll hear from Red Wings head coach Derek Lalone. 97 won the ticket. Yes, they have not lost this calendar year. They are 6-0-1 in 2024.
Is that now their second win of only scoring?
Well, they haven't lost in regulation, I should say.
No, I know that. But is that their second win? We talked about, the wins that they have where they've scored 4 or more goals.
That's their second.
Their second one with 3 or less.
Correct. They beat Anaheim 3-2 last week, and they beat the Panthers last night
3-2.
Also 3-2 in overtime. So Newsy Lalone scheduled to join us momentarily. The story of the Red Wings right now is Alex Lyon. I mean, he's just been a godsend. I mean, and he was a godsend for the Florida Panthers last year when they were struggling to make the playoffs. All of a sudden, he comes in. They goaltending problem. I don't remember if Bobrovsky was injured or he just wasn't playing well. But all of a sudden, Lyon comes in, wins like 7 in a row or something crazy like that for Florida. They barely make the playoffs, and then they get to the Stanley Cup Finals. Now, Bobrovsky played in the playoffs, but it was Lyon
who got him there,
and they showed their appreciation for him last night. They did a welcome back video, which is always nice to see when somebody makes a major contribution to especially a run
in the
where you
regular
make the
season.
Stanley Cup Finals.
In the regular season.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for that.
No, I know, but
the video.
Yes,
yes, absolutely.
Yes, we discussed
We
that
said that last week. I said they should definitely have one for Stafford next year in the regular season.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they teams.
Well, not necessarily think about a recognition.
Yeah, whatever. However way you want to frame it.
Yeah.
That would be the way. Also, last night the Pistons lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves, 124-117 at Little Caesars Arena. They played a really good team. Obviously, I mean, Timberwolves, the best record in the West, I believe. Anthony Edwards, the Ant-Man, with 27. Karl Anthony Towns had 27, and Rudy Gobert. Remember, Rudy Gobert is still most famous for what? Do you remember that?
The press conference right before COVID.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good call. 19 points, 16 rebounds last night. But Ivy is really starting to play well. Now, what's crazy is they needed like an organizational meeting and maybe a little bit of Cade's injury for Monty Williams to have faith, trust, or whatever in Jaden Ivey.
Well, so now he seems to be building it.
Yeah.
When Cade comes back, how does Jaden Ivey continue to play at this level and Cade come back to where he was playing, scoring 35, 40 points in some of those contests? And how do they play together and maximize their talents?
Yes. That's a question that Monty Williams has to figure out. Ladies and gentlemen, as advertised, he's the head coach of the Detroit Red Wings, Newsy Lalone. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Well, look, we couldn't have scheduled this any better. Coming off a nice win last night, huh?
You guys should set up a call every Thursday, once a week, whenever.
Yes.
Every road trip.
We will. You
Done.
guys played very well last night, and for not the first time, but defensively, you held your own. Obviously.
Yeah, it's been our trend of late. Probably since the New Year's, we've given up 3 or 2 or less. We've had an emphasis on defense. It gives us a chance every night. I think a lot of it has been goaltending.
Oh, yeah.
Our little run here has come at the same time. Alex Lyon came off the injured reserve. I think he has a high compete about him. He gives our group confidence, and he elevates everyone. I think even elevated James Reimer's play in Toronto on Sunday. So good on the guys. Good little stretch here. If you want to stay in this battle, you got to have some stretches like this, and we're in the midst of one right now.
Alex Lyon, obviously, you mentioned the compete level. How was the compete level for him last night, knowing he was going to go against his former team?
Excellent. I think something like that, I don't think there was any nervousness. I think he actually embraced it, was excited about it, and he's just in rhythm right now. And again, we are defending much better, but not only is he making big saves, he's making timely saves. It's been fun to watch.
And his story is kind of amazing. I mean, he was basically a backup and a minor league goalie for years in the Philadelphia system. He had 2 games with Carolina, and then last year when Florida needed him to to get into the playoffs. He was the guy, led them there, and now he's here, and he's just doing such an incredible job. When did you sit there? Was it training camp that you sit there and said, man, this guy's something different? I mean, he is an Ivy League guy. He did go to Yale.
He did go to Yale. Our goalie coach went to Yale, so he got to Yale. I think one's a bone and skull. The other one, the secret society is real. I always thought it was a movie or a joke, but it's real. The position's different. Obviously, it's a career minor leaguer. It is a position you can mature in. It's an amazing story. Basically, he's a career minor leaguer. Obviously, he's Ivy educated. There's many times in his career that he thought maybe his career was over as a hockey player. But he just battles. He competes. Good on our management team. They signed him as a number 3 with a purpose. Obviously, that position is something that's kind of been up and down for us over the last couple of years. It's just the nature of the league. If you don't find that goalie through the draft, it's just hard to find that elite number 1. And we hired him with a purpose. Goalie depth was an issue for us last year, and look at us now. Thank God we did sign him. Good job by our management team.
Can you point to anything defensively since the start of the calendar year, other than your goalie, where this is why defensively you guys have been better over the past 8-9 games?
I know it sounds simple, but we just had practice time. We had that torrid stretch in December. It was no one's fault. We had the Europe trip because we played 2 games in a 12, 13-day span going to Europe. We knew we were going to have this crazy condensed schedule. I don't even know what it was. We literally played 14 games in like 22 days. It was absolutely crazy, but it just coincided with injuries and no practice time. And you can see the detail in the game was just not there. We just were able to have practices, 40 minutes to detail our game, emphasize just stopping in the D zone, stick detail, just kind of almost like practice or training camp habits. And give the guys credit, it correlated. And you could just see it improving in our game and building. And this is where we're at right now.
Newsy Lalone joins us on the Stoney and Jansen program. I was in the stands with my family for the Nashville game, which was a real exciting game. DeBrincat had the Gordie Howe hat trick. He won in overtime. But I came away saying, it was really fun, but they are still too easy to play against. Has that changed, and is that fair?
That's not 100%. It's and again, it was a little of our DNA. And I'm sitting here as a coach. I don't mind it. Obviously, as a coach, I don't love it. You saw us last year. You could come out of games saying, "Hey, I see what they're doing." We just couldn't find goals. So good on our management team. We went out and got some added depth. But now it's a little of our DNA. We literally have 8 or 9 forwards that kind of think or lean or spend their DNA their whole career to score goals. And when you just have guys that it's not in them to check, you got to just kind of keep at it and kind of battle with the guys, if you will, and just making them understand, hey, we've had some wins here, we've been successful, but if you ever really want to be a team to have a chance, we've got to improve in this area. And I give the guys credit. It's not in some of their DNA. Some guys like to have an anticipation for offense or maybe lean offense. We got 2 guys in our 4th line that are averaging more goals per minute than all of our top guys. And usually those 4th line guys just check and win shifts. So it's been an interesting group, but I think it was a necessity of ours because, we probably would be sitting here like we were last year in the same situation. And we just couldn't find goals. So I think it's a little DNA thing. And to our guys' credit, I think they've adjusted their mindset.
Where do you see a need for this team to continue to improve? Because right now you're in the playoff standings, and you mentioned it. Hey, sometimes it's practice time for the defense and just being out there and playing at a higher level. Where do you want to see this team show improvement so that you remain here or possibly even improve your standing?
Consistency in that D in the keeping the puck out of our net. Again, I just mentioned that DNA. We're riding a career minor league goalie. I don't know if it's completely sustainable to keep this defense where it's at, but if we want to have a chance, we have to be. So that'll be a message. That's what we're going to work on, and that's going to be our goal going forward.
Patrick Kane didn't play last night. He's not going to play against Carolina tomorrow, which is, he's got a lower body injury. I don't know if Scotty was the one who started it, but you're a football fan. You see injury reports. We know exactly basically what the injury is. How come in hockey they never say what it is? It's either lower body or upper body. Other than that, nobody knows.
That's a great question. I actually mock the media sometimes. I think it's the nature of we have a very physical game. We pretty much play every other night. There is a little culture of our game where physicality, going after players, going after skill is part of it.
Yep.
I just think it's part of just the culture of us just protecting the players and exactly what's wrong where and why. Obviously, with the upper body in this day and age of concussion, protecting the players on that part. So, that's. I think there's some purpose and reason to it, and I don't know. Maybe Vegas just doesn't worry about us gambling enough. They want to be a little more specific. I really don't know. But
you're right.
There is some truth to it. I'm done with Vegas. Like every time because I don't gamble, but I literally just look at the schedule. It has the Vegas line. And last night we were a plus 200. Toronto, we were plus 210. LA, we were a plus 180, and we just beat them a week earlier in LA. And it's funny. I put the analytics team on just our win probability of playing Reimer versus Reimer or Line. We're going to get one or two games that are back to back, and I wanted from them where and why. And he was laughing. He goes, "Vegas hates you guys." And I go, "I don't care about that, but I just want to know, what's the best chance of winning at home Saturday or getting all 4 points with who we start." And so we actually had a pretty good laugh about it. So I'm done with Vegas.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you're taking you guys the last 3 games on the money line, you made a lot of money. All right. Yeah. We know you love your Buffalo Bills. So before we call the Lions, Saturday night, I believe the Bills are going to be going on the same. Are you going to call on 6 Saturday night with a game against Tampa, or you're going to have a little Sunday night? I mean, not Saturday night. Sunday night.
We actually have experience with this. The gods lined it up for us. They changed the game for Buffalo to Monday night. I was literally in the Elbow Room on Fort Lauderdale, famous bar on the Strip there. It's a famous bar for Bills Mafia. I went with my buddy Todd Bean.
Yes.
And it was, swear to God, I felt like I was outside the stadium. There must have been 70 upstate New Yorkers, Western New Yorkers. We were high-fiving on every play. We got some team photos. Had a blast. I give full credit to Patrick Kane. Patrick Kane, obviously a Buffalo native. He's not as invested, if you will, as Todd Beam and I are. But I grabbed him and I said, "Hey, I need you emotionally involved." And he had a good laugh, and we had a good laugh the next day. So, but we have experience. We literally we were in Toronto during the Lions game. And all of our guys, you forget about our guys, are Detroit natives, like Alex DeBrincat, Andrew Kopp, Dylan Larkin. These guys are huge Lions fans. They've been Lions fans since they've been 5 years old. And this is big for them. They're no different than the average fan. They are ecstatic. And we're literally playing, and we play in Toronto, and we finish up. That Toronto game, it was an unbelievable win. Everything went through for 24 hours. We ended up winning the game. And then we did not leave the locker room until that game was finished. And you know how that game was down the stretch. And we were watching our coach's room, and our 2 video guys are animals. They're so invested. They live and die with the Lions. And you could hear, we were excited about it, but you could hear the roar from the locker room down the hallway when the guys win. So we have some experience. I will have my Alex Tanguay getting reports from
The Buffalo Kansas City game.
Weintraub, yes, but like when the Lions are playing, it's literally like 3rd and 6. We're on the 22-yard line. I'm like, Tanks, tell him I don't need to know. We're trying to win an NHL hockey game here. I don't need to know everything. Just the odd. Hey, there's 6 minutes left in the third quarter. They're up 6. I don't need to know. Missed interference call. I tell them I get it. We're trying to win a National Hockey League game.
So hopefully your game will be over against Tampa before the Bills Chiefs game will be over, because they start at what, 8:00 on Sunday night?
Yes, we're going to be able to catch for sure. And you know what? Ideally, the Lions game. I think everyone was kind of hoping we'd get a noon start moving that game, and because the guys would have found a way to get over the game, but. It's not ideal, but we'll be able to at least watch the game before the game starts. I don't know how well received my pre-scout will be that day, but the guys everyone will be watching in the locker room on Sunday.
And you have some Tampa ties too, obviously here.
Yeah, huge Tampa ties. Actually, one of my sons grew up all playing with the athletic trainer for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and their whole medical staff's actually coming over to our morning skate on Sunday. They're huge. They have literally in the medical office, they have Nick Lindstrom and Steve Eiser in Jersey. Wow. In the Tampa Bay Buccaneer office, which they sent me a picture today, which I thought was pretty cool. So, of course, spending the time in Tampa, they had their Super Bowl win when I was there. And Tampa is a small city, so you're connected and you see those guys around. So actually, it's pretty cool.
Well, good luck tomorrow night in Raleigh against the Hurricanes, and you
Lions Bills Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I honestly, it would be amazing. I don't know. I would struggle with it. You know how big of a Bills fan I am, but I've jumped on this Lions thing. How can you not? It's been so fun to watch. You guys know how I feel about Coach Campbell.
I know.
And just watching this team grow and the swagger of it and just the attitude of it and the excitement of the town. I would love it because both teams would get there, but that would be hard on me. Very hard on me.
Well, you got a big 5-game homestand coming up. I know. John, you're going to be down there for the Dallas game, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
I'm going to be on the glass. So me and my son, I'll be banging away. So
perfect. Glad. Well, hopefully, we'll perform well for you.
All right, Coach. Thank you a lot as always, and good luck the rest of the way. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Newsy Lalone, head coach of the Detroit Red Wings, here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, when it comes to the NFL playoffs, you've got to win one game at a time. Yes, on the glass. But when you bet the
okay,
all right, wherever
kitchen guy.
Yes, hey, it doesn't matter. Location does not matter. Trust me. Hey, but when you bet the NFL playoffs on FanDuel, one game can mean a lot of wins. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has all your favorite bets like the money line and the spread, plus all sorts of prop bets.
Banging the glass, spreads. What's the matter with you?
Hey, trying to talk a little gambling here. And right now, every day, there's an NFL playoff game. FanDuel is giving all customers a no-sweat same-game parlay. That means when you combine all your bets for a chance at a bigger payday, you're going to get bonus bets back if your SGP doesn't win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen if you don't already have an account, and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt.
That
middle one. Yeah.
And
max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems or others, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
248-539-9797. Love talking to Newsy Lalone. Went a little late, but it was definitely worth it. So now it is Thursday, as you know. Drive safely. Gator, how are the roads?
They were okay. They're getting better.
Okay.
They're
We
getting
need
better,
the
but
flying cars. Where are we going? We don't need roads.
That's right. Hey, I've been on the forefront of that for a few decades. Anyway, it's time for the.
How's that going?
What'd you say?
Just a thought, but not production.
Yeah, I mean, I can't produce flying cars. Sorry. All right, my wife probably could, but I can't. And I'd be a bad pilot, driver, whatever they would call them. Anyway, it's time for the $2 Grand Slam with Gator. The contestant today got 8.
oh boy.
I think you'll do pretty good though on this one. All right, here we go. Who are the Ravens hosting on Saturday in the playoffs?
Houston?
Who's the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Bulls?
Who did the Pistons play last night?
Minnesota?
Who scored the overtime winner for the Wings last night?
Dylan Larkin?
Who led the Pistons in points scored last night?
Jaden Ivey?
This American hip-hop duo had the 2000 hit Ms. Jackson.
Pass?
Who's the general manager of the LA Rams?
Sneed?
The main campus for the University of Kansas is in this city.
Lawrence?
And this 97 won the ticket producer has the drop boiled shrimp.
Kenny Cott?
The Indiana Pacers acquired this all-star yesterday.
Siakam?
This American hip-hop duo had the 2000 hit Ms. Jackson. 2000.
Yeah,
nice.
thanks. It's not helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not 1999.
Yeah. 3000. Andre 3000. I don't know.
You were close. Outcast.
I have no idea.
Outcast.
Yeah.
You got 9.
9.
No, okay, that's
Close.
what I missed.
Yeah.
Huh? All right.
Doug knew that one.
Yep.
It's not my forte.
Yes.
Not my
Exactly.
forte.
Exactly.
No.
All right, boys. What do you got going today?
We are giving away Detroit Lions tickets to the game against Tampa
What?
on Sunday.
Oh, when do we
Whoa.
have to call in? What do we have to do to win
Well,
those?
you have to tune in next to find out how.
Oh,
We have a lot.
I'll
Wait,
just stick
seriously?
around. I'll linger.
Yeah. Sure you will.
Join the club.
Stony style.
That's
Just
right.
Stony style, yeah. I'm just going to stand right over your shoulder.
Sounds good. Make it awkward.
Caution Anderson coming up next. Have a great day, everyone. 97 won the ticket.
It's time for a Thursday. Carson Anderson, 97 A Ticket. Scott, how are you today?
I'm fine, Doug.
Back in your house?
Back at home. Yep.
You're out of the house because you had lost power and it was cold. We're here at the station. They just keep it freezing cold all the time.
You're cold in the studio?
I am absolutely freezing today.
Feels kind of nice in the studio. Yeah. But in the rest of the building, I get it. I understand. You would not have done well in the hotel. You would not have survived the hotel.
Why is that?
The hotel was freezing.
Was it?
Yeah.
I told you what Jansen did to me in Houston.
Yeah, turn the thermostat up all the way.
We post-game, Michigan, Washington, we had a fridge filled, and so it became a popular stopping spot for people. And after we drained the fridge, it's like 3:30, 4 in the morning, we decided to go downstairs where the party continued. And on the way out, Jansen was one of the last ones out of the room. And he went over to the thermostat and cranked it up to 90 degrees. And we walked out, closed the door. And when I got back at 6 a.m., it was like a sauna in there. I didn't hate it. But this is studio's cold today. But anyway, anything exciting last night? Good to be home?
Doug, just be able to sit on my own couch.
Yep.
Watch my own television
Eat
set.
your own food instead of somebody else's food?
Well, I mean, I don't have I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had the forbidden breakfast.
Yeah.
2 days in a row.
One of my absolute favorite Gator stories of all time.
Not proud of it. It was a mistake. I didn't know. I made an honest mistake. Yeah, well, I have to go grocery shopping because, when you didn't have power for 5 days, you're probably chucking some stuff. But I figured the freezer was probably okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I had some of those frozen grilled cheese sandwiches that you can make that you get from Costco.
Yeah.
You just nuke them for like 30 seconds and then throw them in your toaster, and they're great.
Yeah.
I love them. They're so easy and so fantastic. So just had a couple of those, and that was my dinner last night. Yeah. It's all good. But got to do some you wouldn't understand, but I did like I think 4 loads of laundry last night. The difference between you and me is that I didn't fold it.
Well,
it just kind of, it gets stacked neatly on top of each other. Like the T-shirts are all stacked on top of each other. And then, other shirts get ready to get hung up if they need to be hung up and stuff like that. But it's not, I don't fold them back up and put them in a closed basket and sit them in front of a bedroom door or something like that.
But you only had 4, huh?
Yeah, just 4 last night. Yeah. And 1 the night before. And I think I have another one I got to do today. So it'll be, yeah.
So, Red Wings win, Pistons lose, and thus concludes our Red Wing Piston Talk. Lions getting ready.
Wow, you're done with the Red Wings? Come on, man.
Lions are getting ready for this game against Tampa, and we got tickets to give away. We got a pair of tickets in the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions playoff game on January 21st as they take on Tampa Bay. The easy way to win this is just listen to the show. Listen to this show. And at 1:41, we'll have a Carson Anderson quiz question where we take the first correct answer at 248-539-9797. First one with the correct answer gets the Lions ticket to see the Lions take on Tampa. An example of what the question might be, how many loads of laundry did Gator do last night? Correct answer would be 4. And if you're the first one with said correct answer, you get yourself the Lions tickets against Tampa this coming Sunday in the Miller Lite Tap Room. And if you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Dearborn on Michigan Avenue for the Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger. That's tonight from 6 to 10 for another chance to win. Courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Go Lions. I heard the story that the winner last week at the Thursday Night Football Feast was somebody that was just literally listening to our show, driving around, heard that, remembered it, said, you know what? I'm going to drive there from Warren, and drove to, I think it was in downtown Detroit last week, and she won.
Nice.
She got to go to the game free. So.
And the Miller Lite Tap Room.
In the Miller Lite Tap Room, which is pretty sweet. So anyway, that's a chance to win Lions tickets. So stay tuned to 141. Speaking of Miller Lite makes an appearance in today's edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Really?
Yes. Miller Lite has come out with something that
something to do with beer, maybe.
Yep. So I'll be intrigued. I will be intrigued.
Okay.
All right, so
All right.
look, I don't know if this is true. It was circulating the internet, and anything we see on the internet, we go to double and triplicate verification because there's a lot of BS on the internet. There's a lot of stuff that we need to verify so that we don't go to the air and report it. It's happened on a number of occasions where we have been fooled. Kang says all the time in show prep, he's like, dude, just don't believe anything on the internet. And we have to go back and circle back and double and triple check. So there was something on the internet that I don't think needs verification because it's not particularly consequential. And it is that the noise level at Ford Field has been measured and it's been ranked from this past Sunday.
I saw that.
Yep. I couldn't figure out where to verify it. And I followed some Twitter links and then I'm like, you know what? It doesn't even really matter because this isn't critical. Like this is, but it's been measured at 133.6 on the decibel meter, which is the fourth highest measured in an NFL stadium of all time. New Orleans back in 2013 got to 136.6 on the decibel meter. Seattle in 2013 got to 137.6 on the decibel meter. But the highest and loudest stadium of all time goes back to Kansas City and Arrowhead. In 2014, they hit 142.2.
2014.
Yep.
Is it an Alex Smith team or something?
I don't know. But the point is, we rank number 4, which is respectable. It's apparently ahead of that Bears game, although you thought the Bears game was even louder.
But I said I was in a different spot.
Yep.
So I think the spot where I was for the Bears game, or we were for the Bears game, because we're at the 50-yard line in the press box, I think that was more conducive to hearing the full effect as opposed to me being on now like the 5-yard line or the goal line.
Yep. So as it stands right now, this is...
We got work to do, people.
Yeah, we got work to do.
Come on.
And I think it's time to challenge the audience. Challenge those going. Challenge our ticket winner at 141. Challenge the ticket winner at Buffalo Wild Wings tonight. It's the challenge to be louder. Do we set the bar as be the loudest stadium in the history of the NFL? Or do we set the bar at just be louder than last week?
We set the bar high, Doug. We go for the loudest ever. And frankly, it's embarrassing. The Kansas City and Seattle, which are outdoor stadiums, are louder than an indoor stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, people.
So I love that there's a measurement for this. I don't know how accurate it is. I don't know how much, honestly, I necessarily believe it. But since it's out there, let's roll.
Let's do it. Well, here's what it'll be more special because fewer fans at Ford Field because of what capacity is, I think, than Seattle and Kansas City. Aren't those both like 75, 80,000 seat stadiums?
Yep.
So they get more people there because there's more capacity. So it'd be even more impressive if we can get it going.
All right. So 248-539-9797. I do want to hear from people that are going this weekend, that were there last weekend, and just your overall thoughts on the atmosphere. And can it go to 11? Because 11's one louder.
11 is one louder.
It's Carson Anderson. We got the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitz thingy coming up today at 10:30. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, rev up the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the number one Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So hurry into Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights and get 2024 off to a great start. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to SAYSERRA.com. Together, let's drive. Can Ford Field be louder this coming Sunday against Tampa? There is no question that the fans impacted that game against the LA Rams in the first round of the playoffs. And that was a 1-point game. That was a close game. That was a 1-possession game. That was a game that timeouts mattered in the end. And so credit the fans. They get an assist in that win over the LA Rams. And now Tampa comes into town on Sunday, and the challenge is there. Jared Goff said it to us earlier in the week that, he was challenging the fans to be even louder. We've got the measurements, the decibel level measurements that have that Ford Field atmosphere, the 4th loudest in the history of the NFL. We're not sure how exact this science is. Don't particularly care. But let's just say there's room for improvement, right? Get to the top. Be the loudest stadium ever. That's what we're calling for this coming Sunday when Tampa takes the field. Because Tampa plays a style of football that's worked for them. It got them into the playoffs. But it feels like they are reliant on other teams turning the football over and winning the turnover battle. Let's not do that.
Hey,
as a football team, here's a thought. Don't do it.
Their defense has been awfully good as of late. I mean, they've won 5 of the last 6 games in the regular season. Obviously, they won their playoff game. So now it's 6 out of the last 7 games. They've given up 18, 25, 20, 12, 23, 0, and 9. The 0 and 9 in the last 2 games they played. And that's a playoff win over Philadelphia, 32-9. Their defense has stepped it up. It's a very good, fundamentally sound, very good tackling team, and yes, they can create turnovers, and that's the concern, because when you got a team that blitzes as much as they do, mistakes are going to happen. Can you limit those? Like the mistake just might be I gotta throw it away. Maybe it's not necessarily a mistake; it's probably a good play. Rather throw it away than throw an interception. You don't want to see the interception. You don't want the sack to lead to a fumble, scoop, a score, or just a change of possession. That's what you have to watch out for. And when the Lions played him earlier in the year, they did sack Jared Goff 3 times. So they got to him. However, 0 interceptions, and Goff was able to make the adjustments and threw for 350 yards in the game.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Matt, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Yeah, I want to say I was at the game the other night, and I had to pull my knit cap down over my ears. My ears were almost bleeding. It was really something. But what I wanted to say is, we can definitely get louder, but I think you guys should take it on yourselves to instruct the fan base as to when to get louder. Because I think sometimes we don't fully understand what we're trying to accomplish there. So I'll just leave it.
Well, give me an example. When do you think the fans have messed it up?
Well, and maybe it's just because my ears were bleeding, but it got kind of loud. When the Lions were on offense, and so I was thinking to myself, hey, we should save this for the other way around.
Yeah, you don't want to do it when the Lions aren't offense. And Alex Anzalone was interesting because he said he wants to make sure that the fans, this is prior to the Rams game, he wants the fans to start getting loud the moment the Rams get in the huddle.
Right. Like so they can disrupt what they're able to hear in the huddle.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you guys could put a tutorial up or something. I don't know. But, love the show, and thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, it's not particularly complicated.
Plus, they help you at Ford Field. If anyone's gone to the games, you look up at the Jumbotron. They tell you, kind of when to get loud, when to be quiet, offense working.
I didn't think it was.
Like
I didn't think it was an issue for the offense at all. I mean, I thought in fact, it was quite quiet when they had the ball. Now, once the play starts, the fans are getting excited because things are happening, and it gets loud as hell when you have a big play going on. But I don't remember like Goff having to constantly quell the storm.
I saw it a couple times on TV, but
I do know that Stafford dealt with it. Yeah.
248-539-9797. Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Joe?
Go ahead, Joe.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just wanted to get on here. I've been listening to you guys the past couple of days. I don't really think it matters how loud the fans are. I thought the Lions had a cupcake schedule to start the playoffs with the Rams and now Tampa. They're clearly the better team. And I'm not a Lions fan, so, this is just me from the outside looking in. I think you guys should be able to dominate the game, run the ball at will, hit him with the play action, disrupt Baker Mayfield. It really shouldn't even be an issue. My prediction is Detroit winning 27-10. That's just me, but
who are you a fan of, Joe?
Throw my 2 cents. Cowboys fan.
Sorry, not sorry. This guy. You know what, Joe? Hang on. Joe's right. Joe's right. The Lions did have a cupcake schedule down the stretch. They had to play in Dallas. It was a
They were
cupcake.
supposed to go to Dallas.
Tell me that the Rams and the Buccaneers are a threat in the NFC.
No, I was
I'm
going
going to tell you who's not a threat is the Dallas
I'll
Cowboys.
tell you, my favorite quote is, you thought the Lions had a cupcake schedule at the beginning of you thought the Lions had a cupcake schedule at the beginning of the playoffs, and they were supposed to go to Dallas. They were supposed to go to Dallas.
They didn't go to Dallas.
No, they didn't.
No. Green Bay said that's enough of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That was precious. I'm glad we took that call. In the beginning, I was like, oh, come on.
I'm like, all right, I'm not even a fan. All right, here we go. I'm like, well, who are you a fan of? The Cowboys.
Thank you for asking, Gator.
Oh, yeah. Well, cupcake schedule. Look, is it favorable that the Lions are playing, that they play the Rams and then instead of playing Green Bay? I'm very thankful. I told you guys all along, I was chesty about it, and it was a hell of a game against the Rams, and the Lions fortunate to get past them. And now the reward is that they're home again.
Yep.
Against Tampa Bay instead of having to go and beat up Dallas a second time.
Hey, how about this? I don't care who they play.
I really
don't care.
Because you know what's going to have to happen? You're going to have to beat some teams to get to where you want to go. So you can say it's cupcake. I really don't give a crap.
No, I don't either.
If the Lions are fortunate to get past Tampa Bay and get to the NFC Championship game, I guess the baked goods are off the table because you're going to face a really tough team in Green Bay or San Francisco. And if it's San Francisco, it's on the road. We know how difficult that would be.
It will be a fact if Green Bay upsets San Francisco, that it was the easiest possible schedule given where they were, what they were going in.
And you say thank you and you move on to
exactly
to that game.
There's no asterisks that come with Super Bowl trophies.
The Super Bowl trophy is not a different color if you go through the schedule. Okay, it's the same one. That's it. I don't care.
No. If the Lions were to have that schedule, their Super Bowl trophy would have the asterisk attached to it. Literally, they would get a welder out there and affix it.
All right, let's do the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Rally Blitz thing. We do have a Dallas question, so our guy can keep listening if he so chooses.
Yeah, Joe, there's a Dallas question coming up.
That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, every Thursday throughout the NFL season, we swing around the league. It's time for the Wide Night on 4 Down. You know what it's called. Kenny's got a 6-pack of questions. We flip a coin. Heads or tails, Gator?
Tails.
Gator called tails, and it is a tail. You want to kick or receive?
I will receive.
All right. Question 1.
This one's for our last caller. Let's go to the Cowboys, guys.
How about them Cowboys?
How about them? How about they're at home? That's where they're at. All right, right or wrong decision for the Cowboys to bring back his boy, Mike McCarthy?
I mean, it's a wrong decision because as soon as that game was done, you could have fired him and gotten right on the horn to someone like Mike Tomlin before Tomlin has reportedly said to the Steelers, I'm coming back. I mean, that would have been a great choice. You could have gotten on the horn to Mike Vrabel and gotten him on board, and that, that's a guy I think can get things done, get things back in order. Or more importantly, you could talk to Bill Belichick, the GOAT. Bring him to Dallas. This is a really good team Dallas has. I mean, all jokes aside, they've got so much talent there. They should be winning playoff games, particularly when they play at home. Jerry made a mistake. I don't think you bring McCarthy back in this situation. But then again, Jerry Jones is his own worst enemy. He gets in his own way.
They had a bad game, but I'm not sensing dysfunction, okay? And dysfunction is where I would be more inclined to pull the trigger, where the coach, the players, that they're not on the same page, that there's something fundamentally wrong with communication or something like that. And if you look at McCarthy, he got the endorsement from Dak Prescott, and it was a pretty impassioned endorsement. His quote was, he's been amazing. The guy has a 620 winning percentage. Do you know what his postseason record is?
I don't.
He's an even 500. And I think people think it's much worse than that.
Well, it's 5.
So I have,
because
it's my floor.
I'm saying was it
That's TFU.
Green Bay.
He's an even 500 in the postseason, so he can win in the postseason. So I think it's fine to stick with him.
I think in the long run, it's going to be wrong because they won't win a Super Bowl, and that's the ultimate goal. But it's probably right to keep him because I think to get somebody else, you need to have an obvious and clear upgrade that you're going to get. Because you named some obvious upgrades, Gator, but I don't know if it was for sure. Jerry Jones should have done the dirty thing. He should have been talking behind the scenes before they even lost the game in case they lost the game to make sure he had his next coach when they do lose that game. But he didn't, so I think they had to stick with him. And he has to be the obvious reason why they lost. And I don't think he was the obvious reason why they lost. They have a ton of talent. They got it. They won the division. They're just not able to get this over this playoff hump, and it's weird. I don't know. I don't know if McCarthy's the guy. I don't think he will be, but who else are you going to get? All right, staying in the division, should the Eagles move on from Nick Sirianni?
This smells like dysfunction to me. Jalen Hurts and Sirianni don't seem to be on the same page. When Hurts was asked specifically about Sirianni, does he have confidence in him, Hurts said, quote, I have confidence in everyone in the building, which is not a very specific endorsement of Nick Sirianni. I don't think they want to pull the trigger on him because he was a year removed from a Super Bowl, but I think this is the one that should be more likely to go.
Yeah, he should go. You're right. They have dysfunction there. This is a completely different team than when that was going 10-1. And even when they went 10-1, they were kind of doing it with smoke and mirrors in a way because the offense wasn't clicking. Their defense, with all the talent that they have, all the talent they've accrued, they're not good right now. He has no control over the team. He's a hothead. Move on from him. Go get somebody else who may exude some hothead capabilities there, but also seems to be more in control, would have control over the team. That's Mike Vrabel. Get Vrabel to coach that team. That's a really deeply talented football team. Vrabel takes that one over. You won't have any mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned in your answer earlier, Gator, about all the possible coaching candidates that are available, I would move on from Sirianni. I admit this may be a little personal because I'm not the biggest fan of him personally, but maybe he had his time and it's come and it's gone quickly. That team, the last 2 months of the season, was one of the worst, if not the worst team in the league. And my biggest issue is they looked like they didn't have any fight in them. And then they made it to they squeak into the playoffs because they had such a good start, and they looked like they didn't have any fight in them in the playoffs. That's my biggest concern. They're going in the opposite direction. I'd move on while they still have some talent right now. All right, one team from the AFC and one team from the NFC that each made the playoffs this year but won't next year.
starting with the AFC. Sorry, Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, but I'm playing the odds. I mean, it's about time that Pittsburgh doesn't make the playoffs, and they don't have the quarterback right now. Mason Rudolph is definitely not the answer. I like Kenny Pickett. Penny Kickett. I like that. I like Penny Kickett. I like Kenny Pickett, but he just needs. He's still a ways away, and I think it's going to take another year before you find themselves in a good standing there. I just think their division is pretty strong anyway, and the AFC is pretty strong. It's awfully competitive there. I think Pittsburgh's a team that's not going to make it from the AFC. From the NFC, I'm looking at the Rams, and they're not getting any younger. They're just not. I mean, Stafford got beat up against the Lions again. They narrowly lost that game, right? They almost beat the Lions, but they didn't. And as they're getting older, it's another offseason here where guys are going to contemplate what they want to do. We know the Rams aren't afraid to make some trades involving some big-name players, and I imagine there's some teams that would be calling and asking about someone like a Cooper Kupp or an Aaron Donald and say, you're willing to move these guys so that they can start rebuilding?
I will state that I have nothing against the state of Pennsylvania. But I agree with you about Pittsburgh, and I'm going Philly.
Wow.
And the reason I'm going Philly is because I think they're going to keep Sirianni, and I do think it's dysfunctional, and I'm not sure they bounce back from that. So I'm going to go with Pittsburgh for many of the reasons you cited, and Philly for the reasons I cited earlier.
Well, I'll start with the AFC. Let's just make it 3 for 3. I got the Steelers, too. They were not a good team this year. Mike Tomlin actually deserves some Coach of the Year votes, if you ask me, to get that team into the playoffs. They dysfunctional quarterback position where they know who they were starting, and they end up starting Mason Rudolph, for crying out loud. The defense wasn't what it normally is. TJ Watt's really good, but he was hurt. So, yeah, I got the Steelers not making it next year. As far as the NFC, I like that pick of the Eagles, Doug. I'm going to go with the Buccaneers. Maybe the easy choice because that division is like, who's going to win it next year? The Falcons, the Saints. Maybe the Panthers become good all of a sudden. So I'll just take the Buccaneers as a team not to make it from the NFC. Okay, guys, only the Bears, Saints, and Broncos will be eligible for Hard Knocks to start off the year next year. Who should the NFL pick?
Chicago. There's pressure on Eberflus. I think Justin Fields is one of the more exciting young players in this league, and if it's not him, the likely quarterback will be somebody who went 1-1. It's a big market. They'll have other high draft picks. I think Chicago's the choice.
Yeah, I agree. It's the Bears. I mean, there's tons of intrigue. You've got the quarterback situation in particular that I'm dying to see what the Bears do. Personally, I hope the Bears trade Justin Fields because I think it sets them back. I think if they were smart, they'd hang on to Fields and trade the pick and get more assets out of it. It's a young team, but honestly, it comes down to having those crazy, funny accents from Chicagoans. I want all that. I want them to interview people on the street, the Wiener Circle, talking about the Bears. I got a good team here. I don't know what's going to happen here. Eberflus has got the job here, but not sure he's going to be able to keep it.
It's great reasoning.
Okay, so it came down between the Bears and Broncos for me. The Broncos, because Sean Payton seems to have run his mouth a lot since he left the booth, and I bet you they catch something on Mike with this guy. I mean, he's run Russell Wilson out of town. He thinks he knows all the answers, and I thought he was a really good coach. And he may still be a really good coach, but I feel like he'd give a lot of good sound bites. In the end, I chose the Bears like you guys. I think many of the same reasons. It's either going to be Fields or Caleb Williams, and that, to me, is fascinating. They're in the division. I like to see what goes on over in Chicago. All right, it's official. The LA Rams tight end Tyler Higbee suffered a torn ACL from a low hit by Detroit Lions Kirby Joseph. Should the league ban this type of hit?
It's tough because you guys are launching themselves at different angles, and players end up getting hit because they drop to different angles. It's so hard to legislate hits. We can do it again with helmet-to-helmet stuff when you leave with the helmet. I get it. But the Kirby Joseph hit on Higbee, I mean, when I saw the replays of it, I thought he hit him above the knee in the thigh and not directly on the knee. Now, if he's got a torn ACL, I don't know if that ACL can tear from getting hit on the thigh, so maybe it actually was on the knee. They can try to legislate it as much as they can, and it's just going to slow the game down a little bit. It'd be nice to try to get players to take care of each other and not do things like that. But there's also a little bit of responsibility on the quarterbacks to not throw medicine balls up in the area in areas where you are going to get your players potentially hurt. But I've never liked watching the defensive backs go and take out the legs of a wide receiver that has their back to the play. I don't like it.
I don't know what the league's to do here because they're outlawing hits to the head. defenseless receiver stuff, helmet to helmet stuff. NFL doesn't officially have a targeting rule, and if you get to the point where you say that hit is outlawed, there's a very small target area for defenders to go tackle. Is this a epidemic? And I don't think it is. The hit was brutal. Okay, it was bad. And you'd hate it for happening to your players, but I kind of go, at some point there's an assumption of risk with the sport of football, and we can't outlaw hits everywhere. So I don't think they can do anything about it. And I think it's more important to protect the head.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ban this hit. They can't go high. We already know that. Now they can't go low. Now they're talking about getting rid of the hip drop tackle. What can they do? Now, I know old man Brady said like a month ago, quarterback, he was saying the league's not the same. It's not as good. Yeah, and he kind of got old man on us. But he did mention that one thing I do agree with. I think NFL quarterbacks are getting kind of lazy. They're putting their receivers in these positions where they're vulnerable and they could get hurt. So I think it's on the quarterback as well. The defensive players, they got to be able to bring you down somehow. I think you cannot ban this. You just got to, Campbell spoke about it. Keep your head up, hitting the thigh area. And as offensive players, you got to realize someone's coming. Protect yourself.
Well, they're also being taught to kids are being taught at a younger age now to when they tackle to kind of do that rolling tackle where you're going at the legs of somebody instead of just hitting, wrapping, and taking them down. So they're going to have to start earlier on to teach them how to tackle correctly.
What's your biggest possible overreaction to Super Wildcard Weekend?
I think to me it's that Dallas is so overrated. All bark and no bite. It's an overreaction because in reality they're awfully talented. They ran into a buzzsaw before they even got started against Green Bay. I do think there's talent on that team. Is it as simple as a coaching switch? I think the honest to God, the simplest thing is to tell Jerry Jones to keep his nose out of it. He needs to let somebody run the team, and he needs to just be an owner and sit back and enjoy it and be a fan again rather than being a fan and somebody who's got power to make changes.
I think the biggest overreaction is that Green Bay's going to beat San Francisco. Yes, Green Bay looked very good, but this to me is a classic example of an overreaction to what your eyes showed us last. You didn't see San Francisco play last week, and now I feel like this has become the hot pick. San Francisco is really, really good, and we would freaking love it if Green Bay pulled it off. But I think people are way too chesty about the Packers now.
Yeah, my biggest possible overreaction is I think C.J. Stroud's going to win an MVP in his career. I mean, this guy, I know it's his first year, and I'm going over the top here, but that guy, he looks amazing. Nico Collins, all of a sudden, I know he had a decent year last year. Nico Collins looks like one of the best receivers in the league, and I think it's largely part because of C.J. Stroud getting him the ball. DeMeco Ryans over there. I don't know. I got Stroud winning an MVP at some point in his career. That's my overreaction.
There you go. And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. We'll have a practice update from the Lions coming up next. And next hour, is this a real thing as it pertains to our football team? That at 11:02. It's Doug Karsch and Scott Anderson. Kang behind the glass, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so a few things here. We start with the Lions back on the practice field yesterday, and we want to look at their injury report. I mean, it's relatively clean here as it stands right now. Full practice for Brian Branch, James Houston, Kirby Joseph, Sam Laporta, and Brock Wright. Full practice for Sam Laporta. When he went down in that week 17 injury, week 18, I guess it was, the 17th game, injury against Minnesota, if you told me he'd be back to full practice by the second week of the playoffs and that he'd play in the first week of the playoffs, let's just say there's a high level of relief over that.
Yeah, well, after the game on Sunday night when Dan Campbell addressed it, and I love the term he used, the voodoo magic, that the guys in the back. I saw a meme late last week that I thought was fantastic. It was somebody talking about Laporta. How'd they get Laporta back? And it was the meme of Mr. Miyagi doing slapping the hands together and rubbing them.
Karate Kid.
Yep. Karate Kid. Got Daniel LaRusso back despite the bad wheel. It is amazing. And it's a testament to Sam Laporta. It's a testament to the Lions training staff to get guys back, but also how fortunate they were that injury wasn't anywhere near as severe as first thought, right?
Yep.
I mean, you saw him walk off the field and you're like, oh, please, God, don't let that be a CL of some kind. Don't be that. And they're like, oh, it's a deep bone bruise. Okay, well, can they work on that? Apparently they can, and then get him back real soon. Jared Goff told us yesterday that he knew last Thursday that Sam was good to go. So it was just a few days, and boom, love it.
James Houston, full practice. He said he is hoping to play this weekend. When asked about whether or not he would be activated, yeah, that's my plan at least. My window ends this week, so yeah. He has to be activated this week, or then he'll be through that 3-week window where you have to put him back on injury reserve. This is from the Detroit News. Every day it feels much better. This is not your typical injury. You want to really just come right back on. You really want to have more time off, but every day it feels better. Dan Campbell said, yeah, he's definitely getting better. Do they get James Houston back this week? And, I mean, we don't know the answer to that question. It's kind of an open-ended question. It's a rhetorical question. But if they get him back, I assume that means they think he can contribute. It's not just getting him back that's important. It's getting him back and having him contribute.
Yeah, is he a better option than a player they have that's currently on the roster? So if you see him lined up on Sunday, it's because they think he's better than whoever is not playing. And you'll know who's not playing. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited what James Houston can do in spot duty, because I think this is a guy that you put in an obvious passing situations, he gets home, and I hope he's healthy enough to do so. And if he's not, they're not going to activate him. And I think today is the day that they have to make that decision up because of the IR situation. But I hope he plays. I'm dying to see him play. I think another benefit, if he does play, not only would he be an upgrade because otherwise he's not activated, but it's a guy who did not play against Tampa the first time around. So it's they don't have a whole lot of film on James Houston. They don't know what to expect. Other than they had to go back to last year's film, and I would think they got new wrinkles in this year. So I think it plays to the Lions' strength if he's ready to go.
Look, the guy is exactly what you would want opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. And look, they were going into this year hoping that he would become more than just a pass rush specialist. But at this point, just being exactly what it was last year is enough to have a positive impact on this postseason. And again, he's at full practice. So I'm very, very much hopeful that he can play. And it's not hopeful just because, hey, I like the guy. It's because I trust that the staff won't activate him unless they think he can impact the game.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm hopeful he's healthy enough and back up to speed to play. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tampa has some injuries that could be significant. We'll see. They've got two linebackers in Shaquille Barrett and Yaya Diaby. Both did not practice Wednesday. Chris Godwin didn't practice Wednesday. We'll pay attention for the Thursday practice report. I don't know if I'm reading too much into the Wednesday practice report. If this was Friday, it'd be a different thing.
Yeah, I think this is, the typical time you see guys getting rest because they're veteran players. They know how to prepare. They know what's going on. Godwin's been in the league for a while. He knows what's happening. I mean, don't be surprised if today's list for the Lions includes Frank Ragnow, Taylor
Frank
Decker.
Ragnow didn't practice yesterday for the Lions.
So I mean, they take care of the guys that know how to take care of themselves. And you're right. Friday's report is the one that's important.
Yep. But that would be big for them. Their defense can give you problems.
Absolutely can give them problems.
So you've got to basically if those two don't play, it impacts the game. All right, I'm going to bring this up. So I just got an email from our beer league hockey captain. Okay.
What's his last name?
Brandt.
Oh, I was going to say, you have any kick-ass hockey nickname you call him on the ice? Brancy, anything?
We call him Rick.
It's hockey. I was hoping it was something good.
That's not his first name. Sounds pretty good, isn't it?
That is actually.
Our game this Sunday
Oh, no.
at 5:20.
No, you're not.
I just got a text or email, went out to the entire team. Game is canceled.
Yeah, it is.
Not being rescheduled.
Yeah.
Counts as a 1-1 tie.
Both teams agreed.
I think there is, in our league, there is a fine.
Way to go, Rick!
Yep. There is a fine for not showing if you don't have enough players. Like if the other team shows up to skate and you don't have enough players and the game is, and you forfeited, your team gets fined. I believe it's $100. This is an example of, I think, clearly both fan bases getting together and saying, or both teams getting together. All fans of Lions say, "Do you want to play this game?" No. And so they just called it a 1-1 tie. Morning Show is doing this for scheduling conflicts.
Yeah.
Because stuff gets scheduled months ahead of time.
Right.
Church groups. One guy, this wasn't scheduled. One guy called, he had a funeral to be at.
Oh.
Started at 3.
Oh.
But, hey, you got to do what you got to do. And in this case, we're not playing hockey.
No, I don't suspect you were.
Mm-hmm.
It's awkward. A funeral. God, that's terrible, right? If you're a family member and you knew that the deceased was like a massive Lions fan, would you be like, we're gonna move this one either up a day or can we move it to noon instead? This is what Dad would have wanted.
Yeah.
He's a diehard Lions fan.
Let's see. M47TYB on Twitch says, my whole league canceled last Sunday.
Makes sense.
Yep.
I mean, that's when you call the other team's captain. You're like, look, you want to watch the Lions? We want to watch the Lions. Are we good? It's going to call it a forfeit or a tie. What do we do here?
When we played, when I played basketball, we were Sunday league, and they always knew don't schedule any games on Super Sunday, which was great.
I played in a flag football league one year, and all games were on Sunday.
Yep.
But the games were like at 11 o'clock in the morning, so that everything would be done before 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's good.
There was a moment there when Doug was telling the story, Gator, that you probably thought he was going to go in the bubble. Is that what you were worried about? Like,
I mean,
just for a split second where you're like, wait, no way, right?
When he starts, part of my mind goes, tell me he's not going to do the bubble thing. I mean, you can't. Dude, enough.
Not for this.
It's beer league hockey,
right?
You don't need to. Let's not grip the stick too tightly there, right?
Well, here's the other thing: is our first indoor baseball practice is Sunday night, but it's at 7:30, so the game should be over.
Mm-hmm.
What's your problem with that?
No problem.
You're a liar.
It's just things are so different now than when we were that age when we were playing sports. We didn't have winter baseball workouts.
Well, all the kids are getting ready for high school tryouts, which are right around the corner. So,
I do remember the high school tryouts.
Yep, and now this is what you do to get ready for high school. But yes, indoor baseball workouts are. We're actually probably late compared to most teams.
Yeah, you got the bat bag ready.
The what?
The bag of bats, the bat bag. You got that ready to go, or each player has their own.
Each player has their own bat.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's got a helmet. Got a helmet ready to go.
Everybody's got their own helmet. Yeah.
Got your own helmet. Got your own
equipment.
bat.
Yep.
How many gloves do you have?
How many gloves does who have?
I'm assuming your child is the one who you're coaching.
He's got 2, but it's like an old one and a new one. He's trying to break in the new one. So I have seen kids that because some kids play first base.
I get
outfield,
the first. Yeah, I get that.
Pitch. They don't want any holes in the webbing, so you can see the grip on the ball. There's all kinds of stuff.
Jeez, come on. What do you got? When you playing the Houston Astros, you got people relaying signs. Is Connor Stallions working this, or what do we got?
These kids are in high school.
Uh-huh.
They're trying to pick up where the pitch is. Why do you
God
think
forbid you grip it while it's in the pocket or the palm area, not up in the up.
That's why you don't want any holes in there, so they can't see it. Your disdain for this amuses me. 248-539-9797.
The seriousness amazes me.
We will get to whether or not this means anything. Does it mean anything for the Detroit Lions? We'll get to that at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. I just got a text from Rick's wife. Did you just give Rick a shout out on the radio?
No, we don't give shout outs.
Got our game canceled.
But I think Rick and the other team's captain made the right decision.
Yep.
Do we know who the other team's captain is?
Some hero.
Stan. Some hero is right. Hey, you got to get two to agree on it.
That's right. That's right.
You guys weren't showing up anyways, right? I mean, come on.
Dude, I sent it. We have a
pay the
team,
fine.
a team text thread, and I'm like, within 20 minutes of the Lions game ending on Sunday, they had announced the next start time, and I sent out to the team, not going to be there Sunday. And everybody was kind of like, yeah, what are we going to do about this, Rick? Rick took care of business. So,
Ken, you were all surprised Doug was the first one to say, I'm not going to be there?
Because he loves the bubble so much?
Yeah.
No.
This is a bubble he's never had to pull off before, though, because this is playoff bubble.
Well, I mean,
we don't talk.
you can get away from playoff bubble, but he loves playoff bubble and he loves bubble, and I think he really likes playing.
Oh, he loves the hockey for the exercise.
I do. I don't love the bubble. I'm just really good at it. I am really good.
Easy. Slow down that pat on the back.
You talk about strengths. This guy can pull off. I mean, what I tried to do.
I can ignore my phone like nobody else.
You got to admit, the ambitious plan with Formula One racing, because I love the TV show Drive to Survive. I don't like watching Formula One racing, but I will watch the Netflix behind the scenes, mic'd up drivers and crew members, the TV show Drive to Survive. And I knew 2 years ago that the whole thing was coming down to Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, and it was coming down to the last race. And I'm like, Drive to Survive doesn't come out for 6 months. So I tried to pull off a 6-month bubble so I can watch the entire season of Drive to Survive without knowing who won the championship. I actually made it for like a month before I saw something on social media that Verstappen had won. But I tried to pull off a 6-month bubble. That is, come on, man.
That was ambitious.
That was ambitious. So, all right. So I'm going to bring something up here, and I don't know. I wasn't sure if it really mattered. But as time goes by, I think it really matters. The term is grit. The Lions always talk about grit. And is it a real thing? Is it a tangible thing? And if so, what is it? And how do we see examples of it? I think organizations always come up with, catchphrases of what they want to be, and various things of that nature. But I think there's a lot of great plans out there. I think even bad coaches that fail can put together a great game plan. But there's a game plan, and then there's the execution of said game plan. And, there's a couple things here I want to play and then ask people what they actually think is an example of the Lions' grit. Because clearly they've embraced it. Campbell wears the hat. Kang's got the hat on today and got us the hats, which was awesome. Thank you. And this was Dan Campbell yesterday at the podium, was asked about, the grit that he always talks about. And, was it a hard sell to get everybody to buy into what he wanted his team to be about? And here's what he said. He basically said they don't even bring in players that don't fit their criteria. So, I mean, I don't like to impugn people that I don't like. I go back to the trade deadline and the moves they didn't make. Does that explain some of the moves they didn't make?
I mean, it can. I mean, if if we know for a fact that they didn't inquire about the players, then yeah, that would absolutely say that. I don't know if they wanted to if they picked up the phone and called Washington and said, "Hey, what is going to take for us to get Chase Young?" I have no idea if they made the call. I don't know if they made the call about Sweat. Don't know. We're left to think that they passed on him, I guess, based on what the price was. I mean, to get Sweat, you had to negotiate a contract, and it seemed like that was an awfully high price to pay.
Yep.
To get Chase Young, it was about a draft pick, and it didn't seem like the Lions. I mean, there were no reports that the Lions were doing it. So
I heard that one of the two didn't really fit what they were trying to do defensively. Like, good player, but not necessarily might be wasted in the Lions scheme. But
so I mean, obviously, Young playing with San Francisco has been successful with them, and Sweat playing with Chicago had success there. They're both good. They were both really good players, but were they fits? I don't know. I trust Dan Campbell and I trust Brad Holmes because here we are. We're getting ready for playoff game number 2.
Right. And maybe it falls under the line of should have drafted Jalen Carter. Maybe he didn't do whatever it was they were looking for.
Or not, based on what's going on in Philly.
What do you mean?
Well, Philly, you got all types of issues with the coach and the players, and they did second half of the season. These guys disappeared. So,
right.
Much as I like Jalen Carter, maybe, or I guess, is that your point?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I thought you were suggesting maybe this is why they should have gone.
No, I'm suggesting that maybe why they didn't.
Yes, that would make sense. Sorry. Let me help you make that point. I'll put my foot in my mouth and you go ahead.
It's quite all right. And after the game, they presented Brad Holmes with a game ball. And Brad Holmes made this point. And I mean, everybody heard it, but this is what Brad Holmes said to the team about that very thing. Okay, intentional about the grit thing. Like, I think everybody has a game plan, and I think probably every coach that's ever been hired, they all know more about football than any of us out here, right? And they probably have a decent reasoning behind their game plan. It's the execution of the game plan. They came up with a game plan of how they wanted to build their roster. The execution of it, I mean, it's really paid off. But I guess our question at 248-539-9797, what I'd love to hear from you is, what do you think is an example of the grit? What do you think is where it shows on the field on Sundays? And I've got an answer. I wonder if anybody else has, but want to hear from you at 248-539-9797. Gator, I don't know if you've given it much thought or if you have an example, but we'll get your 2 cents. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. That is Brad Holmes. You heard Dan Campbell speak about it yesterday. Grit, something that is, what do you think that is on the field? Where do you see it and you go, that's what they're talking about? I think it's pretty clear that they think they've got their formula and they feel like their formula is what got them to where they are. Do you think you have an example of it on the field? All right, hang on to it. Let's see if any listeners agree. Kang, do you think you have an example of what it is on the field?
I'm searching right now.
Okay.
In my head
I got a couple
for
I
a
can
specific one.
All right, well, let's get to the people, and we talk to Dean. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dean.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think it's very tangible. Though there are some intangible examples, but tangible. If you look at C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the game where he got injured, torn pectoral muscle, never had that injury, but can only imagine how painful that might be. And also, he came back, and something that is probably normally a little bit longer recovery time. And the other example, look at our tight end coming back, Laporta. He has a bruised and hyperextended knee. He's wearing an offensive lineman knee brace. Comes back a week later, scores a touchdown and another key catch. I mean, those are real clear examples of grit. I think those are the type of people they're looking for.
Yeah, no, that's those. I think those are great examples. Not what I had in mind, but I think they probably would tell you. I think they would probably tell you that, yeah, that's what we're looking for. Guys like Laporta who goes down, we're thinking season's over, and he's playing the next week. And by the way, not just playing, he played well. He had a huge catch.
Touchdown was massive.
Huge catch on fourth down.
Right.
So,
yep.
Good examples. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rick. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
I actually have two examples, if that's okay. The Ravens game, how we got absolutely destroyed. We could have said same old Lions, but instead we bounced back and punched our ticket to the playoffs by winning the division. Not the division, our conference. And then the second example I have is the first game against the Bears. We were losing, had no way out, and fought back and actually came back from behind.
So that's more in line of kind of what I'm thinking. And I think it's the ability to bounce back from small and large setbacks. Small setbacks being, a big play against you, and large setbacks being bad losses. I don't think stuff carries over. Stafford early in this year. Do we have the Stafford soundbite? We do.
You mean Goff?
Yeah. Good God, the Goff soundbite.
Oh no, Doug, no.
That's really bad.
Oh,
the Goff soundbite from it was after the Denver game. And here's something he said that I think is a prime example of what the listener was just talking about, what I think is an example of it. No, I guess we don't have it.
Because the Lions had lost to Chicago the week before.
Yeah, is that part of it? They'd lost 2 of 3. Yeah. And they came back, and they blew out Denver.
Yeah, they beat Denver 42-17.
All right, well, I guess it didn't transfer to our system. We'll play it for you later. But I think that's where it really shows. Is big play against them doesn't they don't give up on drives. They fight to the end. When they lose a game, they bounce back the next week. They haven't lost 2 in a row since the middle of last year. So I really think that's where I see it. I think it's a mental thing.
I mean, honestly, you can find examples every game, and it's multiple examples of every game.
Mm-hmm.
I think grit shows up. To me, grit is about perseverance. It's about never giving up. Doing what you were trained to do, responding when you make mistakes and you don't let it affect you. Don't make the mistake you made, come back and haunt you later on down the road. You say, yuck, throw it in the garbage, and you learn from it and move on. And I mean, even the 2-point conversion stuff against Dallas, that's prime example there, right? I mean, the whole last drive, let's go down there and score and have a chance to win this game, not just tie it up, we're going to win it. And they did. They executed everything perfectly, and it was great. But the real examples to me, the caller hit on Laporta, but a guy like Frank Ragnow. I mean, Frank Ragnow, he's dealing with a really bad foot injury and will for the rest of his career. And he manages it during the week and still suits up every Sunday to play for his team. And when you got the center of the team who's doing that, and big guy, Big Frank, and everybody loves him, and now he's getting the accolades nationally as being one of the top centers in the league, and there's a reason for that. That guy exudes grit. Despite what's going on with him physically, he goes out there and makes it. When it comes to plays, you've got the block that we talked about the other day with Craig Reynolds making a block downfield
against Tampa.
There's the play that Jamison Williams, you got David Montgomery going down the sidelines against the Chargers, and Jamison Williams sprints past him to make that extra block so that he can get in the end zone. I mean, it's things like that. It's guys doing what I guess more people would like, I expect you to block. But when it shows up in such a fashion, you have to take notice.
I used to get in this argument with Gary Danielson back in the day when he worked at the station. And Gary didn't believe in momentum in sports.
Correct.
And I did. And I would argue with him. I think there is such a thing as momentum in sports. And I think it shows when one big play, an emotional play, actually impacts the next play. Where a team comes up with a big 50-yard gain down to the other team's 25, and then they hand it off up the middle and it goes 25 yards for a touchdown. I think there are times in a game where a team's confidence gets rattled, then they start playing worse because of it. And I think those things are examples of momentum in sports. Or your confidence goes high and now you play better because of it. And these are examples of momentum in sports. Is the next play is impacted by the previous play. And Gary didn't buy into it, and I respect his opinion. He was a player, so he probably thought I was completely full of ploy. But at the end of the day, I think the Lions do an incredible good job of slowing another team's momentum.
Yeah, I think when it comes to momentum stuff, I think there are some teams and some players might be immune to it, and others are not. So I think it can exist. I'm not saying it does. I think it can exist. But here's an example of, your grit and going into your momentum thing. Look at what happened with Michigan when Zinner gets hurt.
Yep.
Right? And you think the whole crowd is quieted. He's going off the field. His legs going in a different direction. Everybody's like, oh, my God, what just happened? This is awful. That was Ohio State, right?
Yep.
He gets carted off the field. And what happens in the next play? They hand it off to Blake Corum. He goes left side, right where Zinner would have been, and goes into the end zone for the touchdown. And that play may have encapsulated why Michigan was able to win the national championship. All right? You give them all the credit in the world for that. They bounced back from losing an All-American offensive lineman. And the next play, they say, not up in here. We're going to take care of this. We're going to back our teammate, and we're going to show the world what we're made of. And I think that's an example of grit as well. It's not a Lions example, but it's something like that kind of plays into what you're looking for. And this is, I mean, you have to appreciate that kind of response. And I think that's what we've seen from the Lions all season long. We saw it last year. You started to see it in the first year, right? They were struggling so hard to win that first game. But once they got that taste, it's like, okay, guys, here's what we're supposed to do. Here's how we can play together. And you contrast that to the Patricia years. And the Lions were awful, right? And then they had that one game in Miami where everything worked for them. Like the training and all that.
Kerryon Johnson had a huge game.
All the hard work that they did. Remember, the players are complaining about there was too much conditioning going on and all this. And they go down and play in Miami in the sweltering heat and the humidity and all that. And they embarrass the Dolphins. We're like, wow, here we go. The problem was they couldn't keep that train on the tracks, and the coaching staff wasn't there for it. But that should have been their moment to embrace and be better, and it wasn't. Dan Campbell's found a way to get these guys to buy into what he's selling because he knows that these players have it in them. And it's a fantastic marriage.
248-539-9797. We keep hearing about grit. When do you see it on the field with the Lions? Steve is next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you guys doing? Good show, good topic.
Thank you.
Two quick things on that is, I kind of watched this all year with the Lions, and there's so many subjects to talk about that. But the first one I want to say, and then a general one, is I love how it doesn't matter, and I think it resonates to the whole team, when the offense makes some kind of play and there's something going on yards after catch. Even I think one of you guys said here a few minutes back about Jamison Williams, how they go downfield and they block, and we get some big plays out of that. And to me, that's Dan Campbell all the way. How he coaches and what he wants these guys to do, and then in general, when the going gets tough with any injuries, the tough get going.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to play for this team if you don't block. If you're a wide receiver and you don't block, I mean, Jameson Williams. It's funny. That's a receiver that started to win over Detroit with blocking first.
Yep.
And that's the first place that people specifically noticed him impacting this team.
Well, it feels like he took it to heart. If the coaching staff said no block, no rock.
Yep.
All right. I want to be on the field. I want to make plays, so I'll do whatever you're asking me to do. And he is quite a good blocker as a receiver.
We all know that it's part of the game, but it's probably the part of the game that we think about least when we think about wide receivers. It's the part of the game that he started impacting the game first.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, hey, a reminder, we're giving away Lions tickets today with a Carson Anderson quiz question at 1:41. So keep listening between now and 1:41 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Mill Light Tap Room for the Lions playoff game on January 21st as they take on Tampa Bay. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Dearborn on Michigan Avenue tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 10 for another chance to win, courtesy of Mill Light and Buffalo Wild Wings. Go Lions. And here's the thing. It's real easy to win if you've been paying attention and listening to the show. Shouldn't say it's easy. The answer will be easy. The hard part's being the first caller. So 1:41 is when we'll ask the question, and the first one with the correct answer, and it'll be something like, I don't know, what's the word that the Lions, that we were talking about, that the Lions built their team around? The 4-letter word the Lions built their team around. The word would be grit.
There you go.
That's a terrible question, but that's an example of what the question might be. It's usually far more specific than that. So keep listening. Your chance to win coming up today at 1:41. Again, first correct answer gets the Lions tickets for the game against Tampa in the Mill Light Tap Room playoffs. Let's go. All right, so here's the Jared Goff cut I was talking about. This is what I think when you talk about grit and how it really shows itself. This was Goff after the Denver win. Okay. He said it much better than I did when I tried to explain it, but I agree with him. It's how they respond. They respond in the micro, give up a big play, defense bounces back. And in the macro, which is they weren't playing well, they lost a game, but they haven't lost 2 in a row in forever.
No, they haven't. And credit to Jennifer Hammond from Fox 2. Sportscaster of the year, by the way. Way to go, Hammer.
Congratulations.
And she's willing to shoot the boot, saying the Lions were not going to lose 2 in a row, and they never did.
And if they did, she was going to drink we don't know what she was going to drink, but something out of a shoe. And knowing her, she'd live up to it. She would step up.
Yeah, she may do it for the heck of it.
She wasn't gonna back down.
So was it Thursday? Let's go.
Yeah. All right, back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ryan. You're next. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys, you hear me all right?
We got you loud and clear.
Yeah, hey, thanks, man. Gee, man, you hit it right on the head, man, when you said perseverance for long-time goals, man. You know, that's quoted by Angela Duckworth, 2007. She said, the passion and perseverance for long-term goals. So I kind of wanted to break down the difference between resilience and grit for the people, because those terms get kind of confused. You know, grit is is the end goal for us, man. It's been that since 91. You guys are talking about the Michigan Wolverines. That's been their grit goal since 97, right? They just did that. They stayed resilient through the years. All of the different coaches, all of, the ups and the downs, the recent crap with we were spying and cheating, they bounced off of all that. That's being resilient. And they had their mind on the grit goal was winning the national championship. For our Lions, it's the same deal, man. We've been through misery. We've been 0-16. We've had dismal seasons, multiple coaches. In the recent with Dan Gamble, man, questioning his abilities. If he's the right coach, all the media, all the games this year, some games we should have won. The Dallas cheating us again, the Laporta injury. That's all being resilient, bouncing off like a ping pong. We'll take that. We'll take that. Take that. Take that. The grit goal is the Super Bowl, my man. That's the we stirring up a big old pot of old-fashioned grits. It's not no instant grits, man. You got to slow cook these grits,
You got to take your time with those grits.
We are almost there, so I want the people to know that we've been resilient, but the grit goal is that Super Bowl, baby. Let's get it. That's the grittiness.
Ryan, I love the phone call. You put it perfectly. 248-539-9797. Love it. Let's go to Martin next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Martin.
Boys, what's going on? What's good?
Hey, Martin.
Martin, what's happening?
Lot is good.
Listen, man. I'm going to tell you guys something. I figured out the NFL script. The season's going to start. The season's going to end the way it started. Detroit versus Kansas City. Detroit for the W. This team, never once in the 3 years I've seen, they never get in each other's face when there's a problem. There's no CD Lamb and Dak Prescott kind of issues on this team. They're like that Michigan team. They fight for each other. They're brothers. They don't let nothing bother them. This team, for Laporte to go out there after an injury, most players are like, yeah, I'm good, man. I'm just trying to get my money. This team just will never stop fighting for each other. And for the first time, and God knows how much we can remember, I believe this team's going to the Super Bowl. I really do. I think we're going to beat Tampa Bay, and I don't care who we play, Frisco or Green Bay. This team is going to the Super Bowl. You can lock this in. This team's not going to lose. Dan Campbell's got this team on a path. This is a team that will go through a damn wall for this guy.
You know, he
They're
defined
going to
it
that
from
Super Bowl.
the first press conference. Dan Campbell told us what grit was. Go out and bite a kneecap, and go out and take a hunk out here, and keep going, and then turn it into dragging people into the water and all this. And those are all examples of what he means. And when he says it, you're like, all right, it's kind of funny. But then as the seasons go on, you're like, it's exactly what they're doing.
Everybody
they don't
says
give up.
We laughed at him. We laughed at him when he was with his press conference. He was the internet fun dude. Like, look at this guy saying, who's laughing now? This team believes, and we're going to all look like Jack's mind, whatever the word is, because I don't want to say it on the radio, because they're going to go to the Super Bowl, and everybody's going to talk about, well, they didn't make a trade, they didn't do this. Guess what? They did it, and they're going to the Super Bowl. I'm telling you, they're facing Kansas City.
Wow.
And it's going to be a rematch of the first game, and it's going to end the way it started, baby. Detroit beating the Kansas City Chiefs for the Super Bowl.
You know, Martin, another great call from another great listener. You know, the thing is, everybody has catchphrases. It's so rare that the catchphrase resonates and is so obvious on the field. Like it's worked.
They found a way to, tap into exactly what they want to create, the players they want on this team. They've drafted them. They've signed them. It's amazing what they've done in such a short period of time. And I really think that there's a huge Chris Spielman influence. Obviously, Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are in lockstep of what they want to do, and it's just all about that. And I think it does go back to Spielman, because that's what Spielman was. I mean, you look grit up in the dictionary, you would think Chris Spielman's picture would be right next to it. Never say die. Always leave everything you have out onto the field, no matter what it is. No matter how hurt you are, you're still going to go out and give your best effort, because you can still make an impact and make a difference. That's what these players are. The next man up attitude, it resonates. When you got guys in the practice squad, guys who weren't even on the practice squad, guys who weren't even a Lion, get signed to a practice squad off the street and then find themselves in a game and they're making plays, that's grit.
Well, you'd have to think that however they're measuring it, that those guys off the street are exemplifying exactly what they've got some characteristic that they're saying, yeah, we would prefer Kindle Vildor, who, raise your hand if you ever heard of that guy before he showed up on the field for the Lions, and he's made plays for them.
Yeah.
They're not winning the Super Bowl because Kindle Vildor is an all-star, but he's made plays for them when they needed him to make plays. 248-539-9797, an all-star? They don't have all-star. I don't know what
I'm okay with it.
Oh, yeah. Ed is next. What's up, Ed?
Hey guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Man, Dan Campbell has to be the most transparent, above-board, enthusiastic coach I have ever seen. He has not lied to us in one instance. From the time, and you're talking about grit, from the time he talked about biting kneecaps, when you knock me down, we're getting back up, and by the time it's over, we're going to be left standing. And he built that team. He built those guys. Mm-hmm. He picked Vildor because he could build Vildor. All right, those guys, most of the guys on that team were second-string guys that other people didn't want. He built those guys. They're built in his image. And they're ready for anything. I'm afraid, Gator, I've been having this conversation with you all football season. At the beginning of the season, I told you we'd be 12-5, division champs. I'm afraid of San Francisco.
Well,
Now-
I mean, I'll worry about who they place in the NFC Championship game if they get to the NFC
Yeah,
Championship.
the first thing they got to do is show up Sunday.
Yeah.
They have to show up Sunday. The truth is, I'm chesty. I can afford to be chesty. I can afford to be confident. I can afford to be overconfident because what I'm doing doesn't impact them on the field. They can't. They need if they go out and play their game and put all their focus and time and effort, which is kind of their calling card, into this game and take care of business, I think they win comfortably. But they can't. Tampa invites you to let them into the game by getting you to turn it over. You just can't do it. You just can't do it. Got a bunch of texts on this coming in.
Got some updates on Ben Johnson, too.
Oh, boy. We'll get to that today at 11:46. 97.1 The Ticket. get to this Ben Johnson update in a minute. Ticket text coming in. Mike and Warren says, I think Grit shows that they have not had back-to-back losses. Unnamed texter, Grit has been in education for well over a decade. Grit has been in education for well over, trying to teach kids to have grit to do difficult tasks and overcome. That's from an unnamed texter. I think an example of grit is Hutch giving 110% every snap. He really does. Bruno says, Carson Anderson, how grit is showing up is by how many different guys have showed up and contributed. Campbell has everyone buying in, and I think it starts in practice. Everyone is competing weekly for a spot and has to be ready at all times. Brian the Mailman, an example of the definition of grit, straight up, extra time on the jugs machine, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, Amon St. Brown is the definition of grit, straight up. Extra time on the jugs machine, et cetera, et cetera. Didn't quite catch the beginning of that, but there we go. All right, what's the update on Ben Johnson?
So Kyle Meinke tweets out about 10, 15 minutes ago, Ben Johnson has 2 new interviews on the books with the Chargers and Seahawks on Saturday. Also speaking with the Commanders and Panthers on Friday, as previously reported. So he's got 4 interviews coming up between Friday and Saturday.
Look, I know the league rules, they are what they are. I don't love any of our coaches spending that much time interviewing for jobs. I don't know how long it's not like he's flying around the country.
No,
so
these would be, I think there's Zoom interviews.
But I would think that a Zoom interview for a head coaching position is hour plus.
I don't know. I hope there's a limit on it.
I do too, because, hey, there's a job to do. I'm not mad at Ben Johnson. I'm mad at the system that allows for this. Because he should be allowed to pursue with full enthusiasm an upgrade, a promotion, a chance to be a head coach. But can we wait until the bye between the championship game?
I think it's interesting with the Seahawks because if I'm not mistaken, when I looked at odds the other day, I didn't see his name on the list of coaches with odds to coach the Seahawks.
No.
So that's that might be a new wrinkle. I'll have to go back and see if I can find that message.
248-539-9797. Kevin is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Doing good, sir.
I'm just going to drop this real quick. So grit, to me, is the hunger to win. Grit is the culture the Detroit Lions embody for Detroit. And that's my take on what that is.
So you think that they specifically go after players that are perhaps like care about winning more than anything else, that are just wired that it's all about winning?
Well, I watched this episode in the Lions Den, and I watched. Yeah, it is, and you watch that, you fast forward to now, and it was like everything that they did is based on the culture that they want for Detroit and for Detroit Lions, and that's to win. I mean, and I don't think there's a team out there that can have, we can beat anybody, and that's what it is.
Thank you for the phone call. What's your other thing, Kevin? All right. I was going to add something else. Let's go to Robert next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Robert?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great. Thank you.
I love listening to your show from Baltimore every day. I think when I think of grit for them, I can relate it personally to when I saw the debacle from the lower level in Baltimore at 38-6, and it got out of hand before my beer had a chance to get warm that day. And then they bounced back that next week against, the Raiders, I think it was, and that Monday night game. And just when you look at the schedule, there's so many instances like against the Chargers, they go 4 out of 5 on 4th down. And Campbell at some point, maybe it was that game, maybe it was a different game, but he's like, wear your diaper, that kind of stuff. And you can just point to so many awesome examples of, like you guys said earlier, whether it's Reynolds with the key catch or St. Brown, God knows how many times he did that, or Laporta or a Brock Wright or something like that. It's just in the buy-in, and I kind of think of it too like those go-to-work Pistons in a way. the buy-in and all pulling the same way, it's so magical to see. And I hope that I'm 51, and I hope that everybody is sort of, they're so intense day to day, week to week, hey, we got to get this next win. I hope they can sort of take a step back, the fans, not the players, of course, and just realize this is so awesome. And this magic carpet ride, however far it goes, I firmly believe that they have a great shot to beat Tampa. If, like you guys said, they come out focused and everything. And who knows? Stranger things have happened. You go on the road, maybe against the Niners. Who knows? Maybe we even freaking host a game. But it's so awesome to see. And when I talk to my Baltimore friends, they're all pulling for me and the Lions, almost like the Cubs before they won it, because we're like the lovable losers. How can you not like Dan Campbell? You know what I mean?
You're talking to the wrong guy, Robert, because Gator absolutely hates the Cubs, and he hates that the Cubs are embraced.
I hate the lovable loser crap.
Yeah, but
no, I get it. Well, I'll just say this, because I always tell my Baltimore buddies, I'm like, you guys are so spoiled. You guys have something like 16 franchise playoff wins and 2 Super Bowls, and you guys have only been around since '95.
Right.
Right. Whereas last time.
Well, they were also without football for
won.
a few years too, but yeah.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, and it's a great fan base out here, but it's just like, and that's why it sort of is similar in a way to the Ravens. They have that mindset. They've had that mindset, next man up for forever. And what's consistent with them is their defense, their power running game.
Yeah. Well, you got to have the personnel, but you could say a lot of words, and a lot of teams say a lot of words. You have to be able to execute it, and the Lions have executed everything that they said they would.
3 years ago, when we were talking about who the next head coach and who the next GM should be and what they should do, and we thought, well, you hire a GM before you hire the coach, and if you're going to hire a GM, where do you look to? And we both said, look at Baltimore.
I think it's Joe Ortiz is their director of college scouting, and I'm like, go get him.
Yeah, we were all about looking at a Baltimore example, a
you weren't
Pittsburgh
get Eric
example,
DeCosta.
right, or a Seattle example. Those were the 3 franchises really looked at because they've just done it for such a long time, and it seemed like they do it the right way.
We didn't get the organization. We got the criteria of what we wanted in a GM right, but we got the wrong organization.
Well, boy, did Sheila get it right.
Oh.
Nice call.
Brad Holmes is a draft ninja. 248-539-9797. Steve, you're next. Hi, Steve.
Hi. Is this me?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
First of all, I have a really good thing, but I heard one of you say that you were born in 58. Who was that?
Neither one of us.
Neither one of us.
Oh, maybe you are 58. I don't know. I was born in 58.
Not that either.
I was born in August, exactly 9 months after the guy's last championship. Yeah, I've suffered since my inception.
Okay, well.
Anyhow, I think grit comes from Dan Campbell. When we had the 3rd and 8 at the 2-minute warning, the old Lions would have chose a safer play. And I knew in my heart he was going to call the play we needed. His grit, we've been having to get a new culture as a fan. When we had the 3 2-point plays in Dallas and all the other 4th down plays, it was his determination to call the play that it took to win, not to turn the ball over into Matthew Stafford's hand with 2 minutes. Grit comes from his determination to make the call that's necessary.
Well, the only thing I take issue with, Steve, it was a 2nd down and 8 and not a 3rd down and 8 when they made the, but that was a tough decision, but they made the aggressive one.
Well, how about this? Stafford played the entire second half with a chance to take the lead.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
No.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. Which I mean, the way the game started, right? You get into this mode and you go, all right, maybe this is the day where you blow them out. Like, this game isn't in doubt. It feels like it had the makings of being that.
The offense was unstoppable.
And then you realize that what you just said, Stafford had the ball the entire second half with a chance to take the lead and never did, meaning the defense stepped up and protected the lead. They got to make this lead stand.
Yeah.
They made the lead stand.
It's, you think about that. This was a team that going into last week, going into the game, we took call after call. There were several calls where people would say, nervous about if Stafford has the ball in his hands. I don't want to see that happen. And with the last couple minutes of the game, people worried that he was going to lead into victory. Well, yeah, forget the last drive. The whole second half, 30 minutes to get it done, and he didn't because the defense did their job. Well, let's go out there and get it done again this week and think about an NFC Championship game. We can do that on Monday. That'd be awesome.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We got some Lions tickets to give away today at 141, but you're going to want to stick with us between now and then. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today like Holmes in Baltimore did. And we love taking calls from outside our area and love that people listen to our show on the Odyssey app. You're going to wish you had it someday, so you may as well get it now. AUDACY, and then you're going to be out of town during that big game, that big moment. You're going to hear the post game, and bam, there it is, right at your fingertips. Also, stream to our website, 971theticket.com, and stream with video, where people are making fun of my hat. You can check it out. It's cold in here. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971theticket. Also go to youtube.com and search up 971theticket.
Not make fun of Kang's hat.
Nope, Kang's hat getting a lot of love today through the video streamer. So check it out.
I'm not wearing
it. Twitch.tv, search up 971theticket. And again, youtube.com, 971theticket. Coming up, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:30? Lions talking between now and then. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. I said earlier, our hockey game has been canceled. It's going in the books as a 1-1 tie.
That's right.
Because it was scheduled for 5:20 on Sunday and will conflict with the Lions game.
That's right.
Apparently both teams have agreed they don't want to play the game. Usually if you don't show up, you get a $100 fine. But I guess if both teams agree that we're not playing, then we don't get the fine. It's just a 1-1 tie.
Even if there is a fine, you just pass the hat around, right?
Yeah, we would pay it. Trainer has claimed credit for the goal from our team. He wants credit for the goal.
Oh, okay.
The 1-1 tie. Since he called it, I guess he gets it.
Limmer get credit for the other team?
Who's that?
Limmer?
Yeah, sure. I just want to be considered an even.
Plus minus?
Yeah.
Good for you. Way to go. Nice job, Doug.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your open line calls. Don't forget line ticket giveaway today at 1:41 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. So make sure you're listening. And it's usually something said on the show. It's actually every time it's something said on the show is the answer to the quiz question. The trick is being the first caller with the correct answer. And if you are, you get the Lions tickets courtesy of Miller Lite Buffalo Wild Wings. And by the way, you'll be in the Miller Lite tap room for that playoff game against Tampa on Sunday when you have to skip your hockey game. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Dearborn on Michigan Avenue tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Riga from 6 to 10 for another chance to win. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys, this is a point I'm just dying to get out here. So I've been listening on the radio and even in real life in conversation to people having anxiety for weeks over the passing offense we're going to face, right? Minnesota, the Cowboys, the Rams, now the Bucs. These receivers are going to be a problem. They're going to be, I don't know what we're going to do, right? Has anyone stopped to think that they're the ones who should be afraid because our passing offense is better than all of them, any one of them, right? And on top of that, we can run the ball too. But in every statistical category, we throw the ball better than the Bucs do, or the Rams do, or the Cowboys, any one of them, right?
Yeah, the only team that's done it better statistically, I guess, is Kansas City.
So why is everyone so scared of receivers when they
you're looking at the defensive side. That's why. I mean, we know what our offense can do. They can score points, but what does the defense do? The defense is bend but don't break against these high-powered, passing offenses, which has been great. They don't give up any more than 23 points a game and they know that the offense can score more than that. So I don't care that Justin Jefferson goes off for 200 yards receiving or CeeDee Lamb has a 98-yard touchdown reception or whatever the hell it was. I don't care because in the end, what matters is the score, and the Lions come out on top.
I think that it's kind of human nature that some people are just glass half empty too. They just can't they look at the other side and they say I'm scared. I don't like the matchup, right? Where they're not even looking at the truth, which is we're
Sean,
better than they are.
But let me ask you this: if you have a concern about the defense, what's the concern about the defense?
Did they give up a lot of pass yards?
Okay, there it is.
Yep. And so look, Sean, I will say this: you're 100% correct. Others should be scared. If we were doing a show in Tampa, we'd be talking about how the hell do you slow down Detroit's offense.
Right.
So you're 100% correct. I don't think there's an overabundance of people who are, quote unquote, scared or afraid. But if you think about where the Lions' perceived weakness is, it's in pass defense. And it's getting better. It's got a lot better as this season has gone on. And quite frankly, it was better when it mattered most this past Sunday. So, but if you're going to look at a perceived defense, their run defense is or perceived weakness, their run defense is really good. Their pass defense isn't. They can run the ball, they can throw the ball, and they're good on special teams. Their kicker answered a huge question, which is ironically and strangely, maybe the biggest, I think it probably is the biggest field goal in my lifetime for the Detroit Lions. And so if you're going to be scared of anything, it's probably everybody's pass offense.
I hear you completely. And if you're going to stack up all our units and say, where are we the weakest? I got that, right? But all I'm saying is argue the other side too. Our passing offense is far better than any of these opponents. And they should be really scared of it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm adjusting for a reason.
Yeah, I think it's the offense in general. I mean, of course, the passing, they've got the second most passing yards in football this year, and that's something to be feared. But to me, it's It's the combination. It's being able to run the ball too. It's not one guy you got to focus on. It's just the running game in general. You've got Montgomery who gets the tough yards. You got Gibbs who's getting some tough yards, but uses a lot of his speed to get to the outside. It's something to be reckoned with. But what really is to be reckoned with the Buccaneers taking on the Lions is they threw everything at Jared Goff last time around, and they weren't able to stop him. All right, they may have stopped the running game. The Lions didn't have their full complement of running backs in the game. Montgomery got hurt early. Gibbs didn't even play. And Goff throws for 350 and didn't throw an interception and was flawless when it came to dealing with the blitz. Okay, hey, they're coming after me. I'm going to complete the pass over here. He had an answer for everything they threw at him. And if the rush came in and got home, he got sacked 3 times, he didn't turn the ball over. It's okay. Get up. Now it's second and long. Let's get after it. Let's chop at that and get it to something reasonable, a third and short, and we'll continue to move the ball down the field.
Yeah, but both teams are different now, though. Both teams are better than what they were then. Baker Mayfield, if he was on that day, maybe they give it's a closer score at the least, and maybe the Bucs actually win the game. I think it's just like who that caller is talking to. We've taken calls and feedback all week. I don't think anyone's really fearful of the Bucs, but there's things you have to be concerned about. This isn't a math equation where you just put out a formula and the same answer comes out every time. This is sports. The Bucs can beat the Lions, just like the Packers went into Dallas, where they were undefeated and a juggernaut at home and lost to the Packers, right? Mm-hmm. So when you look at the game plan, you look at, all right, not what you're fearful of the Bucs, but where do you have to be concerned? What do you have to stop? You got really good receivers over there. So, and we just talked about it. The Lions pass defense, they can be scored upon. It just happened last Sunday. Big plays, Puka, right? With a Tutu Atwell. The difference is Matthew Stafford's a really good quarterback in this league. Don't let Baker Mayfield be a really good quarterback come Sunday. Pressure him. Make him be the Baker Mayfield that Gator did not respect whatsoever earlier in the year. You do that, I think you'll be all right.
That's why I like the possibility Houston's going to play in this one. Get some more pressure there.
It's so funny. I think back to that week leading up to that game. You hated Baker Mayfield.
Oh, dude, it was complete disrespect.
That week,
What?
you were
say?
over the top.
What'd I say?
It's nothing wrong with saying I don't think this guy's particularly good.
I didn't.
That was hilarious.
But you went over the top.
What? At that time, he was
trashing Baker Mayfield.
Well, trash was a good word. At that time, he wasn't a good quarterback. And it was showed up in the game. He had the plays to make, and he couldn't make the plays.
Don't let him be able. Don't give him that opportunity, though.
Since then, he's improved dramatically, and I've given him his props. I think he's played at an MVP level in the second half of the season. He's turned things around.
It was so damn funny.
Well,
as that week went on, I'm like, okay, Gator.
I mentioned Houston could be back for this one, and he didn't play in the first one. Here's who else didn't play in the first one: C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Nope.
Ife Melifonwu. He didn't play either. These are big additions to this team that weren't around the first time around. Jahmyr Gibbs didn't play the first time around, and we mentioned that Montgomery was out after a few plays in that one. The Lions, and the Lions will have the full complement of the offensive line, knock on wood, that nobody goes down with injury in the next couple days. So there are big changes to the Lions, as I assume there's some big changes to Tampa Bay as well. Number one change is that Tampa Bay is playing much better football.
248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls. Also coming up at 12:30, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We got Lions ticket giveaway at 141. Stick with us. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Lions taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Sunday at Ford Field. And we're leaning into it as we should, as we've never been able to do. Second playoff game. How great is this? Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. 248-539-9797.
If only there was a way to go to the game.
Well, hopefully people can go to the game. It's an expensive ticket. Very expensive ticket.
How could you get one for free?
You can listen to our station and answer the Karsch and Anderson quiz question.
Get a pair of tickets.
Be the first one.
Do you guys know the average?
Very clever. I didn't realize what you were doing there.
I was picking it up, Gator.
I was like, is Gator rubbing in the fact that we have credentials? Like, what are you
I
doing?
know, right?
What are you doing? Good God.
Do you guys know the average ticket price to get in?
It's absurd. Isn't this
so
like
it's the most expensive divisional ticket ever in the history of NFL.
Is this a standing room ticket or an actual seat?
Just average ticket to get in.
Average ticket is got to be, what, $800? Something like that?
Is it
higher?
Oh, my God. Is it 1,000?
Higher.
Oh, my God. 1,200?
Lower.
Wow. So like $1,100 to get to the average ticket price.
The average ticket price is $11.86 to get in.
Wow.
That's average.
Man. Well, so it's obviously it's the highest ever. It's the highest this weekend. And we, look what I did there. Deductive reasoning. But we shouldn't be surprised. This is the hungriest fan base in the NFL. And maybe the loudest. We got a record to break this weekend, people. The challenge has been issued. Jared Goff issued it. The numbers have come out. It was last Sunday was the fourth highest, loudest crowd on record. We can top that.
Did you guys hear the St. Brown podcast clip that Falar played in the noon update?
I did not.
So they were talking about the crowd level, and St. Brown, Amon-Ra's brother, said he doesn't think it will be as loud because the whole first playoff game, the Stafford factor, all that made it as loud as it did. But Amon-Ra St. Brown was saying, well, but this is like the bigger game now. You know, this is the next game, so it's got to be louder. I mean, how do you feel the emotions played into the fact how loud it was the last game and how it can, it's going to be loud, but is it going to be that loud?
Here's the thing. We are not afraid of a challenge. In fact, we embrace challenges. I think this fan base is absolutely going to go out of its way to try and break the record.
Well, I hope so. I hope that's the case. But we remember when we got to the World Series with the Tigers, I think the second time around, we were taking calls from people that were like, you know what? The crowd that was there was like the fur coat crowd and the people that could afford the tickets, and you're not getting those diehard fans that are really the ones that are going to yell and let loose. Are we getting to that point at Ford Field? I hope not. I hope the ones that can afford the tickets are going nuts. And you can. There's nothing that says you can't, right? Just because you have the financial wherewithal to get the tickets.
Just because you wear a fur coat doesn't mean you can't be loud.
That's right. Let loose, people.
Fur coat crowd is loud too.
Yeah, you still got to wear your jersey.
That's a tough sentence.
It is. I know it's tough.
I struggled there.
Remember how I said several weeks ago, I think it was early December, I mentioned something about the Red Wing crowd and how everyone's got a Red Wing jersey?
Yep.
Lions crowd, everyone wears blue of some kind, right?
Yep.
And it's the majority of those people have jerseys. If not, everyone's got Lions gear. That might be the highest percentage, a higher percentage.
Well, it's going to be an incredible atmosphere this weekend. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Court. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Court?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Great. Thank you.
Excellent. So, getting back to that grit thing, to me, it's the perseverance. It's the next man up, making plays like it's been talked about, and to me it's also about how these guys that are doing this are essentially for the rest of the country no-name guys that have been laying the lick on everybody and I'm old enough to remember this backpedal. The way the things are falling into place, we get a second home playoff game without being the number 2 seed. So the way these things are falling into place, and this goes to the being old enough to remember this kind of thing, and I'm going to knock on wood. Everybody knock on wood. And Gator, I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say the feeling is similar to the old, Olympic hockey team that ended up beating the Russians. It's just got that vibe to me, and
I don't know. I guess I look at this and I don't think it's anywhere near the against the odds type thing that the U.S. Olympic hockey team had in 1980. I think this is a good Lions team. Everybody knows it. I think back then that that Olympic team was embarrassed before they got to the tournament, and nobody gave them any chance. I think Lions have a decent shot. I think they're 16-1 odds to win the Super Bowl at this point.
Something like that. I thought it was a little. I thought I saw 18 to.
Maybe it's 18-1.
19-2.
Perhaps the odds favor the Lions here in comparative terms to that, but when you take into account, the decades of just dismalness here in this town, maybe that's what I'm thinking of in terms of.
Well, here's what I'll agree on a comparison with the two teams. I'll agree with this, and it's based on the film Miracle. It's the speech that Herb Brooks gives the team, right? And challenging his players. And who was the player that was hurt? And he's like, "Oh, I guess you don't want to play. You don't have to play." And the kid who was hurt did everything he could to get back on the ice and played because he was motivated to do so. And it showed grit back then, right?
So the speech was not today. Wasn't that the theme of the speech? 99 times out of 100, play these guys, they'll beat you. Not today. They're faster than you, they're bigger than you, they're stronger. Not today. Wasn't that the whole?
That was part of it.
And then once the game started, he kept saying, play your game, which I actually think Herb Brooks actually said. That's a movie I saw.
It's a good movie.
It is a good movie. It is a good movie. And that was not a fur coat crowd.
That was not in 1980. Yeah. Those that were at the game in Lake Placid, probably not.
248-539-9797. Got an email here, and you tell me if this is possible. Sunday, is it possible to have a trap game in the playoffs? I'm not too worried because of that grit this team has. Just asking because a lot of people are very chesty right now.
I think fans might have a trap moment, but it's up to the team. And I don't think so. I think Dan Campbell has this team laser focused. I think Jared Goff will have this team laser focused. Mm-hmm. They're leaning on people that have the experience and who have been there and done that. Goff is one of those. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's another one. Dan Campbell is one that has been there and done that. They've got those guys there.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep hammering it home. Everything is not one thing they're going to do in practice has to do with Green Bay or San Francisco. It's got everything to do with facing the Bucs.
Yeah.
And taking care of
business.
That
I'm sure of. There's no way in hell they're going to be preparing for anybody other than Tampa. And Campbell didn't sound like he was having to press real hard to sell how tough this matchup is going to be. I just wonder if it's human nature seeps in the worst way. I don't think it will, but it's an interesting question. I'm uncomfortable with my chestiness. I'm uncomfortable with how confident I am going into this game.
But you said it, Doug. You're allowed to be.
You're
not a player.
Damage,
you're not putting on the uniform. You might put on a helmet just because you like helmets, but that's about it.
That's true.
Yeah,
good point.
But by the way, Doug signed a helmet last Friday.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Was it a bike helmet?
No, it was a work helmet.
Like a construction
worker. Yeah.
Safety first.
Had me sign the helmet.
Nice.
That was fantastic.
It felt very natural.
But if they follow Dan Campbell's lead, they're not gonna look past the Bucs. The only issue they're humans. They're at this isn't, like I said, it's not math formula. The Bucs have a very real chance to win this game. If they lose, it's gonna be because they got out executed. I don't think it's because of effort or they're not, their head's not on straight. I think it's the better team will win and out execute them. But it's not gonna be like if you watch that Eagles game versus the Buccaneers, the Eagles look almost like they didn't want to play in the second half. They just didn't know what dysfunction you mentioned earlier, Doug. There's no dysfunction here with the Lions. You still got to, suit up. And Campbell said on this station right off the bat, he's ready. He's fired up. He's like, that's a good Bucs team. I don't think he'll let the players look past them at all.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave next here on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
Great, thank you.
Just wanted to get your guys' thoughts.
I've been following the Lions for over 50 years. Yeah, I've been a bit of a doubter, and I think I have good cause and good reason to be a doubter. And I was just wanting to get your thoughts on the statement that Dan Campbell made about, he said, to those fans who have kept the faith, you deserve this. To the doubters, stay off our train. It's too late for you. That just really kind of irritated me because, yeah, I've been rooting for him, but yeah, I have my doubts. You haven't done diddly squat in 50 years, so I've got some doubts. Yeah.
Where did you see this quote? I have not heard that.
Yeah, my son sent me a picture of it. It is from Woodward Sports. Dan Campbell. I was surprised too, and I was shocked. It was like, really, dude? You've been a coach in here for 2 years. You've won one playoff game, and you're telling us to stay off your train?
Apparently, Kang said he said it's an Albert Breer quote, and where's I'm gonna have to see it. I'm gonna have to see it, and I'm gonna have to see the context.
It says, "I'm just so proud of the coaching staff and these players for rewarding Detroit with a home playoff game. Our fans took it to another level today, and it helped us win. To those fans who have kept the faith, you deserve this. To the doubters, stay off our train. It's too late for you." I think he kind of laughed at that, though, was the context about it. If I remember seeing that, and I thought I saw that in video form.
So how does this impact you, Dave?
Well, I'll tell you, it really kind of discouraged me. It's like, maybe I'll root for the Bucks this weekend. I mean, I don't know. You won one playoff game, and you're acting like you're all that. Sorry, it doesn't work that way as far as I'm concerned with you. And I just think he probably really ticked off a lot of Lions fans. If they
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued that you brought this up. I'm intrigued if they ticked off a bunch of Lions fans or he just ticked off you. You might be right.
Maybe
you might be being,
so.
because my first thought, Dave, is you're being hypersensitive. Who cares what he said? but maybe there's others that back you up. This is an interesting thing, and we'll see if others agree with you. I'm going to tell you, my guess is the fans that have stuck with him are probably screaming at their radios telling you, yeah, don't get on. Especially if you're going to go so far as to say, maybe I'll root for the Bucks.
Yeah, that's
fans
not going to help your cause.
Most of the fan mentality right now,
they got a message for you,
is probably hating on your message. But maybe it ticked off others. Got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. I don't know. I mean, we can take calls on it. The feedback is not pro caller.
No?
No. I think he's taking that. I think he's taking that. I think he's just taking it too literally and maybe being a little too sensitive. Personally, I mean, look, I don't like to try. We've made it clear a long time ago. We don't like to tell fans how to feel. You're a paying customer. Fan stands for fanatic. We're allowed to go irrational as sports fans, and many people do, and it's quite all right. That call has not been received very well.
No.
Now, I think he might not be alone, but we'll get to that coming up. Kang, you're seeing all the feedback. What is the ratio of support to people that are basically saying go ahead and root for the Bucs?
They're coming in quick. I have not seen one that said, "Oh no, please, Dave, stay." Okay, in fact, it's been quite the opposite.
Yeah, well,
not that he was threatening to leave because he could leave if he wants to, but they're basically saying if you don't want to root for the Lions, don't.
Yeah.
Well, I think with Dan Campbell's open comment there, I feel like it's almost, if you didn't believe in us, apologize, admit you were wrong, and let's move forward. That's like the next part of it that should be there. And
I'm going to guess too. I'm going to guess he's not talking about Lions fans. I'm going to guess he's talking about all the people on the ESPN desk when the entire desk of the pregame show picked the Rams.
Could be.
I think he's probably a little bit more headed that direction. I think that's who he's probably talking to.
Or the people that still hang on to the SOL, that crowd.
Yeah.
The people that keep changing the goalposts, moving them further and further
Well,
back.
that happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We will get to some phone calls coming up. First, it's time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, I'm thinking you're going to like a lot of this. Start with Taco Bell.
Yep. Had some Taco Bell the other day.
Do I need to continue?
You do, but yep.
All right. They've announced that there is a cereal version coming out of their world-famous Cinnamon Twists.
Oh.
It's a limited edition cereal. It contains the same flavors of the fan-favorite crispy, puffy twist sprinkled with cinnamon and sugar. And you'll only be able to get it via Uber Eats in select cities between January 16th and January 22nd. Gator, Taco Bell's Cinnamon Twist cereal only available through Uber Eats. Are you going to eat that?
I mean, I would try it, but I don't have Uber Eats. It's not something I'm going to download just to get it.
The problem with Uber Eats is it's uber expensive.
Yeah. That they jack it up. So, if somebody brought some, would I try it? Absolutely.
But you're not going to go out of your way to get
No, I'm not
this.
going to go out of my way.
Kang, what about you? Would you order the Taco Bell Cinnamon Twist cereal through Uber Eats?
You know what? I love Taco Bell, okay? The one thing that kind of is underwhelming for me has been the cinnamon twist. I think it depends on where you go, maybe the oil they're using. So I would try the cereal, but I don't have extremely high hopes for it.
Okay. So it sounds like two shade
Yeah.
towards no.
I mean, I'm not going to get the app.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
Oh,
I
have
don't
the
like
app, though,
super
so.
sugary stuff in the morning. It just
Well, no, you're not getting it, though.
Yeah,
I don't want dessert
Thanks,
for
Doug.
breakfast.
I can order on my app for you, Gator.
That's too much money, man. You don't have to do that.
Well, you don't even know how much it costs, but it probably costs a lot.
$18.
All right, next up, Point Casino in Kingston, Washington. I know you don't. I think sometimes you think that's too much. They've come out with a burger
Yeah, here we go.
called the Big Country Burger.
All right, Big Country. I'm gonna count down the items as you list them off. Go ahead.
It's a half pound of Angus blend burger topped with cheddar cheese,
1,
lettuce,
2,
tomato,
3,
crisp onion straws,
4,
Canadian bacon,
5,
brown sugar bourbon bacon,
6,
an over easy egg
7.
on a house garlic brioche bun.
So 7 items on top of the half-pound burger. First of all, I think a half-pound burger is too big to begin with. When they get cooked, they're just too big. If they were flattened out more like a smash burger, if you had a bigger bun to accommodate it when you smash it down, I'm down with it. But that's not how people make it when they go with the half-pound burgers. All that stuff is it's just too much, all this. I like it when I love onions on a burger. I don't want the crispy onions. Just give me my raw white onion. If it's raw red onion, that's okay, but I prefer white onion when it's on my burger. I don't need to have two different kinds of bacon. In fact, I don't need any bacon on my burger. And then you throw in the egg. I'm not into the whole egg craze on burgers either. I mean, it's fine, but it gets messy like that. I love eggs. I love bacon for breakfast, not on my burger.
So you're out. Kang, would you eat this?
I'm in. I thought it was going to be way worse. Me and Gator are usually on the same wavelength with just too much where it's not even a sandwich anymore. You can't, no one can unlock their jaw like an anaconda and eat one of these things. No, but I thought, I like bacon on my burger. I like eggs. This is doable. The half pound might be a bit much. You could use a quarter pound patty on this. That might be the money, right, Gator?
Yeah, because if you smash down a quarter pound patty and increase the surface area there, okay. Maybe it's more doable.
But I'd give it a shot, Doug. Doug, you're in, of course.
I'm out. Next up, Miller Lite is launching a limited run on beer mints for dry January. Hoping to appeal to beer drinkers who miss the taste but want to skip the booze, the mints will initially taste like spearmint, but after being chewed, they will leave the lingering taste of Miller Lite. Gator, the Miller Lite beer mints. Are you in or out?
I'm out. What, I want to smell like I'm liquored up? What are we doing?
Is this the opposite of putting a mint in when you get pulled over? Like a regular mint?
Officer, I'm sorry. This is a Miller Lite mint. Yeah. I haven't been drinking. Yeah, all right. Get out of the car.
Do you want to give me a breathalyzer? Because smell my breath,
no,
man.
First we're going to start with all the other rigmarole, and we'll get to the breathalyzer. You just wait.
Yeah, Miller Lite's my favorite long haul beer. But I'm passing on this.
Look, I enjoy beer, but I've never once said, I want that beer taste throughout the day. If only there was like a gum or a mint that was beer flavored.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great. No, this sounds like a horrible idea.
Kang, you out?
Yeah, I'm out. I don't even like regular mints.
Metro Times is reporting that the Eastern Market Brewing Company here in Detroit is going to double what they used to make, the Punchki-inspired beer. It's so popular, they're releasing 2 new flavors ahead of Punchki Day. Cherry and lemon. The beers come in 4 packs of 16-ounce cans for $18. A cherry pastry-inspired blonde ale and a lemon pastry-inspired blonde ale. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I would.
Drink that?
I would absolutely try that. Look, at first thought you're thinking about a Punchki and beer. Well, that's going to be a chunky beer. No, it's all filtered out. You're just talking the liquid form of that. So I think it sounds great. I like different flavored fruity beers occasionally. It's not like you sit there and you have a half dozen of them, but to try one, have a pint of it, I'd absolutely try it. And both flavors sound good to me.
I'd probably try it too. And since it is dry January, every beer sounds good at this point. Kang, what about you?
Dry January. Okay, Doug. Yep. Anyways,
there was a minor slip up in Houston. I'm pushing it a little bit deeper into February this year.
Yeah. We'll see how far the Lions go. Yeah. Anyways, I'm in on this. Absolutely.
All right. And finally, Kraft Cheese has come out with Kraft singles in flavors.
Okay. What kind of flavors?
Jalapeno.
Okay.
Garlic and herb.
All right.
And caramelized onion.
Okay. I can live with this because putting it on, like, melting it on a burger sounds like that's a good way to infuse some extra flavor in it, and rather than just the cheese.
Yep.
Or putting it with eggs or something like that. I can get down with this. Okay. I love the regular just Kraft American slice of cheese. I'm a big fan of that.
I got to tell you, this is one of those deals that to me, it sounds good, but then when you actually eat it, it never is. I've tried stuff like this, like the flavored and the spicy, and I just want regular cheese when I want my cheese.
I remember you could get, back in the day, you can get Kraft. I don't know if you can still do it this way, but there were like 2 different ways to get the Kraft slices. You had the individually wrapped ones, which tasted completely artificial, but still fantastic. And then you had the ones that just came in a package, and you had to like separate them, but they seemed like they were thicker cut, and it felt more authentic to cheese.
Like deli cut.
Yeah, kind of. If I'm hoping that that you can get them in that fashion as opposed to just individually wrapped.
You just gave me 2 things that are completely in conflict with one another. Completely synthetic, but still fantastic. I'm like, something synthetic. How can it possibly?
Dude, American cheese basically is fake.
It's American cheese is
come
fake
on.
cheese. And when you make like a grilled cheese, there's no better cheese to use than American cheese.
True.
All right, so Kang, you in with the flavored Kraft slices?
Yeah, I definitely give it a try. I love cheese, man. I
Cheese is
love
great.
cheese.
There it is. Another edition
Okay.
of I'm out. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We'll get to your phone calls next. A lot of people want to talk about Caller Day.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Hey, when it comes to the NFL playoffs, you've got one game to win, one at a time. But when you bet the NFL playoffs on FanDuel, well, one game can mean a lot of wins because FanDuel's America's #1 sportsbook, and it has all your favorite bets like money line and the spread, plus all kinds of prop bets. Check out the prop bets. And right now, every day, there's an NFL playoff game. FanDuel is giving all customers a no-sweat same-game parlay. So if you're already a customer, you can get a no-sweat same-game parlay on FanDuel. That means when you combine all your bets for a chance at a bigger payday, you'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. If you don't already have an account, FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL, must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so there was a Dan Campbell quote saying, hey, those fans have been with us. It's awesome. Those that aren't don't get on the train. If you don't believe in us, don't get on the train. And we had a caller call and say it bothered him. We had a caller call and say, look, this organization hasn't done anything. Who is he to tell me? Shouldn't say who. That's not exactly what he said. He was not happy.
How dare him forbid me to root for the team? Is that what he said?
He said he might root for the Bucks.
Well,
It's not been received real well by the bulk of our listening audience. And I mean, part of me is like, I kind of get, you don't want to hear that, but the bottom line is the way most fans are wired, there is a badge of honor that comes with sticking with your team through thick and thin. And I remember feeling that way. And you get into this business and part of the fan part of you has to kind of go away. But yeah, the fans take great pride in having stuck with them through thick and thin. And I think it tightens the bond in times like this because you feel like, hey, I've earned this. And so the people that have checked out that want to jump in, the fans' mentality, many fans' mentality is you didn't earn it. Oh, sure. Now that things are good, here you are. Where were you when things were tough? And this is sports. This is fandom. This isn't real life. It's not life or death here. But when it comes to fandom, this is sometimes the currency we operate with. Who's the bigger fan? Who's been more loyal?
True.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Mike. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey. Yeah, that guy really upset me. I'm team Motor City Dan Campbell here. He is absolutely correct, and that fan is exactly who he's talking to. This guy doesn't want to get on the train and is looking for an excuse to root against the Lions. He took that little bit of comment as reason enough to root against the Lions this weekend. Like, you're right. Don't get on the train. He's talking to you. You are being called out, buddy. Have fun. Root for the Bucks. We'll see you in the Super Bowl.
So nothing he said made any sense to you?
No. I mean, it makes sense if you are the kind of pretentious fan that now, like, I've just always thought they were bad. No, we get made fun of. Real fans get made fun of when they say they're Lions fans in other cities, right? We've stuck through. We've rooted, like the Super Bowl is our draft day. We've been here calling in about, what quarterback we want and all of this other stuff for years, how to rebuild this team for years. And now we're finally like getting some, results out of it. And this guy's like, oh, that's not enough. Okay, that's not enough. I'm sorry for you.
Thanks, Mike. 248-539-9797. Ken, you're next. What's up, Ken?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right, Ken.
The last caller just hit the nail on the head with this, right? Like, we all know that fan. We all know what they're thinking. They spent the last 10 years, last 20 years, last 30 years, the Lions are never going to win anything. The Lions suck. You'd be watching Thanksgiving games with them, and you're getting the same thing from them. And now all of a sudden, Lions win a playoff game, and they're on Facebook talking about how they've waited their whole life to see this. And listen, you don't gatekeep fan bases. You don't keep people from being fans. I don't agree with stuff like that. But, like, just be honest. Like, you're not a real fan. Like, you haven't been following this team. You probably, anytime something good did happen, like beating Kansas City or, winning a Thanksgiving game, you probably got the reaction of, they haven't won a playoff game since. Like, come on. We're the ones sitting here. We're watching the games every week. We can be critical of the team. We can say, we don't agree with this. We don't agree with that. We don't like what we're seeing. But just sitting there with no real analysis year after year, and then all of a sudden you're a fan and you're taking effect. Like, come on. We know you're not a real fan. You're rooting for Tampa now after one comment. Let's be real.
I thought that's where he kind of crossed the line. I mean, honestly, if your fandom is so fickle that a coach's comment will make you consider rooting for the other team, I
may not have been a fan to begin with.
I don't think you're much of a fan of a team.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine that.
You know what? I think maybe you could really tell is if the Lions were to lose, how that guy would react on Monday. You know, like if he's like, "Well, I knew it," but then you weren't. I guess you were never really on board.
It's
anyways,
it's
Didn't deserve to win anyway.
Yeah.
It's a very safe place to be. You're never wrong. You're never hurt. You're never truly vested either. But it's a safe place to be. I mean, look, I don't mind if you're a bandwagon fan that is always wearing the hat of the team that just won. You know, you're always a fan of the team that just won. You know, if the Ravens win, you become a Ravens fan, and then the Braves win, and you're a Braves fan. Whatever the case may be, if you're always a fan of that team, it's a very safe place to be. But don't make fun of others.
It's not easy to be a Padres fan, Doug.
No, it's not easy. I've a long-suffering Padre fan here in the Midwest. But think about it, right? You're never hurt. You're always on top.
Yep.
But don't make fun of others that stick with their team. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob here next on 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how's it going today?
We're doing great.
That's good. I had one to ask you guys a question, kind of off topic, but still with the Lions. Well, pretty much, you know, I'm a Lions Slappy, so I'm rocking with Dan Campbell all day. But what I want to know is I feel like that we can beat anybody, you know, but out of the remaining playoff teams, well, out of the remaining 8, where would you guys rank the Lions? And if we are in the top 5, where would you put us at?
Well, if I'm just looking at the NFC, I think the Lions are probably right now. I think you'd have to say they're behind San Francisco.
I agree.
And I'm not sleeping on Tampa Bay, and I'm not sleeping on Green Bay. But I think, you know, all things, if I'm looking at it as objectively as possible, I think the Lions are number 2 behind San Fran in the NFC. And the AFC, you know, I think there's Baltimore, who's proven they beat the Lions. Lions beat Kansas City. I think that they might be third best.
I'd rank the Lions third behind the 2-1 seeds.
Okay.
I think they're better than everybody else. Now, it doesn't mean they can't lose to somebody else, and it doesn't mean they can't beat the 2 teams I think are ahead of them. I just think I'm going third to answer your question.
Right. That's how I feel. I feel the same way. And to mention, like, you know, I was listening when you was talking about the injury report. I kind of feel like we're like one of the healthiest teams, and I really hope that we can get James Houston back.
Yeah, I think they've had their share of good fortune when it comes to injuries. It's not like they've been injury free.
Oh, they have not.
Mm-hmm. But
not even close.
They haven't had crippling, devastating, lose an entire position group kind of injuries. And maybe the best thing is they're getting guys back. They lost a lot of defensive backs.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Is it, okay, maybe not to the, you know, all the corners are hit at the same time, but to play 15 of the 18 games basically without C.J. Gardner-Johnson or Emmanuel Mosley, and those were 2 of your offseason signings to bolster the defensive backfield, and those guys haven't played the whole season basically. That's a lot to deal with. But every team deals with injuries, and those were 2 big ones for the Lions to deal with. And you throw in that James Houston hasn't played since like week 2, and that's a guy that was such a dominant pass rusher when he played last season. They've lost a lot. They have lost a lot. The offensive line has only been healthy for what, 8 games now?
I don't know what the total is.
It's less than half a season when you look at it. So
they're healthy at the right time. They are healthy at the right time.
Knocking on wood here. Because they had some things that could have been bad, like Laporta. But Laporta didn't miss time. Khalif Raymond looks like he might be able to come back. That'd be great for him in the return game if he's healthy. Awesome. But they have definitely had to deal with it. They got guys fighting through it. Anzalone's fighting through a shoulder.
Now, let me make sure this isn't misinterpreted. They've clearly had their share of injuries. I think they are healthy at the right time, and I'm feeling pretty good about their injury report these days. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. The quote in question, we will read it coming out of the break. 97.1 The Ticket.
Last week, while preparing for Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, Lions safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson likened the Rams' receiving corps to the Bucs as one of the best Detroit has faced. If you give that Tampa group a good quarterback, that's a great group, C.D. Deuce said. Although that was well before Detroit and Tampa knew they'd be facing each other in the divisional round, Baker Mayfield was listening. The Lions stymied Mayfield and Tampa's offense in their 20-6 win there in Week 6, holding him to 19 of 37 passing for 206 yards, no touchdowns, an interception, and 1 sack. Mayfield is having his best season arguably as a pro, though, throwing for 4,000-plus yards on 64.3% completions and 28 touchdowns, all career bests. Both in-state Big Ten basketball teams are on the court tonight. Michigan State hosting Minnesota, looking to build on a blowout win over Rutgers at Breslin on Sunday, and Michigan, fresh off of snapping a 5-game skid with that MLK Day win over Ohio State, hosting number 14 Illinois. Wolverines 0-6 versus the Illini under Juwan Howard, looking to snap that skid tonight as well. You can hear U of M in Illinois on WWJ. Coverage starts there at 8 p.m. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so look, the fan was kind of irked. Called the show. Didn't like this quote from Dan Campbell in the Monday Morning Quarterback column with Albert Breer. To those fans who kept the faith, you deserve this. To those stay off our train, it's too late for you. Well, this guy was a doubter, and this guy was basically a guy who said, look, what has this organization ever done? Maybe I'll root for the Bucs. When he said that, I think he lost everybody, honestly. I think he lost everybody. I think people heard, I think fans, I'm just paying attention to the feedback that's come in. The number one response to that was, then go root for the Bucs. You know, you won't be missed. 248-539-9797. However, we are not in the business of telling fans how to feel.
No.
He can feel how he wants, but you have to
feel
understand
the wrath of everybody else.
I know. I was about to say, you have to understand that we talk to fans all day, every day. We have a good sense for how fans are wired. And I'm like, this is not going to sit well. This is not going to sit well at all. My man's about to take a beating. Here's some feedback. Yeah, it's like your first day in the Army and the drill sergeant says, anybody who isn't committed to this can run home to mommy. That dude would run home to mommy. Yeah. Well, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Nick. You're next on Nice. I want to take it. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's going on?
Good. That's funny. You hurt my feelings. Hey, Dan Campbell's absolutely 100% right. You know, my brother would always complain about the Lions. Oh, they're no good. They make me laugh. You know, always constantly putting them down. And I would be like, you know, what else do we have to cheer for? I love my Lions. And so be it. So guess what? He's going to the game this weekend. I called him and yelled at him about even going.
You know, I got a buddy growing up, Chris. Chris made fun of all of us that paid attention and liked the Lions. And he I don't know where I know where he is today. I don't know where he is with the Lions because he lives in North Carolina now. But Chris used to always mock us, Lions fans.
They make me laugh. They're a joke. All this. But, you know, I'll never give up on my Lions. I'm a true diehard Lions fan, and I can't wait for the game this weekend. And I think the Lions are going to win 35-17.
That's Chesty.
I like the matchup a lot. 248-539-9797. Walter, you are next on 97.1. Hi, Walter.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going great.
As far as I'm concerned, call it Dave can chuck it.
Oh, boy.
It's not what I thought you were going to say.
Oh, yeah. Among my friends, I'm the Lion Slappy, and they talk about me every year. I get laughed at every year. Yeah. I always have hope, and they said I'm the hopeless. Yeah, well. And I have hope until they give me a reason not to have hope.
Well,
but
plenty
one
of
thing
hope
you
now.
guys
a lot of
haven't
reason to
talked-
be hopeful now.
Oh, yeah. One thing you guys haven't talked about, the only thing that can taint this season, I'm happy with where they are right now. If they go on, I'm ecstatic. We're playing with house money. But if Green Bay goes to the Super Bowl, that would hurt.
Oh, it would hurt.
That would hurt. That would mean, Doug, all your fears have come true.
Yep.
He is the next Messiah of Green Bay.
Yep.
I think he's really good now. I mean, this is a guy who sat back for a couple, 3 years, learning from Aaron Rodgers, gets the opportunity to start, and mixed reviews. The first, he actually started off kind of hot because players are making plays for him, and then cooled down quite a bit. But then the second half of the season, he has taken off, and Jordan Love he's playing like a veteran quarterback. He buys time, moves around the pocket, and he is using every ounce of the youth that team has. Those receivers are all 24 and under. That's 2 tight ends. That's 4 wide receivers. He's got A.J. Dillon, running back's only 25. Aaron Jones is 29. They've got a young offensive line. Their defense is young. Isn't it the youngest team in the league?
Yep.
By
Green
average.
Bay is the youngest team.
Yeah, they're going to be a problem. But so are the Lions.
Yep.
Lions aren't much older than they are.
Right,
Lions got a lot of young players, and they're going to be a problem. This is going to be a fun rivalry.
It feels like
How
we are
would you
entering.
feel if they go to the Super Bowl? How would you feel?
I'd
about
hate it
this
to my
season?
very core.
With all we've been through.
Well,
I'd hate it to my very core. It would be
very core.
Probably the most bitter of results for this season would be Green Bay winning the NFC.
Yeah, because if the Lions,
it's hard to stomach, man.
If the Lions do what they need to do, which is win Sunday, and Green Bay wins their game against San Francisco, so that scenario means that they beat the Lions at Ford Field for the right to play in the Super Bowl, and that would be horrible. So I'm not even thinking about that right now because you don't have to. Don't have to worry about Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that's the only way it would really hurt me if Green Bay went on is if they beat the Lions. Otherwise, the difference now between the Rodgers and Favre era was I feel really good about my team. And we'll put up a fight. There's real resistance from our side now that I felt like there wasn't there when Favre and Rodgers were taking over this division, right? When we have Campbell, we have Holmes, we have Jared Goff, I feel good. And if we don't make it there, we don't make it there. And if Green Bay does, fine, so be it. As long as it's not at our expense.
Green Bay's played in like 5 NFC title games in the last decade. So the idea of them even getting there, even though we'll have a home game, it's like their fans will be like, oh my God, it's been 2 years. Go eat a bowl of you-know-what.
Oh.
I mean, come on. Green Bay, I would like Green Bay fans to know what it's like. I want us to run this division for a decade plus and have them where their only hope is to be the wild card. I want them to understand what they've put us through. They have my man brought up something that I wasn't sensitive to, and now I realize I'm damn sensitive to it.
Yeah, but the Lions have a say in it. So you want Green Bay to suffer? The Lions have a say in it now.
The Lions have a say in it, and the Lions seem like they're up to the challenge. That's one of the big differences. We don't need Green Bay to suck for the Lions to win the division. Lions are good. And if Green Bay's good too, we can still win the division.
We got a way to do it even better, actually. I know they've ruined some of our games, but a lot of it was because we just sucked, right?
Yep.
How about we just beat them every time? Maybe Green Bay's good, but not good enough. Not with the Lions here.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Wally next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Wally.
Hey, guys. Great show today, man. Hey, just want to let you know I've been a Lion fan since 1959. I saw my first game at Briggs Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been through the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I really take offense to what that guy said. I just don't understand why somebody say I'm gonna cheer for Tampa Bay. That's kind of ridiculous. But
There's a couple things here with that, Wally, that I want to keep in mind. I've heard this is true in a lot of people's statements when you're trying to really emphasize a point, and you emphasize it, and when you go too far, it's always right at the end. Like you push and and I think he went too far right at the end and said something that he probably doesn't even really mean. But it's hard for us to even understand, for me to understand, if he's a fan, who cares? Who cares what Dan Campbell said?
But I want to tell you one other thing. In 1992, my wife bought me a nice Lions winter jacket. I still have that jacket, and I wear it all the time during the winter. Great show, guys. Keep it up.
I will tell you this, Gator. Being a parent of a 22-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 16-year-old, what that guy just mentioned, a 1992 Lions jacket, the kids would be all over it.
Oh, they're like vintage gear?
They love vintage gear. They're like, Dad, what do you got? What does Papa got? They want all our old stuff.
Wow.
And it's funny. My buddy Rich has a closet full of them. And he's got 2 daughters. Raided his closet because he's got all kinds of old sports shirts and sweatshirts. He actually worked at the University of Michigan in the athletic department, so he's got like that 90s stuff. It's amazing how much the vintage stuff is back in.
How would they feel about a 1986 Sport of Kings Tour Triumph concert T-shirt?
Not as much.
No?
But would you like me to ask them?
Sure. How about a 1987 Dokken tour T-shirt?
I will ask them if they're into the old concert stuff, but as far as I know, it's the old sports stuff. Like, for instance, at Christmas, some website they wanted us to order stuff off of, my kids have like a caricature Dan Marino T-shirt. One of them got. Another one got a caricature Cam Newton. One of them's got like a division champion Carolina Panthers shirt. Like, it's so bizarre, the stuff that they want now. If it's old and out of date, it's in.
Fair enough.
Well, hand them an old cell phone, see how they react to that. You want vintage?
Here's vintage. Flip phone, baby. Save dad some money. Hey, it's a first-generation iPhone.
Nice.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Interesting interaction with my daughter. We were talking about how all the kids want vintage sports gear now. They're running around in random mid-'80s caricature shirts, Dan Marino T-shirts. So I asked my daughter, who's sitting in class right now, would you wear a 1986 Sport of Kings Tour Triumph concert T-shirt? Her response, probably. Is it cute? So I asked Gator, is it cute? Gator said, no. So it's a black T-shirt with a face card, like a Jack on the front. She says, who is Jack? Then I sent her a picture. You found online a picture of this T-shirt.
Yeah, it's actually three face card type or tarot card type thing.
Yeah. I said, this is it. I sent her the picture, and I'm waiting for her response. It'd be interesting to see if she thinks her Triumph shirt is, she's responded.
Oh, here we go.
Probably not. Then she says, is he giving it to me?
No.
No.
Oh, you teased her.
Well, she already said probably not. So no, because I never even
what
thought
if she
about
said
this.
Yes?
Well, then we would have had a different
You
conversation.
wouldn't have given it up because the one you found online cost how much right now?
Well, there's one that says $145. It's a used item. No kidding, because it's from 1986. But it looks like I haven't looked at this T-shirt in years. I have to A, find it, and then 2, see the condition of it.
Here's the next text. Dad, is this just like a radio question?
Yep.
Yep. Sure is. Meanwhile, pay attention in calc. Pay attention in calc. I'm the distraction.
Yeah, while you're texting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I need to stop.
Way to go, Dad.
Put the phone down.
Gator, old concert.
I learned it from you.
Old concert T-shirts and band T-shirts, they're always in, man.
Yeah, I know. I got you. I mean, I can't wear it anymore, but wish I could. I had some great ones back in the day, man. I had a Megadeth.
They're worth money too, by the way.
I know. I had a couple of Megadeth ones that were outstanding.
Are they
Just outstanding.
intact?
I think one might be one of those. I know. I think I have like 3 or 4 concert T-shirts from back in the late 80s, late 80s that I think might still be around that are intact.
She just texted, you guys are interrupting my Calc 115 class, just so you know, but happy to help. It's not you guys. It's basically me. But 248-539-9797.
Calc. When are you going to need calc in your real life?
Don't. I swear to God, I've said it a million times. You are more wired like my children than you are like adults. 248-539-9797.
She needs calc to graduate, so take care of that, and then never see math again.
Let's go to Brian. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Ooh, this calculus talk is making my head spin.
Yeah, don't go there.
Taking you back, huh?
Fortunately, I didn't do it, so we're good. I've never used it, but hope you guys are well this afternoon.
We are.
So, as a Bucks fan, I can only think of 2 reasons the Bucks would ever win on Sunday, and one is if I think Mike Evans would have to have a top 3 career game in order to do that, just to try to maybe take advantage of the secondary. Mm-hmm. But the second is. You guys talked about it about an hour ago, is a fact. I think the Lions would have to just be looking past the Bucks. I really think those are the only 2 ways to win. I'll obviously be rooting for them. Monday's show is going to be a little hard to listen to. I sure will, 100%. But
first of all, we appreciate this. And look, if the Lions look past the Buccaneers, they make themselves vulnerable. If they look past anybody in the NFL, you make yourself vulnerable. And they should know better. The Bucks are really, really exceptionally good defensively. The receivers are a problem, but they can't run the ball. They don't win battles at the line of scrimmage. Their defense can give you a problem. And you know what I think happened? I think the Cowboys picked a bad day to have a bad day. And if the Lions pick a bad day to have a bad day, you got a shot. But there's a reason why Detroit's favored, and I mean, as a Bucs fan, you got to be ecstatic that they're in this thing.
Yeah, I am. I really had I had really no idea about the Philadelphia game, but yeah, absolutely, and I'll take what I can get. But like I said, I know you guys are going to be happy. I think on Monday, and I will understand that, and I'll still enjoy the show.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you for listening. Thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, I mean, Lions got to show up.
Absolutely, they have to show up because, if you're the Buccaneers, I mean, I look at the Buccaneers and I look at a team that's probably ready to rebuild. Mm-hmm. So if you're a Buccaneers fan, this might be your last shot for the next couple of years before you can get good enough again to start competing and contending in the playoffs. You got a chance. The way this team that team is playing right now, they're playing good football.
Yep.
And their quarterback is playing outstanding football, which he didn't do in the first half of the season, which he hasn't really done in his career. Now he is.
Gators come around on Baker Mayfield.
Well, I mean, he's been awful in his career. Really kind of has been awful.
Yep.
So this is the year that he stepped it up in the second half of the season, and I'm giving him credit. It's he's hitting those receivers. They've got weapons to work with, and he's making plays. And so good for him. But I hope it doesn't happen on Sunday. And I don't know, is he a free agent at the end of the year? Is he another guy that, Mike Evans he's a free agent at the end of the year? I mean, how many of these guys are going to hang on to? It feels like this might be their last kick at the can, and that's incentive enough to play your best football.
Okay, every once in a while you see something on the internet that makes you go, or it makes you stop what you're doing and want to know the rest of the story. This tweet has come out from an Oregon Ducks beat reporter. Former Oregon tight end Cam McCormick returning for unprecedented 9th season of college football.
Come on. I just saw that the Michigan quarterback is trying to come back for a 7th year.
Tuttle?
Yeah.
I don't think it's. I think it's 6, but
I thought I saw 7 on a tweet. So
the article said 7.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
I'll take a look.
But you're saying this guy's coming back for a 9th, trying to?
No, that's called a townie.
He is.
Is that Uncle Rico?
Do you know, in his recruiting class at Oregon,
Joey Harrington?
Justin Herbert. That's funny.
Harrington. Achilles Smith? Dan
Fouts?
Prefontaine?
Yeah, Prefontaine. There you go.
Phil Knight?
Right.
Me and Phil, we used to be roommates, but that guy just snored a lot. I had to get him out of here.
Bill Bowerman?
Lewis and Clark?
The people that ate each other on the trail? What?
DiCaprio from The Revenant?
The Lucky Bear?
9th season.
That's a lot.
I want to know the reasoning. It's got to be injuries.
I would think that there's several injuries.
Yeah.
COVID.
I just love college, bro.
I mean, at this point, if it's 9 years, what kind of a career are you pursuing?
All of them.
You've got You've got your undergrad, you got your graduate degree, but now you got to be going for your. It's more than a master's at this point. It's like he's going for a doctorate, right?
Yeah. Tuttle is a 7th year.
Isn't there someone on the team with a 7th year too? The other quarterback, Doug?
I think Alan Bowman, who left and went to Oklahoma State.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he was in there.
How do you do 9?
I have no idea how you get to 9. You have okay. So the incoming freshmen were 9 years old when he started college, and he's transferred. He's now in Miami, but somehow, some way, he's got granted a 9th year of collegiate eligibility.
So wait, this guy's at Miami now? Was he at Miami? Was he at Oregon or Miami this past season?
I don't know.
What's his name again?
Jack McCormick.
Van Wilder.
Rip Van Winkle.
Yeah.
His name is Warren. He's that old.
Wow.
My goodness.
I want to know the reason. Personally, I actually think it's awesome. Would you have done that? No, you wouldn't have. I might have. College life was fun.
I enjoyed college life, but I'd have to have multiple degrees, keep going to class to stay there. Yeah, no.
Cam McCormick was in the same 2016 Oregon class with Justin Herbert, who just completed his 4th season in the NFL. This comes out. He's got to edit. The pursuit of excellence has no goal line. Last ride, 2024. Cam McCormick. The pursuit of
McCormick.
Cam, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
The pursuit of excellence also has no expiration date. The pursuit of excellence, the clock never gets to 0. 9 years of college football.
Well, does he get NIL? Like, this is like a
dude.
You know what I mean?
He's
He gets
very
Social
specific.
Security.
Yeah, he's very. He's going to be advertising reverse mortgages for the elderly.
The reason I joined AARP was
right. I don't know. Does this guy even have any stats?
He's got grandkids.
Oh, here we go. Football statistics. I clicked on it. It says football statistics. This thing.
What is it like?
Out of the window that drops and it'll say like 2023, 2022, 2020. This thing goes all the way down to 2014.
What?
I'm not kidding. This
Come
is hilarious.
on.
I swear to God.
Oh, yeah, well, that's math. Yeah.
Scott just wrote in, he got a COVID exemption and a polio exemption.
Got an extra year for the Spanish flu.
My God, this guy.
Hey, let's swing around the NFL next. 97.1 The Ticket. Kenny's got a 6-pack of questions. We flip a coin. Heads or tails, Gator?
Tails.
Gator called tails, and it is a tail. You want to kick or receive?
I will receive.
All right. Question 1.
This one's for our last caller. Let's go to the Cowboys, guys. All
How
right?
about them
All right.
Cowboys?
How about them? How about they're at home? That's where they're at. All right, right or wrong decision for the Cowboys to bring back his boy Mike McCarthy?
I mean, it's a wrong decision because as soon as that game was done, you could have fired him and gotten right on the horn to someone like Mike Tomlin before Tomlin has reportedly said to the Steelers, I'm coming back. I mean, that would have been a great choice. You could have gotten on the horn to Mike Vrabel and gotten him on board, and that, that's a guy I think can get things done, get things back in order. Or more importantly, you could talk to Bill Belichick, the GOAT. Bring him to Dallas. This is a really good team Dallas has. I mean, all jokes aside, they've got so much talent there. They should be winning playoff games, particularly when they play at home. Jerry made a mistake. I don't think you bring McCarthy back in this situation. But then again, Jerry Jones is his own worst enemy. He gets in his own way.
They had a bad game, but I'm not sensing dysfunction, okay? And dysfunction is where I would be more inclined to pull the trigger, where the coach, the players, that they're not on the same page, that there's something fundamentally wrong with communication or something like that. And if you look at McCarthy, he got the endorsement from Dak Prescott, and it was a pretty impassioned endorsement. His quote was, he's been amazing. The guy has a .620 winning percentage. Do you know what his postseason record is?
I don't.
He's an even 500. And I think people think it's much worse than that.
Well, it's 5.
So I have,
because
it's my flaw.
I'm saying was it
That's TFU.
Green Bay.
He's an even 500 in the postseason, so he can win in the postseason. So I think it's fine to stick with him.
I think in the long run, it's going to be wrong because they won't win a Super Bowl, and that's the ultimate goal. But it's probably right to keep him because I think to get somebody else, you need to have an obvious and clear upgrade that you're going to get. Because you named some obvious upgrades, Gator, but I don't know if it was for sure. Jerry Jones should have done the dirty thing. He should have been talking behind the scenes before they even lost the game in case they lost the game to make sure he had his next coach when they do lose that game. But he didn't, so I think they had to stick with him. And he has to be the obvious reason why they lost. And I don't think he was the obvious reason why they lost. They have a ton of talent. They got it. They won the division. They're just not able to get this over this playoff hump, and it's weird. I don't know. I don't know if McCarthy's the guy. I don't think he will be, but who else are you going to get? All right, staying in the division, should the Eagles move on from Nick Sirianni?
This smells like dysfunction to me. Jalen Hurts and Sirianni don't seem to be on the same page. When Hurts was asked specifically about Sirianni, does he have confidence in him? Hurts said, quote, I have confidence in everyone in the building, which is not a very specific endorsement of Nick Sirianni. I don't think they want to pull the trigger on him because he was a year removed from a Super Bowl, but I think this is the one that should be more likely to go.
Yeah, he should go. You're right. They have dysfunction there. This is a completely different team than one that was going 10-1. And even when they went 10-1, they were kind of doing it with smoke and mirrors in a way because the offense wasn't clicking. Their defense, with all the talent that they have, all the talent they've accrued, they're not good right now. He has no control over the team. He's a hothead. Move on from him. Go get somebody else who may exude some hothead capabilities there, but also seems to be more in control, would have control over the team. That's Mike Vrabel. Get Vrabel to coach that team. That's a really deeply talented football team. Vrabel takes that one over. You won't have any mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned in your answer earlier, Gator, about all the possible coaching candidates that are available, I would move on from Sirianni. I admit this may be a little personal because I'm not the biggest fan of him personally, but maybe he had his time and it's gone. It's come and it's gone quickly. That team, the last 2 months of the season, was one of the worst, if not the worst team in the league. And my biggest issue is they looked like they didn't have any fight in them. And then they made it to they squeak into the playoffs because they had such a good start, and they looked like they didn't have any fight in them in the playoffs. That's my biggest concern. They're going in the opposite direction. I'd move on while they still have some talent right now. All right, one team from the AFC and one team from the NFC that each made the playoffs this year but won't next year.
Starting with the AFC, sorry, Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, but I'm playing the odds. I mean, it's about time that Pittsburgh doesn't make the playoffs, and they don't have the quarterback right now. Mason Rudolph is definitely not the answer. I like Kenny Pickett. I like that. I like Kenny Pickett. I like Kenny Pickett, but he just needs. He's still a ways away, and I think it's going to take another year before you find themselves in a good standing there. I just think their division is pretty strong anyway, and the AFC is pretty strong. It's awfully competitive there. I think Pittsburgh's a team that's not going to make it from the AFC. From the NFC, I'm looking at the Rams, and they're not getting any younger. They're just not. I mean, Stafford got beat up against the Lions again. They narrowly lost that game, right? They almost beat the Lions, but they didn't. And as they're getting older, it's another offseason here where guys are going to contemplate what they want to do. We know the Rams aren't afraid to make some trades involving some big-name players, and I imagine there's some teams that would be calling and asking about someone like a Cooper Kupp or an Aaron Donald and say, "You're willing to move these guys so that they can start rebuilding?"
I will state that I have nothing against the state of Pennsylvania. But I agree with you about Pittsburgh, and I'm going Philly.
Wow.
And the reason I'm going Philly is because I think they're going to keep Sirianni, and I do think it's dysfunctional, and I'm not sure they bounce back from that. So I'm going to go with Pittsburgh for many of the reasons you cited, and Philly for the reasons I cited earlier.
Well, I'll start with the AFC. Let's just make it 3 for 3. I got the Steelers, too. They were not a good team this year. Mike Tomlin actually deserves some Coach of the Year votes, if you ask me. To get that team into the playoffs, they dysfunctional quarterback position where they know who they were starting, and they end up starting Mason Rudolph, for crying out loud. The defense wasn't what it normally is. TJ Watt's really good, but he was hurt. So, yeah, I got the Steelers not making it next year. As far as the NFC, I like that pick of the Eagles, Doug. I'm going to go with the Buccaneers. Maybe the easy choice because that division is like, who's going to win it next year? The Falcons, the Saints. Maybe the Panthers become good all of a sudden. So I'll just take the Buccaneers as a team not to make it from the NFC. Okay, guys, only the Bears, Saints, and Broncos will be eligible for Hard Knocks to start off the year next year. Who should the NFL pick?
Chicago. There's pressure on Eberflus. I think Justin Fields is one of the more exciting young players in this league, and if it's not him, the likely quarterback will be somebody who went 1-1. It's a big market. They'll have other high draft picks. I think Chicago's the choice.
Yeah, I agree. It's the Bears. I mean, there's tons of intrigue. You've got the quarterback situation in particular that I'm dying to see what the Bears do. Personally, I hope the Bears trade Justin Fields because I think it sets them back. I think if they were smart, they'd hang on to Fields and trade the pick and get more assets out of it. It's a young team, but honestly, it comes down to having those crazy, funny accents from Chicagoans. I want all that. I want them to interview people on the street, the Wiener Circle, talking about the Bears. I got a good team here. I don't know what's going to happen here. Eberflus has got the job here, but not sure he's going to be able to keep it.
It's great reasoning.
Okay, so it came down between the Bears and Broncos for me. The Broncos, because Sean Payton seems to have run his mouth a lot since he left the booth, and I bet you they catch something on Mike with this guy. I mean, he's run Russell Wilson out of town. He thinks he knows all the answers, and I thought he was a really good coach. And he may still be a really good coach, but I feel like he'd give a lot of good sound bites. In the end, I chose the Bears like you guys. I think many of the same reasons. It's either going to be Fields or Caleb Williams, and that, to me, is fascinating. They're in the division. I like to see what goes on over in Chicago. All right, it's official. The L.A. Rams tight end Tyler Higbee suffered a torn ACL from a low hit by Detroit Lions Kirby Joseph. Should the league ban this type of hit?
It's tough because you guys are launching themselves at different angles, and players end up getting hit because they drop to different angles. It's so hard to legislate hits. We can do it again with helmet-to-helmet stuff when you leave with the helmet. I get it. But the Kirby Joseph hit on Higbee, I mean, when I saw the replays of it, I thought he hit him above the knee in the thigh and not directly on the knee. Now, if he's got a torn ACL, I don't know if that ACL can tear from getting hit on the thigh, so maybe it actually was on the knee. They can try to legislate it as much as they can, and it's just going to slow the game down a little bit. It'd be nice to try to get players to take care of each other, not do things like that. But there's also a little bit of responsibility on the quarterbacks to not throw medicine balls up in the area in areas where you are going to get your players potentially hurt. But I've never liked watching the defensive backs go and take out the legs of a wide receiver that has their back to the play. I don't like it.
I don't know what the league's to do here because they're outlawing hits to the head, defenseless receiver stuff, helmet-to-helmet stuff. NFL doesn't officially have a targeting rule, and if you get to the point where you say that hit is outlawed, there's a very small target area for defenders to go tackle. is this a epidemic? And I don't think it is. The hit was brutal. Okay, it was bad. And you'd hate it for happening to your players, but I kind of go, at some point there's an assumption of risk with the sport of football, and we can't outlaw hits everywhere. So I don't think they can do anything about it. And I think it's more important to protect the head.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ban this hit. They can't go high. We already know that. Now they can't go low. Now they're talking about getting rid of the hip drop tackle. What can they do? Now, I know old man Brady said like a month ago, quarterback, he was saying the league's not the same. It's not as good. Yeah, and he kind of got old man on us. But he did mention that one thing I do agree with. I think NFL quarterbacks are getting kind of lazy. They're putting their receivers in these positions where they are able, they're vulnerable and they could get hurt. So I think it's on the quarterback as well. The defensive players, they got to be able to bring you down somehow. I think you cannot ban this. You just got to, Campbell spoke about it. Keep your head up, hitting the thigh area. And as offensive players, you got to realize someone's coming. Protect yourself.
Well, they're also being taught to kids are being taught at a younger age now to when they tackle to kind of do that rolling tackle where you're going at the legs of somebody instead of just hitting, wrapping, and taking them down. So they're going to have to start earlier on to teach them how to tackle correctly.
What's your biggest possible overreaction to Super Wildcard Weekend?
I think to me it's that Dallas is so overrated. All bark and no bite. It's an overreaction because in reality they're awfully talented. They ran into a buzzsaw before they even got started against Green Bay. I do think there's talent on that team. Is it as simple as a coaching switch? I think the honest to God, the simplest thing is to tell Jerry Jones to keep his nose out of it. He needs to let somebody run the team, and he needs to just be an owner and sit back and enjoy it and be a fan again rather than being a fan and somebody who's got power to make changes.
I think the biggest overreaction is that Green Bay's going to beat San Francisco. Yes, Green Bay looked very good, but this to me is a classic example of an overreaction to what your eyes showed us last. You didn't see San Francisco play last week, and now I feel like this has become the hot pick. San Francisco is really, really good, and we would freaking love it if Green Bay pulled it off. But I think people are way All right, too let's give away these Detroit Lions tickets for the game against Tampa Sunday. It's the playoffs, divisional round, and you can go courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings and us here at 97.1 The
I'm
Ticket.
going over the top here, but that guy, he looks amazing. Nico Collins, all of a sudden, I know he had a decent year last year. Nico Collins looks like one of the best receivers in the league, and I think it's largely part because of C.J. Stroud getting him the ball. D'Amico Ryan's over there. I don't know. I got Stroud winning an MVP at some point in his career. That's my overreaction.
There you go. And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. We'll have a practice update from the Lions coming up next. And next hour, is this a real thing as it pertains to our football team? That at 11. All right, we'll get the winner's name in a moment. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We do have some breaking news as the Lions have activated James Houston. So James Houston is active, which leads me to believe that he'll probably play this weekend. Unfortunately, that means that they have to cut somebody.
True.
And that cut is Julian Okwara. And that sucks for Julian Okwara, right?
It does suck for Julian Okwara. I want to say he's been hurt this year.
Yep.
Missed some time. But was he healthy enough? But just has been a healthy scratch lately. So it was an easier cut than we think. But, I mean, you don't want to – look, he had some talent and had some injuries too. So,
right.
But that's the business. Moving forward, let's hope that James Houston's ready to go. Mm-hmm. Sounds like he's ready to go. He wanted to play. He's ready to play, and now the coaching staff agrees. And like I've said, if it's an upgrade over what you had, go with it. And it sounds like that's what's going to happen.
So, look, I mean, this is encouraging. I mean, Houston has a skill set that as an edge rusher is literally the best skill set you can have. He gets to the quarterback. And if he's not great in run support, I mean, that's okay because James Houston is going to play in passing downs. And if somebody wants to hand it off on 3rd and 9, we'll accept that risk of having James Houston out there.
Correct. And also you're going against Tampa Bay, which is not a team that runs the ball that well to begin with.
No.
But correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Just because he's been activated doesn't mean he would necessarily be active for Sunday. He could be one of the inactives, right?
He could be.
But why would you release Julian Okwara if you didn't think he was trending towards play?
No, I think he's trending in the right direction, but I think isn't the window closed where they have to make a decision?
They have to make the decision by the end of the day today. Yes. So maybe you're look, if he doesn't play Sunday, if they win Sunday, then I would assume that they want him ready for at some point in the postseason. But I'm guessing he's going to play Sunday.
We did get a winner. It was Mike and Macomb had the correct answer that the score of my hockey game this coming Sunday has already been determined at 1-1. That's because we were playing at 5:20 Sunday afternoon. Neither team wanted to play. So instead of serving up a forfeit and paying the $100 fee, the league very generously and nicely just had us, they not rescheduling the game, which would have been probably better. But still, I'll take the not $100 fine. We get a 1-1 tie. So the score was determined ahead of time, and Mike heard me say it earlier, and that is the correct answer to our quiz question. Congratulations, Mike. You've got the pair of tickets to see the Lions take on Tampa Sunday in the Miller Lite Tap Room. If you didn't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Dearborn on Michigan Avenue tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast at the B-Dubs with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 10 for another chance to win.
Why 1-1? Why not 0-0 or make it exciting 9-9?
I don't know. I do know that in a lot of the baseball tournaments we're in, if there's a forfeiture or something like that, the score is 7-0 based on 1 run per inning, because runs might make a difference in tiebreakers and all that. 4 runs allowed. So, but they just went with 1-1. Trainer claimed the goal. I claimed that I was even. People are saying I was +1.
You said even.
I said even.
Yeah, you didn't get greedy.
No, I didn't get greedy. I got realistic.
Could have been a minus, but you're not.
I got realistic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, realistically, you're not on the ice. No reason for shots fired. I can't skate.
So anyway, congratulations, Mike. Have fun. And yes, our game already been determined 1-1.
You see the stuff they do on Bally's with Ozzy's. I think it's called Ozzy's Shack or whatever. The backyard.
Yeah, it's the outdoor rink.
I love it. It looks so great.
It's like, it makes me so jealous because years ago I tried this. It was an effing disaster. The 3 years I did it, and the kids skated on it like probably combined through the 3 winners a total of 7 times.
But his is spectacular.
Oh,
you
my
got the
God.
boards. I mean, it's like a legit rink.
Yep.
And he's got the fire pit out back that would make Kirk Cousins jealous.
You know, he's got a giant cooler.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I just want to hang out in the fire pit. I'll watch little kids play hockey. That's cool.
I want to go play and drink beer.
Well, do that too.
Wait, you'll watch little kids play hockey? We know that. You stayed at that hotel where the little kids' hockey tournament was at.
Yeah. I'll break bread with them. I'll bring the pancakes.
Yeah, you will.
For the eggs, at least.
Greatest Gator story ever. I want security. Can we get a security cam? No. Oh, please, can we get a security cam of you walking into that breakfast room?
Nobody looked at me funny. Nobody questioned it.
Not that you noticed.
Well, I mean, I was looking around a little bit, but nobody cared. It's fine. It's over with. Done.
All right, so tomorrow we'll get into the game in depth a little bit more. Lions, Tampa Bay Bucks. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. What's up, my man?
What's happening, guys?
You good?
Yeah, you going to go rob someplace after work?
No, I'm not. Somebody on Twitch said I look like I just stuck up a Zales.
Right.
Are
you just smash and grab people?
No, I'm pretty cold today, so I left the hat on.
I've just never seen that. That's a very unique look.
It's one thing with the black hat and the black sweatshirt. I do look like I'm up. Nefarious things are afoot.
Right.
Up to no good. He's up to no good.
Englewood
Jack. What I say?
Were you in House of Pain?
Dropped out. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Very simple. Do we need to move the bar? At least for our show, because we said Lions win the division, win a playoff game, successful season.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to move the bar?
It's weird because I would typically say no. When they got Tampa,
you move the bar.
I feel like it really feels like they should win this game. I'm not going to be mad, though. I think when you come up short, I'm not going to be mad, but my expectation changed a lot when they got to host again, especially knowing, look, I think the Rams are better than Tampa. And the Rams, this is an easy place to play now. And the Rams felt it. It made a difference. Now a team that is not as good comes in. Lions got to play their game, though. You know, Dallas played terrible. They picked a terrible day to play terrible. And we've seen it. So.
I like it. I got all of that out of Doug.
Yeah.
I didn't get enough time to say hey to Gator. Doug.
Hey, Rico.
We got your bail money.
Thank you. Hey, man. One more.
Hey, you were here with me all day.
One more job.
Yeah.
I was here with you all
job.
day.
Doug, you know what? We had a hard time. We gave each other a hard time in college, but we're ride or die. I will cover for you.
You covered you got my bail? Yep, hey, one last job.
You know what? Hey,
quit it.
Doug was with me. It was me and Doug. We were riding around. We were picking up some kale.
I deep down kind of hated you back then. But.
I know. But I
arguing sports with you was the most frustrating thing I've ever done.
I still embrace you because you were still my brother from another mother.
Yeah, when I got my butt kicked trying to get us back into the dorm after the fire drill, I think that helped me. But anyway, true story. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Breaking news here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions are activating pass rusher James Houston and releasing Julian Okwara. We now know what Matt Stafford said to Detroit safety Kirby Joseph on Sunday night. Stafford was heated after Joseph's legal low tackle injured Rams tight end Tyler Higbee. Stafford was mic'd up for the game. Several have recently accused Joseph of dirty play. Higbee tore his ACL on the hit. Former Lions tight end TJ Hawkinson tore his ACL and MCL when Joseph tackled him in Week 16. Dan Campbell, is Kirby Joseph a dirty player? We have some clarity on yesterday's Bally Sports Network news. The RSN Giants parent company has agreed to sell a $100 million stake to Amazon as part of a restructuring settlement with its creditors, who are owed some $8.5 billion. Originally, it was unclear whether that meant all games carried on Bally would only be available through Amazon Prime Video going forward. Linear broadcasts of those games will remain on Bally Sports regional channels. Amazon will essentially absorb the role of Bally Sports Plus.
That means people all scared.
That means if you locally watch the Tigers, Red Wings, or Pistons on Bally through cable or satellite, nothing will change for you. But if you're an out-of-market fan, you will need Amazon Prime, just like you currently need Bally Sports Plus to see those games. And Michigan's last horse racing track is shuttering. Northville Downs, which opened in 1944, hosting its last race on February 3rd. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Can't get enough. You just play it throughout the whole show.
Dip.
Wow, that's so good. That makes oh my God. And people, I know, hopefully you're driving carefully. I understand we are all idiots. I understand we're juvenile. That's just funny. I can't help it. I am requesting that top of every hour, Rico. I need more of that today.
Done. Roberto?
That is superb. Maybe he'll get an email today.
Just nope.
Whoa. Hold on now. Well, we got a little snow day going on, so that's an inside bit. Now, what am I missing?
I'll pass that along to you a little later.
Check your email.
Why don't you pass that along to me in a break? Because that sounds like a little bit like radio for two, shall we?
For five, but yes, it is.
Okay, noted. I'll talk to you guys during the break about what the hell I'm missing. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get to the Lions, 3 o'clock. We're going to do another one of these 2-segment opens, though, and I want to have a little fun. And none of this requires you to talk about whether you like the person. None of it requires you to talk about what they should do. None of it requires you to talk about hypotheticals, scandals, innocence, guilt. None of it. None of it. I am simply going to ask you right here, right now, if you got one chip left, you're leaving the casino. Yeah, one black chip. Where are you placing it? And here are your odds, because I have a feeling we could see an announcement by tomorrow. And I'm asking you, where will Jim Harbaugh coach next year? You're up to the minute betting odds. The LA Chargers are minus 150 to land Jim Harbaugh. Not coaching in the NFL, even money. The Field, a.k.a. any other NFL team, plus 1,000. Where are you placing your chips? We're not talking about honesty or dishonesty. We're not talking about immunity, investigations, what you want him to do, what he should do. No, none of it. I'm asking you right now, you got one bet to place between being homeless or being able to get yourselves to a flop house motel. All right? Where are we going with this? Because the Chargers have stormed to the lead. It sounds like the only NFL job he wants that would be acceptable to the family, that would be acceptable to him, a.k.a. I have a quarterback, would be the Chargers. The Chargers, it's also interesting, by the way, Rico, I'll add a little tidbit for you. Mm-hmm. Seemingly all the GM candidates they're interviewing by one way or another have a tie to Jim Harbaugh. So Chargers minus 150, any not coaching in the NFL, even money, or the field plus 1,000. I want to throw the number out. We'll have a little fun here for a couple of segments. I do think you could see an announcement tomorrow, reading the tea leaves a little bit. 248-539-9797. Rico is ready. I'm doing this for you. Shout out Scott Frost. Is this the year Jim Harbaugh goes to the NFL?
Everything lines up and says, yes, Mike. I want to say yes, it is, but I've been burned by this before where he does all this pomp and circumstance, puts the smoke out there, goes and orders the burger in the lobby of the Minnesota hotel, and in the end, he's back at Michigan. I think part of him wants, even though he's won the national title, he needs to go out on his terms. And by his terms means I can't go out with a cloud over my head. I got to come back and show that it works. But everything lines up and says he's leaving. JJ, gone. I'm going to the NFL. Him hiring an agent, man, it's almost like picking against them against Ohio State. I kept picking the Buckeyes until I'm like, you know what? I can't do that anymore. But, yeah, I do think that him hiring the agent and JJ leaving, he's going to the NFL.
All right. David, you're our resident Wolverine. And by the way, if he leaves, I'll bet you $1 if you'd like to take some money. He's taking Minner with him. But go ahead. David, you're a Wolverine. This isn't about what you want. This isn't about what you, this is all about if I forced you to bet on this. Chargers are now minus 150, not being in the NFL's even money, or you can have any other NFL job opening plus 1,000. Where are you putting your money?
Man, I'm so with Rico. It's like every year the
He does this.
flirtation, and then I'm back. I
asking for immunity. Like everything he's done does not make sense. Everything he's done makes it seem like I'm leaving, but then he's weird, and he does this. I'm sorry, David. I did not mean to interrupt.
But you're saying exactly what I want to say. So
all right, we have no need for David to speak. Rico is playing David in the biopic.
I guess I have to lean where the odds are telling me, and I have to go Chargers.
No, you don't have to.
But it's
do
even
nothing.
money.
You can act like a man. If you don't believe it, if you believe he's the boy who cried wolf, if you believe Santa Ono will allow him to kill someone and bury the body, say you want to bet the even money. You don't have to do nothing, David.
All right. Yes, I do believe that he's doing this as leverage again to get another contract for Michigan the way he wants it. So, yes, I'm going even money. Yeah.
See, now we're getting to the honesty. Good. Can we go to Kenneth Cott? Kenny, I know you don't give a rip. You're still upset Georgia didn't get it done. But you're an outside observer. You've worked with us for years. You've gone through multiple Jim Harbaugh offseason carousels. You know the odds. Kenny Cott, you like to bet a little bit. I don't know what's left in the account after that disastrous hockey night you had 2 nights ago, but talk to me. Throw a few clamshells down here. Harbaugh to the Chargers, minus 150. Harbaugh not in the NFL, plus 100, even money. Or no, boys, you're missing it. Dark horse team, plus 1,000.
The more I think about it, the more I think I'm with these guys. I think I'm the even money in the middle type of deal. I think he's staying. And it's primarily because we've seen him do this every offseason for the last how many years now? And there's always been smoke coming out of the NFL, who I'm interviewing over here. I'm talking to these guys, and it never has amounted to anything. I don't think it will. I think he's staying. I'll take the even money.
Well, I'm going to have to be the lone wolf.
Oh, no.
Because I have said this. You did say Chargers.
Yes, I'll say everything lines up, and I feel bad by saying this because I feel like I'm falling for the banana in the tailpipe. But yes.
I just feel like, unfortunately, I don't think going back to Michigan's a real option. Look, let's really think about this now. The NCAA wants him. If he's gone from U of M, most of the NCAA's interest probably fades. The damage is already done. You're Kansas basketball. But reality is, I don't think he'd be eligible to coach next year. Michigan can't grant him immunity from the NCAA. They can't. You don't have that power. Just like the NCAA doesn't have the power to take away a CFP title. It's their event. The NCAA doesn't have that purview. Rico, I've said to you now since the beginning, now that there are 2 investigations, both involving level 1 violations, he won't be available to coach next year. So I just don't think going back is a real option. Henceforth, you ask for immunity, a.k.a. I'm going to get in some ish, but you can't fire me. Meaning, even if I don't coach next year, you're going to pay my ass. And I'll go up in my seats and chew my tobacco, and I'm still going to be the coach. That wild request, I think it comes for a reason. I don't think it's ego or hubris. I think it would be about the only way I could go back is if I'm granted it. Oh, by the way, the only other coach who's ever asked for anything similar, oh, you guessed it, the biggest scumbag in college basketball, dollar bill self. So congrats, you're having dinner together. I actually think he's leaving. I think he's going to the Chargers.
You think it could be as soon as this week or next week?
I do. Yeah, and again, just because you hear stuff doesn't mean it's true. I'm not Adam Schefter. I'm not trying to break news. Hell, I'd love to have it for radio purposes. A little fun on a Friday as we head into the Lions playoff game. I think he's actually going. He's got Herbert, California roots, right? And again, if he don't take it now, he's never going to take it.
Yeah, the fact that he hired the agent is the agent, JJ leaving and asking for immunity. All things, it's like shaking the magic 8 ball. All things lead to San Diego. Him saying
it points to L.A. So
yeah, L.A.
Let's talk about it.
Yes.
Now again, I'm going to say it to you. Please focus on the question. You could say he's staying, no problem. You could say he's going. This is not about what you want. This is about what you believe is happening. We'll do a couple segments on it, have a good time with it, get to a football today. I have got a Lions playoff edition of Deal Breakers. Going to get to it at 4. We are going to get to the Lions at 3 o'clock because we have to do something. We're asking your permission to do it. Is it appropriate for this radio show, on behalf of the fan base, to move the goalposts? We're going to get to that at 3 o'clock. A loaded show on a snowy Thursday. What did I miss? Johnny, what's yours? 248-539-9797. Let's get to your calls next. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Now, what's not up for debate? The best mattress on the planet. The iComfort Eco. It's supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored, or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, David, let's start out with you. The ticket text. We've just asking the people. Keep your feelings out of it. This is just about predicting and betting. It's not about whether it's the right move, the wrong move. It's not about whether you want it or don't want it. Updated odds. Harbaugh to the Chargers, -150. Harbaugh not in the NFL, even money. Anyone else in the league hiring him, +1,000. I'm with Rico and I are aligned on this. I think it's real. I think the Chargers are the landing spot. I think that's the one he wanted. I also think it's got the quarterback. It's in a place he's got familiarity. The West Coast is appealing. And I also don't think returning's really – I don't think it's really an option, quite frankly. But you may disagree. The point is I weigh it into my decision that he's leaving. Want, don't want. Doesn't matter what I tell you, you won't believe me. Sparty! I actually am fine if he comes back because I want another crack at beating him. He kind of drilled MSU the last couple of years. But, of course, you'll tell me, oh, you don't want him here. You're scared. Tremendous. Tell someone who cares. David, take a text.
Someone texts in and says, Chargers, what Kenny and David are missing in their opinion is that there's never been mutual interest as there is this year. If there was in the years past, he would have left. That is Joe in Dexter. I
think I agree with Joseph.
Yeah, whatever. Joseph is wrong. John in Lake Orion. I'm betting the house on the Chargers. Justin Herbert is Harbaugh's new J.J. McCarthy. It was announced that
it's a huge factor.
Wonder if this changes your thought on anything, because this did just come out that Mike Vrabel interviewed for the Chargers.
David, that's fine. Vrabel is a high-quality coach. I don't get to control who interviews where or what they do. I presented you with odds. Make your call. I'm not going to be able to control if it comes out later they've interviewed Popeye or Louis the Laker from Grand Valley State. It's about the odds. I don't make them. Tell me what you think's happening.
Someone says, bet the chalk. He's gone to L.A. It's 62 in L.A. right now. He would have taken any offer the past 2 years. He may get one tomorrow. He's out of there. Ooh, okay. Another one says, guys, why does it seem like Harbaugh is just doing more posturing for his Michigan negotiations than actually wanting to leave?
I can't speak to it. Because as much as he says he doesn't want it to be a yearly thing, it's a yearly thing.
Yep.
Let's go to the people. See what they have to say about it. Get to the Lions at 3 o'clock. Greg Batts leadoff today on a Thursday. What's up, Greg?
Hey, guys. How's it going? So I'm
Good,
full
Greg.
in
What's
on
up?
him coming back. See, he's coming back to Michigan. And I think he's doing this all again because the man's petty. Like, I remember when he first came, he's like, look, he burns bridges. He's quirky, and if this all goes well, it's going to go great, but there's going to be issues along the way. And he just keeps doing this crap. Also, I think that I think he is good because he's got the national championship. He's got a championship. He can sit at the big boys table now, right? I know he was saying that. So I think this is all just about when the university made him sit for 4 games. I think he's still pissed about that. So that's what the immunity is. The immunity is not the NCAA. The immunity is from Michigan doing anything like they did this year again.
Right. Well, again, you can't grant an employee immunity from the NCAA. They wouldn't be able to grant it. You're right. It's that the school, you can't do nothing to me. I don't care what comes out, which, by the way, is an odd request considering he said he's innocent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which, once again, that leads me to thinking that he is going to go because he knows what's going on. I mean, remember, this is the same man that swore up and down he's going to file the TRO, and he's got, everybody's on his side. This isn't going to happen. I'm not getting suspended until cutscene. Hey, Jim, get off the plane. You're suspended.
All right, so listen, and again, it's fluid. Maybe a report comes out later today and the Chargers go to +300 and Michigan moves lead. No idea. I'm asking you where you're at.
It's just all lining up
because the rest.
It's just.
It is.
I mean, because JJ was going to be that factor. If JJ went back to Michigan for another year, which I thought he should have. Yeah, he's going back. They're going to try to run this back and say, look, we've done it on the up and up. There is nothing that people can say about us anymore. But JJ left.
Go to Steven, 97.1. What's up, Stevie? How are you?
Gentlemen, first off, I hope you guys are enjoying your pina coladas and bikinis on this lovely day.
Yeah, it's
I've
beautiful.
got no gloves. I got no gloves, but I'm walking out because I got to tell you this. Listen, I'm 35 years old. I grew up in Flint area, so there's the Great Divide. We got we got Michigan State, we got Michigan. Everybody loves it, hates it. But I grew up bleeding maize and blue. I grew up thinking that the Rose Bowl was the national championship. I didn't know there was ever a difference, and it took me a long time to adjust because I thought Michigan belonged in the national championship, in the Rose Bowl, all the time. College football was one thing. It was maize and blue. Bo Schembechler, all the other guys I know, Lloyd Carr. I know I'm missing other ones, but when it comes to the coaching, there is this era of football that I feel like we have lost in this state. And the maize and blue, for the first time, have finally gotten back to what we are known for. So to the question of whether or not I'm betting on the money, if I'm going to make a bet, I'm going to look at the tells. Jim Harbaugh is not your standard coach. His name, we could talk for days on the dynamics of the family, what they already got going on, the system he's created for the NFL, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, this is not your traditional man. He doesn't want the spotlight. He cares about the kids in the locker room. Look at his parents. Who's got it better? Nobody. Those conversations are in the locker room. This is a Michigan man through and through. I'm looking at the tells, and if I'm at the table with him, he's showing me, at least if this is my last chip.
So, Steven.
I'm throwing that one on that.
So, JJ leaving, him hiring an agent, none of this stuff matters to you. Him wanting immunity, none of this stuff matters in the tell.
Oh, man. I didn't say it doesn't matter. I'm saying this is Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
This is the legacy.
I can't be mad at you because, Steven, a part of me wants to agree with you. But logic is saying don't do it. Don't agree with Steven. He's leaving.
Hey, how many times did logic get you very far in Vegas?
Well, you know what? Steven wins.
I
appreciate the phone call. I understand where Steven's coming from.
I'm sorry. I was just I had hit the transfer portal at the start of that call. I think I fell asleep when he started referencing Lloyd Carr.
Well, he's a Michigan fan. They're living.
I know. I just that's
they're
why
living
I
in that high cotton
right.
right
Okay.
now.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're back to being known for what we're known for. What's that? Rampant cheating? My goodness.
Michigan's birthright is the Rose Bowl.
Let's go to DJ 97.1. DJ, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, Mike Rico, how are you?
Hey, DJ.
Deej, what's going on, buddy?
So I'm not a whole lot. So I'm a Michigan fan, right? And I think Harbaugh's gone. JJ's leaving, and he has this big ego that he wants to be as successful as his brother, and he tried that already in the pros, and he failed. So I think he wants to go back, try and beat him, try and be as successful. I think a sleeper team that he might go to is the Falcons. They have a pretty good draft pick, and, they have some weapons on offense and defensive side. They can draft JJ, too, if Harbaugh wants to bring JJ in Atlanta with him and develop him in the NFL. But I do think he is gone.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny? I just read this morning Belichick interviewed again in Atlanta. I never would have guessed Atlanta, but that kind of seems to be where they're going. But it is funny when he mentions it. Atlanta drafting JJ, Jim gets to bring his little buddy with him.
Nah, see, I don't think you're not taking JJ would have picked that high. But I think for Atlanta, it makes sense, Mike, because Atlanta's kind of the witness relocation part of the country where you could go there and Belichick doesn't have to worry about media. They don't have to worry about anything, really, because nobody pays attention to Falcons football. It's all about Georgia. It's all about the SEC. So he could just go there and kind of go into semi-retirement.
Now you're just pumping Kenny up. Let's go to Richard, 97.1. What's up, Richard?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Good, Rich.
I think he's going pro for sure.
Why is that?
And I would, he's did everything there is to do. He's got the national championship. He beat Ohio State 3 times. Why take a chance in coming back and have it go down the drain next year? I say go now.
Yeah, I think the reason to come back would be you weren't wanted. Now, we don't have proof that that's not the case. It sounds like the Chargers are legitimately interested. They are interviewing GMs who have ties to Jim. It might be the first time he actually gets an offer. Now, do I think the offer is going to resemble anything that Michigan's willing to pay him? No, I do not. I mean, I think it's obvious if you leave your biases and you look at, all right, well, what kind of real leverage does he have to return? Not much.
Well, you kind of said it, Mike, and I totally forgot about that. But if you were going to go back to Michigan, if the contract that has been reported is true, 10 years, $125 million, and you're still thinking about it, you didn't want to go back. Because it's not like
common sense approach.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like life will be hard for you. You could dictate whatever you want to do. Heck, he's even said, "Well, can I be immune?" But 100, basically, you're getting $12.5 million a year. Yeah, this is and there's no pressure on you at Michigan because you won the Natty. He's got a honeymoon period of at least 5 years.
Oh, make it 10. Make it 15. If it wasn't 60, I'd say 15. They'd never get rid of him. They've already proven that. I mean, the guy was suspended 6 games this year. They're giving him $125 million. Staying is the easy play.
Well, I said,
but I don't know if that's really Rico. Do you really believe he's on the sidelines for 12 games next year?
No.
And do you think he's going to accept the suspension? No. So that's why he's asked him for immunity. But the problem is they can't provide immunity from, let's say the NCAA wants to mess with him more. I don't know. To me, it's like, yes, David, I'm aware. I was explaining something here. I got David yelling at me early in the show today, Rico. It's unbelievable. Go to break.
I'm witnessing it through the glass. So.
Remarkable. Hey, David, you know what? Maybe you'll get an email at some point. 248-539-9797. We got a football today to get to. Lions at 3. We are asking your permission in Lions Nation to move the goalposts. I will explain. It's nothing punitive. 97.1.
All right, guys, you ready to get off the sideline and get your career jump started? It's a new year, new career. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. It's very simple. You got to go to the website and be curious. Visit www.ltu.edu/specs to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program through Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business. And with our hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn practical skills that will help you succeed in today's dynamic media industry. What does all that mean? It means we're going to help you achieve your goals from day one in the classroom, in the labs. You're going to learn what it takes to make it in your business that you want to go into. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit our website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, ltu.edu/specs and enroll today. Classes are starting all year long, so reserve your spot in the next class.
All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Right now, it's time for a little football today. Music, please.
Mike, let's start right here in the city of Detroit. Wednesday, Mike Tirico and Roger Goodell had a sit-down fireside chat to discuss the upcoming draft down at Ford Field. But one of the topics they talked about was refereeing. And they said that the refs are not perfect and that they are out there trying their best. And Roger Goodell just feels that as if he's proud of what the refs are doing. Plain and simple. You know that they're not going to badmouth the refs, Mike, but what is the fix that the league can do? Because they have to see what we see. Refereeing is bad across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it would be investing in your product. Look, it's hard for fans to accept that you just got paid $110 million to broadcast a singular playoff game on streaming, yet we don't want to spend the money it would take to have the highest paid officials in all of sports on a full-time basis where 24/7, 365, your life is football. You're no longer a principal. You're not an attorney. You're not an orthodontist. You are an NFL official. And I don't care what it costs. You can laugh. Go ahead. You know what the NFL minimum is for a player right now? It's like $800,000.
Yeah.
Pay refs $1 million a year. Do whatever it takes. Your life is football. And I'll tell you the other thing. I don't think you should have a bunch of 60, 65-year-old guys out there. You got to get the refs to be younger. You got to get them to be trained better. You got to get them to be full-time, full-go all year long. That's the solution. So with that said, it'll never happen because the league is a collection of greedy pigs.
I like the solution because, during the week, you work out, you lift, you train, you run, you do everything that the players do to get the refs in better shape. I mean, because, you could have a 65-year-old Ed Hockley out there. Ed looked like he could handle his business with anybody out on the field.
Fair.
Nobody was going to mess with him.
Totally fair.
I will say this. Maybe hire an extra ref, and that's the eye in the sky. Use all the technology that we see on television in the 4K. Somebody who could say, hey, you guys blew that call. That wasn't holding, or he wasn't offside, or that was pass interference.
But they need to use it, though, because they use it in certain situations. But you can't tell me this guy just can't say, oh, I'm sorry. That's not false start on the Lions. He was offside.
Every play, because that's where it looks bad, because we see with all the technology out there what's going on. But these guys want to go back to just, it's the old eyeball test. All right. The remaining
problem, though, before you continue, the problem, Rico and David, while I agree with you in an ideological sense about let's get it right, what the game cannot tolerate more of is even more play stoppages for officiating. I just don't think opening it up to a play-in, play-out basis of eye in the sky and what David said with that ridiculous false start, no, it's offsides, no, it's false start, just kidding. Guys, we can't have more stoppages.
Yeah, but Mike,
I just
here's
don't
the
think
thing.
we can go there.
When you go to a game, you're not on the clock. You're not in a hurry. So it should not. No, I agree with you. It shouldn't take 5 minutes. It's literally David in our ear saying, hey, guys, it's offsides on Pittsburgh. Okay. You know what? Upon further review, offside on Pittsburgh, first down. That's it. Took an extra 10 seconds. You don't need to sit there and huddle and look at the surface and talk about things. You get it in your ear, you move on. Plain and simple. All right. With the 8 final teams in the NFL playoffs, simple question. Is Detroit the third best team remaining?
Wow. I'm thinking for a second, but
David, you want to answer?
I would say so. Baltimore, San Francisco, Detroit. I don't think Kansas City's better than I don't think Buffalo's better.
It's free country. It's your opinion. I just think all of a sudden, because of a 1-point win, which is a win and it was awesome, we're getting a little carried away. no, I don't think right now if I put the Lions on a neutral field with the Bills that the Lions would win.
Yeah.
Like I think we're all glossing over the fact that this defense is morbid. So, no, I'd say fourth best, which, by the way, here's the only thing that matters. You're second best in the NFC, which means we should see you on NFC Championship Sunday, 60 minutes from a Super Bowl. That's all that matters.
Well, speaking of Buffalo, Mike, you brought.
Oh, you're not
up.
going to answer the question?
Oh,
is that how that's going to go?
Well,
no. Hold on there, Alex.
No. For me, no. Buffalo's the third best. I got Buffalo. I picked Buffalo to be in the Super Bowl. So, speaking of Buffalo and the Chiefs,
yeah.
Last week, I think the most pressure, was safe to say, was the Rams and the Lions because there was so much at stake. Is the most pressing game this week Chiefs and Bills?
What do you mean by pressing?
Meaning the stakes are higher. Like Lions-Rams, that game felt different because stakes were higher. There was Stafford coming back to Detroit. In this game, you have Mahomes going on the road in the playoffs for the first time ever, going up against a team that he's just had his way with. And if you're Buffalo, if you can't beat him now, you may not be beating him.
Let me answer it a different way. I love the question, and it's not a cop-out. It's the beauty of divisional weekend. But look at all the home favorites. Bills, Lions, Niners, Ravens. Any of those four teams lose this weekend, it's an absolute disaster. Ravens and Niners, it speaks for itself. It's unthinkable. The Bills, Rico, I think you said it perfectly. But think about the Lions. You arrived in the divisional round. You're not on the road. You're a touchdown favorite at home. I think there's immense pressure on the four home teams. And that's the beauty of it. That's why divisional weekend's so good.
No, I get what you're saying. I think it is the Bills and the Chiefs because this is Mahomes' chance to kind of shut everybody up and says, doesn't matter that I'm not in Kansas City. I can win with this team. And if you're Buffalo, I mean, if you lose.
Now or never.
Yeah. What else?
Now or never.
Yeah.
Yep. That's fair. That's fair.
Next question. Think about this before you answer quickly. Should we be surprised if the Texans win this weekend?
Let me start this
Yes.
one because that leads me to what I could have said on the last question. The pressure's on Baltimore overall, period. They have to make the Super Bowl. You can't have another MVP and not make it. So, yes, if the Texans win, I mean, what?
Lamar is 1-3 in playoff games.
I'm going to say it again. Much like people getting a little carried away with the Lions, I think people are getting carried away with the Texans. This is still a rookie quarterback. This is still a team that minus 2 pick sixes last week that Joe Flacco gift-wrapped. They struggle to get to 20 points. They're not a finished product. And now they're going on the road to a rested Ravens team that's on a mission. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd die where I stand if the Texans win that game.
Okay. Mike, this one is for you. Did the Buccaneers end the brotherly shove? Or was it just Vita Vea?
It was Vita Vea, maybe being a Marvel comic book character.
Because you saw Philly's soul leave their body when they just knew, okay, if there's one thing we can do is this play, and that play didn't work, they were done for the rest of the game. So did the Bucs show you how to get it done, or was it just that one person?
I'm going to stick with that's another sign the Eagles had no interest in playing football for money that night.
Fair enough. David, we got time for one more. All right, Michael. Matthew Stafford was mic'd up on the field. This was after the Kirby Joseph hit. Here's what Matthew had to say. Kirby Joseph knocking out the second player, ending their season. Is Kirby Joseph a dirty player, or was that just football move?
Nah, you got to blame the NFL. Don't blame Kirby. NFL doesn't want you attacking dudes, chest, shoulders, neck, head. Where else am I going? I got to take your legs. I'm not mad at Kirby. I'm mad at the league. That hit has got to be taken out of the league. But until it is, no, man, that's how I have to do my business. And unfortunately, that's just a side effect of it. No. Now, Stafford's got a right to say what he's saying. He's sticking up for his guys. If that happened to a Lions player, all of Detroit would be saying the same thing. I'm giving it to you as a neutral observer on it. They got to change the way the game's played, or else you're going to see more of that. No, Kirby's not a dirty player.
See, but Stafford also, as a quarterback, and quarterbacks, period, you have to protect your players in a certain sense, too. You can't throw it low like that. That's going to happen if you throw it low.
Hey, how many times did he get Megatron killed?
Exactly.
Matthews made a career. He's a good quarterback, but he's also made a career out of getting his receivers murdered.
I just wonder if this will end up following Kirby Joseph. He's young in his career, that he becomes that next kind of dirty player where he's not going to
what
get
does
the
he
benefit
become?
of the doubt.
Deontay Kazee or whatever his name is, the kid who got suspended for the rest of the year? You get labeled.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're targeted.
You get labeled, you get targeted. Referees start looking at your hits and scrutinize them a little bit more. You took out TJ Hawkinson. You took out Tyler Higbee. They're looking for that next guy you're going to take out. So that's your NFL playoff blitz, 97.1.
All right, right now it's the time to call Comer and Cross to get your brand new Comer and Cross garage floor. Not next spring, this winter. It's a lot easier getting that garage floor in the winter. They install all season long. Winter's when you're actually going to use that garage and your new garage floor the most. You gain about 500 square feet of finished space to use all winter long. Your garage floor stained, cracked concrete, an old epoxy job, that's not finished. They make it easy. They move your stuff for you. They even store it. Then they're going to come in, do the job, get it done, put everything back, and you got your brand new Comer and Cross garage floor. They guarantee you installation right away. Here's their number, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443. All right, we get to the Lions in a few minutes. I got to ask your permission as a fan base to move the goalposts. I'll explain, and you guys can say yay or nay. Right now, we go on the board. Well, we're moving and grooving, people. Another winner yesterday. I told you, nobody walks into the rack and walks out alive. Now, you know you're living right when a team shoots about 8 for 20 from the free throw line, but they still win and cover. But shout out Rudigers. The Warriors of the Raritan brought it last night. But you know the real storyline, David. I hooked my man up over here with a monster parlay. And then Rico's cussing me out going, gee, damn it, why am I sitting here watching UCLA? Because gambling is fun.
Yeah. The 9-point
I know,
play.
it's dirty. I know. Listen, never seen it before, may never see it again. Team makes 6 free throws because of flagrant plus 2 technicals and an ejection into a 3-point shot. UCLA was down 6 to up 3. Crazy. 2 plays that would qualify a system that are not a system, but sure as HELL play like a system. Ride with me, people. We're going to start out in Las Cruces, New Mexico. The Aggies of New Mexico State, who are utterly gross, are favored. They're a 7-10 basketball team, laying 1.5 to 13-4. Western Kentucky. It's a system play. That's not a system. It just plays like one. The other one might actually be on TV, and if you're interested, we take you to the Pac-12, where, again, you know the drill. We're looking for home teams with a losing record that are favored over teams with a winning record. I take you to the Pac-12, and I take you to Berkeley. The Cal Bears, sitting at 6-11, are favored by 1 over the 10-7 Washington Huskies. Now, what's interesting here, mildly interesting, Cal's played better basketball lately. They've notched a couple of wins. They're starting to turn their season around. And UW's last 3 road games, L. They're on the road again tonight. You don't fight the system. That's not a system. It just plays like one. You roll with it. I'm taking Cal, laying the 1. Rico, what do you got?
Mike, so the system that's not a system, when you look at Illinois going to Ann Arbor today.
Nope.
Illinois is ranked and only favored by 2.5.
Doesn't matter. They're still favored. Now, if Michigan was favored over Illinois, that would have been like LSU last night.
Okay.
They are not. We have rules, Rico.
Okay.
Unlike society, we have rules and standards.
That's why I'm checking in. And
just because I delivered that saucy parlay to your front door, don't get all loose here now. Don't get crazy.
All right, well, you know what? I do have a parlay for tonight's game at MSU. And yes, Mike, I am getting saucy. But not that saucy. Tyson Walker to score 15 points. A.J. Hoggard to score 10 points or more. And Tyson Walker to record 4 assists. That's plus 250. If you throw in A.J. Hoggard to get 6 assists as well, that's now plus 750. So Tyson plus 15, Tyson plus 4 assists, AJ 10 points and 6 assists.
I tell you this with all the love in my heart. It's not spiteful. I will not watch. I do not enjoy Michigan State's attempt at playing basketball.
As you told me last night, it's why we gamble and just enjoy it.
I know. I know, but they're a big favorite and they don't deserve any of my money. All right, Kenneth Cott. Are we back? Are you ready after the worst night you've had in 3 years of betting hockey? Yeah. Are you ready? Because I have a game for you.
I have a game for you, and if it's the same game, I will be so surprised because I don't think you think that I would pick this game.
See, now you're throwing a wrench in it. Mm-hmm. I have a game that, to me, it's a team I know. All right,
you're taking the Flyers at home, aren't you?
No.
Oh, wow.
No.
That's not the one I have either.
No, I want to bet. I want to give you a game that the underdog's plus 120. There's a massive bet differential, and it's a Kenny Cott special because you're a road warrior. You're like Reacher. You live out of a duffel bag. Wild plus 120 at the Lightning.
That's not the one I have.
Uh-oh.
And I don't like that one very much.
All right.
Okay, Tony Romo.
I'll stand down. Go ahead.
Jim, ooh, Mike.
Ooh, Jim.
No, I'm betting against the team that I almost exclusively pick when they're at plus odds. The Kings have been dreadful in the last 10 games. The Nashville Predators have been very good in their last 10 games. All the metrics I care about. Plus, they got sharp action on the Action Network if you care about that sort of thing. Plus 130, I like the Preds on the road.
Tread lightly. He's on a little bit of a cooler lately. David, what do you got for the people?
Here's what I have. I have the over 6.5 in the Coyotes Canucks game. Yes. Canucks can score goals, and I believe that it's going to go over 6.5. Yeah, I'm not Kenny. I am David.
Come on. Man, that's like you stole Kenny's homework and you're reciting it to the teachers. Where do you get off betting hockey?
I actually don't hate. That's not the worst over I've seen. That's not terrible. I'm bringing us together. I wouldn't do it, but I mean, it's not the worst one I've heard.
Okay. You know what, Rico? That's the equivalent of, hey, how was the food? Well, it wasn't terrible.
Didn't get sick.
Come on. That's not an endorsement. Well, the building didn't burn down. All right, so listen, whatever you do, don't be a moron. Enjoy yourself. Have a little fun. Don't be afraid to save your chips for the weekend for NFL Divisional Round, because I've got one play that rises above all others. We'll get to it, though.
Texas money line.
Up next. Hey. As I just mentioned, I mean, you can get crazy and have a good time now, but the NFL playoffs, that's the main dish. That's the main focus. It's FanDuel. They offer the no-sweat same-game parlay insurance. You know the drill. You combine all your bets, a little less money, obviously, to win a whole lot more. And if you fall short, they give you bonus bets back if that SGP doesn't hit. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and 97.1 The Ticket, 21 and up, present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Last week, while preparing for Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, Lions safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson likened the Rams receiving corps to the Bucs as one of the best Detroit had faced. Quote, "If you give that Tampa group a good quarterback, that's a great group," C.D. Deuce said. Although that was well before Detroit and Tampa knew they'd be facing each other in the divisional round, Baker Mayfield was listening. The Lions stymied Mayfield and the Tampa offense in their 26 win at Tampa in Week 6, holding Mayfield to 19 of 37 passing for 206 yards, no touchdowns, and interception, and he was sacked. Mayfield is on his fourth team in 3 seasons. He spent about half of last year with the Rams, with whom he's talked this week for a Lions scouting report. Other Lions news, they've activated edge rusher James Houston, paving the way for him to play against Tampa this weekend. Houston has been out since fracturing his ankle in Week 2. To make room, the Lions released Julian Okwara. Offensive coordinator Ben Johnson will interview for 4 different NFL head coaching jobs within 2 days of that divisional round game against the Bucs. Johnson is meeting with the Commanders and Panthers tomorrow, then the Chargers and Seahawks on Saturday. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'm pretty sure that was better the second time around. Dip. It's totally absurd. I love it. Welcome in, 3 o'clock. So let's get into the Lions, shall we? I have to ask your permission. I think it's one of the things that radio hosts or fans, you get accused of. Oh, my God, you're moving the goalposts. You son of a beeswax. But this time you're not going to be able to get mad because I'm asking your permission. Let me explain. Rico and I agree on this. It's one of the rare things we do agree on. You are entering the divisional round, and let's just say, for simplicity purposes, you're a touchdown favorite in the divisional round. You're not going on the road for the game. You're at home. It came up aces. I mean, you got 2 aces at the blackjack table. You split them, paint on both. Dealer flips a 16 and takes the bridge. It's all worked out. My view is, even though I'm the guy who said win the division, win a home playoff game, and it's mission accomplished, that it's just a fabulous season, there's nothing you could ask for, that it would just be an incredible year. Guys, I am asking your permission to move the goalposts because now that you're here, I may not agree that it's going to be as easy as you think it's going to be, but we all agree you're winning this game. Is it wrong for me to say that if you lost this game, it would in fact take some of the luster off of the season and how everyone's feeling? Wait a minute. We didn't go to Dallas. Wait a minute. We weren't some 2.5-point dog or favorite. We were at home against a team you don't respect, against a quarterback you don't like. Guys, I'll just say it. In order for me to maintain the vibes, you got to be in the NFC Championship game next weekend. I am asking your permission to move the goalposts. If you agree, please pledge your support. If you disagree, I want to know why. I want to know why or what part of the presentation here is wrong or faulty, that because of what's taken place, why is it wrong to kind of just go, all right, I need a little bit more. I need just a little bit more. Now, I could tell you, get to the NFC title game. I don't care if you lose by 100, magnificent season. But if they lost this weekend, I'd walk away with a bad taste in my mouth.
Really?
Go ahead. 248-539-9797. Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Upon further review, Mike, the only way I feel this way, if they go and just get blown out at home, and then it's very disappointing. You lose by double digits, and the game is never in hand. But other than that, if you lose a game that's just the reverse of you lose at 24-23, I can't sit here and say you didn't accomplish your mission, because you did. You did everything that you were supposed to.
At home.
At home.
7-point favorite. Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
If
it's a close game that the ball is going through the uprights with no time left on the clock, but you just played hard. Because, Mike, as you know, you've watched enough football. Sometimes two teams deserve to win, but only one gets to win. Doesn't mean you play badly. It just means the other one made more plays than you. If that's the case.
Oh, that happened last week.
Yeah.
No doubt. I mean, look, we could easily be sitting here, one penalty flag otherwise. We could easily be sitting here and having a completely different conversation. So they've already escaped. I'm making the point, Rico, think about it. If I told you it would be Lions-Bucks and one of you gets to go to the NFC title game, I will have a hard time coming to work Monday if they lose Sunday and going, NBD.
No,
I want to know if I have permission to say that.
And I think a lot of the fans will agree with you, because you said it when you set this up. I don't think Detroit, the fans, respect the Bucs. And that's why it would hurt. Like, wait. We just beat Stafford and the Rams, but we lost to these clowns, to Baker Mayfield? That's why. Mm-hmm. Because you don't respect the Bucs, and you just think that it's a foregone conclusion. You're either going to be hosting a game or flying off to Santa Clara. But if you get blown out, then yeah, it's going to feel like this season was a waste. But right now, I can't, because looking at everything that this team has gone through and how far they have come, no, I cannot say that, because I think that's just being a little unfair.
Well, I'm an unfair man. I want to hear from the people. And I also would like to summon Kenny Cott. I know he's busy answering the phones, but Kenny was at the game. Kenny is a massive Lions fan. I'd like to know if I have permission to move the goalposts.
For me, you do not have permission to move the goalposts. They did something in that game that I was at that I've never seen in my entire lifetime. I've never seen them host a playoff game, let alone win a playoff game. That was their goal from the beginning. And they did it by 1 point. So to expect them, I expect them to win. I expect them to beat Tampa, no question. But if they lay an egg at home, that'll disappoint me. I'm with Rico there. You can't not show up to that game in front of your home crowd. But anything other than that, I can't call this season a failure. I can't move the goalposts all the way over there just yet.
Whoa. Where did the F word come in?
Isn't that where
now,
isn't that what missing the goalposts is?
I never, I said it would take some luster off. I never used the F word. Now let's not play stupid games, win stupid
You've
prizes.
Used the F word.
That's true. That's true. He has.
I used it several times an hour. My point is, I am not using this particular F word in this particular context. I'm saying it will take a lot of the luster away, where in time you'll go, that was a hell of a year. And we did so much good. But in the short term, I cannot imagine showing up Monday they don't win this game. This is, I'll say it, this is the best it'll ever get for you. In the divisional round, home game, 7-point favorite. This is the pinnacle. You don't believe me? Ravens are at home, 8.5-point favorite. Niners are at home, 9.5-point favorite. You're a 7-point favorite. This is as good as it gets. You will, I could also say this with a pretty good degree of certainty, you will never get this opportunity again. Oh, you'll get it at home. You might be favored. But the odds of being a touchdown favorite in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs, guys, that's a once-a-decade thing. Ask Rico. Rico's team's been good for years. How many games are you actually a touchdown favorite in the divisional or NFC title game weekend? You're not. These games are dogfights. This is a real opportunity that for the first time since 91, you could be 60 minutes from a Super Bowl. So I want to hear from the people. Do I have your permission, or is Rico fighting for your rights? That Rico is the fair one, that I'm being unfair. 248-539-9797.
And like I said, so long as you don't go out there and get embarrassed, if that's the case, then that's a whole different topic. But if it's just one of those games
Who knew you were such a fair and understanding and, dare I say, lenient man?
Well, because, Mike, as you know, following your Giants, sometimes you just play in an epic battle, and at the end, the only thing you could do is just shake your head and say, if we would have just made that one play, things would have been different. But that doesn't mean that the team is – say what?
No, maybe if you could have caught a punt in 2011. 248-539-9797. That was a cheap shot. America's America's oh man. America's favorite player. Can I apologize before I talk about Circa? Rico, I'm sorry. I know that game still stings.
Well,
America's favorite place to watch football.
I was about to say, before you talk about
What?
Circa, you want to hold off for a little bit?
Why is that? Oh, I done did it again. 15-yard penalty, too many men in the huddle, and signing out.
All right. Guess what? The Big Fitness Energy Sale has been extended. So if you're ready to join Planet Fitness and you're thinking, man, I wish I could have got in on that 24 cents down sale, $10 a month, it's still going down now through January 19th. You could stop at your local Planet Fitness and sign up for just 24 cents down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, and I mean anybody, can feel comfortable and work on their fitness goals. You know, the things that you said you were going to do this year, you promised yourself. And at Planet Fitness, you can experience the squeaky clean gyms with tons of equipment, full body workout in just 30 minutes for those who don't have time on the 30-minute circuit. And all memberships include fitness training. You get all of this, 24 cents down, $10 a month, no commitment whatsoever. Just go to your local Planet Fitness to sign up. If it's too cold, the roads are icy, don't worry about it. Just go online at planetfitness.com to get started.
Hey, look, it's my turn. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa in Las Vegas. Biggest games, best viewing experience, 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of the largest outdoor sports book on the planet. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David, quickly, the ticket text, and then we go straight to the calls. And I've just asked the question, is it acceptable? I'm asking permission. I will follow the protocol that you lay forth. I'd like to move the goalposts to say that last weekend was the game we all said, hey, win or this season is kaputs. I can't help it. You're a 7-point favorite at home this week. You have a real opportunity, maybe the best opportunity you'll ever get, to get to the NFC title game. The team you needed to lose to get a home game, they lost. The more talented team that you could have faced as the opposition, they lost. And you're at home, favored by 7, and a date with destiny against Rico's Niners. Or is Rico saying, no, they did what we asked. You're not allowed to move these goalposts. Let's get to it. David, ticket text.
Ticket text here. Mike, yes, we should move the goalpost. Our expectations are changed a little bit. Get us to an NFL playoff gym in San Francisco. Someone else says, no, I'm with Rico. We're not moving the goalpost on the Lions season. He says, Mike, you were salivating just to get the playoff win to cement the season. We did that. Don't move the goalpost. Another text comes in saying, winning windows aren't up to teams. It's a fluid situation. Nothing wrong with changing expectations. The goalpost can move.
This is a battle royale, Rico.
It is. I didn't realize we were going down party lines here. Go ahead.
Only way I consider the year a failure is if Green Bay gets to the Super Bowl or, heaven forbid, wins it. So I am not moving the goalpost.
All right, so 3-1 Rico. Rico right now with a big lead in the caucus.
Well, I've won the primary, and Mike's a loser, and we're moving on.
Let's go to Hal. 97.1. Hal. Oh, boy. Hal, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Hey, man.
First time, long
Good,
time.
Hal. Welcome, Hal.
I don't think you have permission to move the goalpost, Mike. Mainly because you didn't really have the guts to back up our favorite Lions against the Rams. So they made it. They made it to the 12-5 season. They won the home playoff game, and I don't think you can move the goalposts. I think they're going to win Saturday or Sunday, pardon me. But I'm on Rico's side. You can't move the goalposts.
Okay, noted. Like I said, Hal, I'm asking permission. I know it's an insanely unfair thing to do.
And see, I don't think it has anything with the fact that you didn't pick the Lions to win the game. I think it's just...
Oh, I'm so over that.
Right, but I mean,
they won 24-23, and a guy who I thought wasn't going to play played and caught a touchdown. That was a hell of a football game. Go ahead. You want to hold it against me? Is that how you get your rocks off? Go ahead. Boners all around.
I see where you're coming from, but we asked a lot of this team. They did it. They won. They made it all. They won the division. They won the playoff game at home. They represented. The crowd helped them win that game because the crowd made the Rams burn 2 timeouts when they did not want to.
But Rico, now you're an even bigger favorite in the next round. You know how rare that is.
I know.
They got a chance to go to the NFC title game as a 7-point favorite.
I know, but it's been so long.
All right.
I feel I feel guilty moving the goalposts and raising the expectations of the city because it's been 30 years. I just don't think that's fair.
All right, let's go to Raleigh, see where he's at. 97.1.
I am 100% in favor of moving the goalpost. It should. You don't get this opportunity very often. You have to take it. There's no reason why we should be okay with losing next weekend or this weekend. No way.
I mean, Raleigh, don't you feel like it all changed when Dallas lost and you got the home game?
Yes, and even going into Dallas, I know we would have been underdogs, but still, the way the last game we had against them played out, I still would have expected a win because we should have had that game. Whatever, that's bygones, and it put us where we are today. But absolutely, we have to win this weekend, or I'm not going to use the F word, but
no,
it's on the tip of my tongue. We made it. But
it's in the back of your mind. How about we use the different word? We wouldn't use the F word. But we'd all walked away with the D word. It would be so disappointing.
Exactly. Yes. Again, you don't get these opportunities very often in the NFL. You have to strike. That I was upset when they didn't do more at the trade deadline because of the way they were going. We're here. We got to take advantage of it.
Yes, I actually shared that emotion, Raleigh. All right, so one for me. Obviously, Rico's still polling in the lead here. We go to Kyle. 97.1. What's up, Kyle?
Yeah, I want to say you absolutely moved the goalpost, and that's not a bad thing because we all watched the Cowboys and the Eagles lose, and we wanted them to lose. And we all know in Detroit they're not really talking Super Bowl right now because we all know there's one dangerous team in the NFC, and it's not the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers are the least threatening team left. You won a playoff game, which is great. But now you're in the second round, and you're not just a favorite. You're by far a favorite. The whole NFL thinks you're the favorite. The goalpost moving, that's a good thing.
So you're all in favor of moving the goalpost. Okay. Mikey?
I'll take it. Listen,
you're creeping up.
I don't think I'm going to – yeah, we're gaining some support in certain what do you call them when they zoom in on the map?
Precincts.
Certain districts. I'm in the far-flung districts.
David.
Me and my mountain people.
I need some recounts here. Okay, I'm not accepting
this.
You
really are. Let's go to – you are. I'm going to tell you you're out of hand right now. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how are you?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Justin.
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great on this Friday, Junior. All right. So, guys, I'm actually on the side of Rico, but I can kind of see where Mike's coming from. I mean, honestly, I'm always going to remember where I was when we won that home playoff game. Very emotional, something that'll stay with us forever. So when we set the expectations at the beginning of this year, we have hit the expectations. And honestly, I get it. I get why you would want to ask for more because it's like driving down Woodward and every light just started turning green. That's what it's like having the Bucs coming back into Detroit, even though we beat them in Tampa Bay earlier this year. So I get it. There will not be another opportunity like this to happen where things are honestly just lining up. So I get it. Will I look back and will I even be close to the F word or the D word? I don't think so. I think this is something that we've all been looking for 30 years. So I'm happy, and everything on top of this is gravy. So I'm more on the side of Rico, but at the end of the day, I get it, Mike. Things just aren't going to line up like this again. And what happens now? This is crazy. This is crazy. But what happens if this young and dumb Packers team goes into San Francisco and does something crazy? And now we have the NFC Championship in Detroit. Then we could talk about moving the goalpost.
Then you move the goalpost. I'm with you.
You can't lose that. You cannot lose that. But up until that
think
point,
about this.
I'm just happy to be here.
Think about this. How would you feel watching that game after you lose and watching the Packers win and knowing what you could have had?
But no, I think what Justin is saying, it's the other way, Mike, because they play Saturday. You'll know going into the game. Kind of like when Green Bay was beating Dallas and it changed the dynamic of everything. It's like, whoa, wait a minute here. If this goes down, you get a second home game. And the Lions knew that going into the game, which is why I said, you know what? They're going to win this game because they know what's at stake. I think the same is what Justin was saying. If the Packers beat the Niners, then, Mike, I will go and rent a backhoe for you to move those goalposts.
Let's go to Matt. We got time for one more here before we got to do some business. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Good, Matt.
All right,
What's up?
Permission granted officially to move the goalpost. I mean, I understand the superstitious aspect of answering the question, but I mean, anyone is lying to themselves if they say the expectation is not to win this game. I mean, Vegas thinks we're going to win. I'm sure the analysts are going to think we're going to win. The writing to me is on the wall. If we don't win on Sunday, I know we're all going to remember this season, but we're also going to remember that the season ended to a loss to Baker Mayfield at home, where we were a touchdown favorite. And that's probably going to mean that we're going to have to see Baker Mayfield commercials, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, I think those days are over, Matt. I don't think he's going to be walking the stadium with a coffee cup and a robe on anymore. But I understand what you're saying. I just don't think that it's fair to move the goalpost. The only way I'll allow it, if the Packers win on Saturday, you can move the goalpost. Other than that, we've asked this team to do everything that we wanted, and they did it. Just don't get blown out, and I'm okay.
It's just such an opportunity. And look, maybe it's not this huge opportunity because the parallels between 1991 and now, like if you go to San Francisco, you're going to be the better part of a 10-point underdog. But my point is, who cares? Get in that game. It's there. I mean, go around the league the next time you're dropping a grumpy and go look at the amount of AFC or NFC championship games franchises have participated in. Not even won, participated in. Go look at the dates of some of these for the last time they were there. All you need to do is look in your own mirror. 1991. The same emotions that apply to last weekend should apply to this weekend. You have a chance to do something your franchise has not done. And it will never be, I'm not using the E word, easy, but it's there, man. This is as prime of an opportunity as you will ever get. So go get it. Go do it. That way we don't have to use the D word, disappointment. 248-539-9797. More of your calls coming up. Get ahead of the game, Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Celebrate the start of 24. New vehicle from Moran. The Terrains are in all-wheel drive. The Acadias seating up to 7. The Sierras with the V8 engine. And also, Denali's in stock. Make the call. Something's off with that current vehicle? Go to MoranExpress.com. Get your certified service appointment. You get the free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we're going to get back to your calls in a minute, but in a public service announcement role, because the ticket prices for this game make last week look like the discount DVD bin, we wanted to provide you with some party planning dishes for what is going to be a wintry, perfect day to sit inside, possibly not wear pants that don't feature an elastic waistband, and watch your Lions pave their way to the NFC title game. Music, please. That's right. Roberto's got his dickie on. Oh! There you go. Cousin Eddie's in the house. Whoa. He's got his dickie on.
The moose
little
cup.
turtleneck, little eggnog. There we go.
My heart skipped a beat.
Mine too.
Oh, stop it.
Hit
Please,
the
I'm a
dump button,
professional.
David.
All right, so listen to this.
What? That's what Randy Quaid was wearing. It was a dickie.
He was.
Yes.
It was a turtleneck.
He was. So we'll all be watching the big
calm
game.
down.
We're all going to watch the big game on Sunday. That's a given. But I have a this or that game for you right now. It's a recipe shootout.
Let's do it.
It's famous Detroit recipe or famous Tampa Bay recipe. Which would you rather have on your table on Sunday?
I like this. I like this. I'll be accused of being a traitor, but here we go.
I know. I think you're going to pick every other one. All right, here we go. First off, we're going to start out number one. We all know it. We know Coney Dog. That's number one. But would you rather have a Tampa Bay classic, the Cuban sandwich?
It's not even a discussion. Cuban sandwich. It's also a better digestive property. You don't want a house full of people eating Conies and then using your toilet. That's a problem. Cuban, please.
Who are these people you hang with?
Rico, get 20 people over your house. You're banging out chili dogs. You know what that bathroom's going to be? It's going to be a war zone.
War zone.
Okay. I guess it's
okay. Hey, I tell you what. You don't believe me? Go look at Kenny on a daily basis. He eats chili dogs all the time. Where's Kenny 6 times from 2 to 6?
Yeah, but he's
Stall
got
number
the
2.
digestive system of a 75-year-old.
No, I wait. I got the bidet at home. I wait.
Oh,
okay, let's move on.
Kenny actually has a bidet in his car.
If it's done right,
Cuban.
It's the Cuban sandwich.
I saw him
Not everybody can do the Cuban sandwich right.
That's true.
Yeah, buddy.
Not everybody can do Conies either.
Man, you're starting us off strong here because you know I'm a sandwich guy, Roberto.
Right.
And you know I love me a Coney.
This is hard, huh?
Come on, watching the Lions, ice cold day, and you got a crispy, melty, delicious Cuban sandwich.
Right off the press. Right off the panini press.
I gotta go Coney. I gotta go Coney. I'm sorry, guys. I love Conies too much.
You'll be going Coney 3-4 times in the first half, that's for sure.
At least I'm equipped for it, Mike.
Yeah, You'll be making a Coney, that's for sure. All right, keep it rolling.
All right, let's see what Kenny says about this one.
Can't wait.
The Detroit-style pizza versus a Tampa Bay mainstay, the Spanish skillet paella with chorizo, shrimp, and clams.
No, out.
Detroit-style pizza.
Get out. A, yeah, Detroit-style pizza. A, you'll stink up your house. B, I've never known a human being who can make paella at home. It destroys pans. No, the Detroit-style pizza. It's a football game. This ain't the Catalina wine mixer. I'll stand up for it.
It's football. It's pizza.
Square pizza. Rectangle pizza.
Absolutely.
Mod on.
All right,
go ahead, Rico. I know your answer, but go ahead.
No, it was pizza. I answered that very early.
Okay.
Right, let's go to the dessert side of things.
Okay.
Whatever Detroit option is, I'm taking it already.
The Detroit famous, what do you call it? Saunders, whatever the hell you call it.
The bumpy cake.
That's right. Versus, we know Florida, Tampa Bay is all about citrus, right? So the Saunders bumpy cake versus the orange meringue pie. Sweet, tart, and delicious.
No. Gross, nasty, and awful. Give me the bumpy cake.
You may have had me
comforting, classic chocolate.
You may have had me at a key lime pie, but that sounded disgusting. So
that's awful.
Orange meringue.
That sounds as awful as Tampa Bay's running game. No. Bumpy
I think
cake.
they're serving that at the old folks' home down the street from here.
That's right up there with the fluff or whatever you call it.
I love a bumpy cake. I got to go bumpy cake.
Whoa.
Wait, I saw
I am
some
not
show
going to
and somebody
tolerate.
was making a fluffernutter sandwich, and I'm like, that's what Mike has been talking about.
Yeah, big New York thing.
That's the stuff we grew up on as kids on the East Coast. It's fluffernutter and peanut butter. Don't knock it till you try it. Now, don't be a punk.
I don't know, man. David, could you imagine a bunch of people over the house eating fluffernutter sandwiches? What's going to happen?
Oh, no,
to
not
the
for the
toilet?
game. No. Not for the game and not for kids over the age of 12. I'm saying it was a childhood treat. No. Hey, Bobby and Brent, come on over here and get some fluff. No one.
He's got
no
a
one's
peanut
hosting a
allergy.
party.
So every now and then you just don't break down and relive childhood and have a fluffernutter sandwich?
I don't. Nah, dude, I haven't had it in probably 15 years. I don't even know if they sell it out here.
I was about to say, every now and then I'll do a peanut butter and jelly. Just
Yeah.
I love PBJ, but the fluff, I don't even know if you can buy fluff out here.
Can't invite nobody out to the
Actually, you
house with
can.
that.
It's good. Yeah, you can buy the fluff. It's called Michigan's football schedule.
Hey,
Go ahead to the next
what
one,
are we
please.
doing? Next.
All right.
Roberto, gain control.
Hey,
of
get
your
yourself
family.
some Bowling
They're on
Green
their
fluff,
case.
David.
All right, this one might be controversial because some people might not agree this is a Detroit famous food, but I do. I'm calling it, and I'm saying it
Okay.
is. I'm saying
Okay.
the almond boneless chicken.
Versus?
I think it is a Detroit staple because it's so famous here and not in other states. Mike, am I right on this?
You're talking to Chinese food. Yeah,
Yes.
I've never seen almond chicken in New York. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's definitely something I saw when I was out here. Now, what's the Tampa equivalent?
Now, the Tampa equivalent would be a Cuban beef featuring rice, beans, plantain chips garnished with cilantro.
No, again, highfalutin. I'm not cooking for my friends like that. No, out. Give me the almond chicken.
Not into the
Mike.
bananas. So.
Give me the chicken. It's football. Give me the chicken.
Hold on. I think I'll take this over the
Almond chicken.
almond chicken.
Really?
What? Why not? Try something different.
Not into the Chinese food for a football game, huh?
No. We said almond chicken. I don't think I'll take the almond chicken. I'll take the Cuban
Yeah,
stuff.
it's like
Almond
it's
chicken's
it's
Chinese
a shredded
food.
beef.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the beef.
All right. Keep it rolling.
Save that as a drop, please. Next.
Oh.
Another Detroit staple. I guess it did start
Corned
here.
beef egg
Oh, no.
rolls.
Oh, how did you know that? That was the next one.
Oh my God!
How have you seen the list? Oh my God!
I'm
that's so
from
weird.
Southwest Detroit.
You're right. You're absolutely
All
right.
right.
The corned beef
Versus?
egg roll versus Tampa Bay's golden brown crab fritter
Nope.
with lemon
No.
on the side.
No.
Because it's fish. I know.
That doesn't matter. It's a corned beef egg roll. It wins. It is
Can I
the
just
Baltimore
choose-
Ravens. It's the 49ers.
You are
It's
right.
the one
It
seed.
is- it's him.
Right. It's what the one seed. They got the bye week.
I'm going to say something controversial. I've never had a corned beef egg roll.
Right in the thousand.
not-
It goes in the Thousand
Hey,
Island dressing.
hey.
I'm getting yelled at right now.
Hey, Kenny.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to join you. I've seen them. I've smelt them. I don't want no part of it.
Well, you know what, Mike? To your spine.
No, I'd be willing to try one. I just never
man.
had one.
I'll bring some for you. I didn't know that. I did not know. Wow.
Who do I work with? I'm sorry, Dave.
I know.
All right. You want one more?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Sure, quickly.
All right. Another Detroit staple, the chicken shawarma. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus
Tampa Bay's Greek chicken with rice, green olives, and feta cheese.
No. Shawarma. Detroit's got the market cornered on handheld sandwich wraps. Shawarma.
Shawarma
Just
all
take
day.
it easy on the garlic sauce, will you?
That's right. Shawarma
Not
all
25 anymore. Shawarma.
All right. How about a
But again, that
punchki?
garlic sauce in a party format, look out. Nope, out.
Punchki
Those
versus
things ought to be
tangerine
illegal.
orange cake.
I'll take the punchki.
Okay, I'm done with you and the citrus.
That's
All
it
right,
now.
I don't want either of those
That's
things.
Florida.
Just give me another slice of pizza. You keep the dessert. All right, that's it. Little party planning. I think we have the advantage on the field, and I think
And-
we have the advantage from a cuisine standpoint.
The corned beef egg roll.
Good sign. Good sign.
Man, you can miss me with those. All right. That is your little party planner. Now, let me tell you about FanDuel real quick. Very easy. It's divisional round. You live for this stuff. Wild Card Weekend was incredible. FanDuel, more ways to play than anybody else. And if you're a new user, you get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place that first $5 wager. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner, and 97-1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, you call 1-800-270-7117. All right, we do it every week at this time. We talk to our man out in Vegas. He's got to be a happy guy because his Lions got it done. We go to Derek Stevens, Circa Las Vegas. Derek, how are you, buddy?
But I am a happy guy. We had a great weekend last weekend in Vegas, and we're all heading back home to the D. So we're fired up. We're going to be at Ford Field with the whole Vegas crew. So I'm excited about coming back home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, big time. And guess what? You get to come home. I mean, Derek, we were talking about this early in the show from a non-betting standpoint, but just the idea. Lions get the second game because the team they wanted to lose loses. They get the preferred opponent between Philly and Tampa. You're a 6.5, 7-point favorite. There, this is the best shot you've had in just about the same amount of time, 30 years, to get to Championship Sunday. I mean, you got to get it. They can't lose. It can't happen. They got to win.
Well, this is as close as I'd say I've felt in my lifetime. That's for sure. No, this is all come together. This is great. I mean, you guys know it. I mean, we're feeling it out here in Vegas. I mean, this love for Detroit's been unbelievable throughout the country. But yeah, this is as close as we've gotten. We're pretty damn fired up about it. It's awesome.
Talking with Derek
Have
Stevens.
they become the public's choice? I'm sorry, Rico, my bad. I was just going to follow up real quick. Have they become the public team where it doesn't matter where people are from, they're betting on the Lions?
I would say so. I mean, it started off, a season ago with the Hard Knocks bump, and then starting off lousy and coming on strong at the end of the 22 season, and then this year, jumping in with opening game on national TV and beating the Chiefs on the road and rolling through there, and with these athletes that the Lions have that are fun to watch, with a game plan, Ben Johnson's fun to watch. And Dan Campbell leading the charge. This has been a great football team. Whether you're a Lions fan or not, this has been a great team to follow and watch and have fun with this whole year. So absolutely.
Talking with Derek Stevens. Derek, is this the game that you're seeing the most action on?
Right now, I would say the games are pretty even. Remember, we're still a little 48 hours away from the first game on Saturday, and we're going to have a lot more action come in once we get all the injury reads and things like that. I would tend to believe, though, the number one handle game for the weekend, it's going to be one of the late games. It has to be Green Bay San Fran, or it has to be Kansas City Buffalo, just because of the timing. It's going to be one of the two, and you can make an argument, The storied challenges between Green Bay and San Fran might put it up as number one because it's on a Saturday night, so it could go that way.
Derek, so when you look at overall, Super Bowl future bets, all of that, I've always wondered is you have the games to bet on, but the futures market, when you get to this point, you go, all right, the team I'm betting has got to win 3 football games for me to get this done. What type of handle does Super Bowl futures really bring in?
Well, I mean, the one thing that you'll see is with the futures, this is like the snowball effect where you as a sports book, what you don't want to see is you don't want to see a team that's a real big long shot that just progressively continues to surprise, because that way, you're just going to get money in throughout the entire season, and by the time you get near the end, like we are now, you're sitting on an oh my God type of situation. When you have a team that's a strong favorite throughout the year, you're usually not in too bad of a position. Out of the 8 remaining teams for Circus Sports, the teams that Circus Sports don't want to last past this weekend are the Green Bay Packers, and I'm just talking about the money now. There was a lot of money that came in on the Packers, and because of the long odds, it added up to a lot of liability. And then on the other side, the Ravens. The Ravens, even though they were pretty popular at the beginning of the year, there was just so much Lamar love throughout the whole year that really kind of snowballed. So for us, it's the Packers and the Ravens that we're hoping don't make it past this weekend.
Well, listen, enjoy your time back home. I know you'll get one look at the weather and go, all right, that's it. Get me back to the desert.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be as bad as last weekend.
Oh, we're all excited. We landed at 8 in the morning. We're going right to Nemo's. Rented out Nemo's, going to have a lot of fun over there. I think we're going to see T.J. Lang, one of your compatriots. Hopefully we run into you over the weekend as well. We're going to be there in and out, and we're looking forward to it.
I'll have a hell of a good time. We'll talk to you next week when I have a feeling we're going to preview the NFC title game, and it's going to be Lions and Niners. Derek, we'll talk to you next week, my man. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Derek.
All right, Derek Stevens. You got it, Circa Las Vegas. David, a few ticket texts, if you will. And then we'll get back to business. We got a lot left to do. We got to get to the calls. I've got a deal breakers that's Lions playoff specific. Football today's tons of stuff. What do you got, David?
Someone says being a touchdown favorite at home changes everything. The goalpost has definitely moved for me. Someone else says, do I want more? Yes, but they've earned their stripes already. I am not moving the goalpost. Someone else, not someone else, his name is Vince, listening in Miami on the Odyssey app. He says, yes,
hey, Vince.
Move those posts now. Okay. Yes, the goalpost needs to be moved. An NFC championship or bust now. Ooh, wow.
Got a feeling I'm going to lose this election.
Cliff from Rylander, Wisconsin, also listening on the Odyssey app, says, you are 100% correct. Move the goalpost. This is a game the Lions should and need to win.
Yeah, I'm feeling like Michael Dukakis getting out of a tank right now with a helmet on.
Oh, no.
Great reference. The goal.
Listen, a couple of votes the other way, I'll look like Biden getting off an airplane. Don't worry. I go tumbling right down the stairs. Give me a break. Everything can swing in a couple moves here, Rico. It's okay.
I can't move the goalpost, someone says, because I've decided before the season that they were going to the NFC Championship game. I was called a fool, but I'm looking pretty smart now.
Wow. Insecure much? 248-539-9797. We get back to the calls. I got a deal breakers for you. It's going to be thought-provoking, and it has everything to do with fandom, ground rules, and your Lions. That's all I can say. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson will interview for 4 different NFL head coaching jobs within 2 days of the Lions' divisional round matchup with Tampa. Johnson is meeting virtually with the Commanders and Panthers tomorrow, then with the Chargers and Seahawks on Saturday. He admits that time is a zero-sum game, but preparation for the Bucs is not where that time comes from. That was Johnson speaking earlier today in Allen Park. The NBA has postponed Friday's Warriors versus Mavs game after 46-year-old assistant coach from Golden State, Dejan Milojevic, died from a heart attack Wednesday night. The league has moved the game to Saturday. It's the second Warriors game to be postponed since Milojevic's sudden passing. And Michigan's last horse racing track is closing. Northville Downs, which opened in 1944, hosts its last race on February 3rd. The building likely to be razed as part of a $250 million mixed-use development. The venerable harness track is trying to relocate in Plymouth Township, but the proposal is strongly opposed by some local officials and residents. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. We're talking about moving the goalposts. I'm asking permission. I'm not able to make that declaration. The fact is the team you needed to lose to get the home game, lost. Who was the preferred team? I mean, I could argue you would have been fine playing the Eagles because the Eagles don't look like they enjoy playing football for money, but the Bucs are the weaker roster. They won. You're a 6.5-point favorite. You're at home. This is the best home field advantage in all of football in my mind. You guys are incredible. So I've said you're going to win a home playoff game and you're going to win that division, and man, it doesn't matter what happens after that. I'd like to know if I could move the goalposts. Do I have your permission, Detroit, that you got to win this game too? I just can't imagine coming into work next week and going, yeah, it's all right, guys. Tripped over our garden hose and lost to Baker Mayfield as his 7-point favorite. And now I'm watching them lose 40-0 in the NFC title game.
Is that why, though? Because it's Baker Mayfield?
It's all of it. I think the Bucs are highly flawed. I mean, yes, they have a passing attack that at times can look good, but it's still Baker. They don't run it. They can't run it. And defensively, Todd Bowles plays defense like it's 2005. You know, he doesn't do any disguising. I just blitz. I'm going to tell you I'm blitzing, and look, it's me blitzing. I mean, it's ridiculous. I would feel awful losing to this team. Awful. Now, do I think this team's going to make it a little tighter than people think? Yes. That's because I'm not going to let one 24-23 playoff win seduce me that we get to walk into games like we're the Chiefs in their prime and just blow the doors off teams. But you got to win. Or Rico Beard has stood up for you and said, nah. There ain't no moving any goalposts. They did their job. This is all house money. 248-539-9797. You want to get to the calls?
Let's go.
Let's go to Dre. He's batting leadoff in the 4 o'clock. Dre, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, you do not have permission to move the goalposts. Respectfully, you placed the goal at the end of last season when we beat Aaron Rodgers and sent him packing off to the Jets. Moving the goalposts would be like the carrot on the stick trick right now.
I got $1.
You do not tell your kids to clean up your room, and you're going to give them $1, and they clean up the room, and you say, well, hey, since I know you clean up your room now, let's go with cleaning up the bathroom, too, in the kitchen. You just expect them to keep that room clean on a good basis. And that's what we need to do with Detroit, with the Lions. We need to expect them to win. Because let me tell you, if this was last weekend, let's play a different scenario. Last weekend went down with Dallas actually showing up and beating Green Bay and the Eagles doing the 180 and playing like they was playing in the midseason. We'd be looking at 2 hard scenarios right now that we have to go down to get to this conference game. So we need to be happy with what we got right now. Yes, we can expect them to beat Tampa Bay because the way cards played out, and then beat Green Bay long as we at home. But we have to keep on. We are still rebuilding. And let me ask you a question.
Oh,
when
yes,
when your G-man went 3 games on the road and then beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, did you ever move the goalpost on him?
No, because we were underdogs in every game. Remember, that team, I was home for Christmas back in the day. Didn't have a gray hair on my head. They were 7-7 on Christmas Eve playing the New York Jets. They weren't even supposed to make the playoffs. They were an underdog in every game they played. That's a different approach. Hey, David, you'll like this one. That's like the Michigan versus everybody thing. The difference is you ain't favored versus nobody. It is truly you versus everyone. You are favored. Look, if you were a 3-point favorite like you were last week, I don't do this topic. I don't do it. I don't.
Yeah,
but you are a touchdown favorite in the divisional round. Good old Carlton over here, a.k.a. Privileged Rico.
Okay, no. Let me stop you with that. Okay, once again, last time the Niners won, been a long time, Mike. Almost 30 years. Okay? You and David have seen Super Bowls since I've seen a Super Bowl.
I'll say it again. You are consistently making the playoffs. You are consistently a threat to go to the Super Bowl. Have been. I can't change that you couldn't catch a punt in 2011.
Okay.
I can't change that Roger Craig couldn't hold on to the football in 1990.
We had the Jeff Garcia years. We've had the Steve Bono
You've
years.
been to the Super Bowl more recently than either one of our teams. So what are we doing?
You've won it.
Oh, that's right.
You've won it.
Well, I can't help that you employed Zoolander instead of a quarterback at that
I
position.
can't help it that somebody turned off the lights. Just shut it down. Going to restart the whole game in 40 minutes. I know they're rolling. Let's just turn off the lights.
David, can you feel the pain radiating from this man's body?
Yes,
I thought something was wrong with my TV. Like, what just happened here? Who unplugged the TV?
You just hate to see it. Let's go to Alex, 97.1. What's up, Alex?
Oops. All right, hold on. There we go.
Alex.
How you guys doing?
Good, Alex. What's up?
I think if we're going to move the goalposts, we should just expect not to get blown out. Doesn't matter what level, whether it's against Tampa, the Niners, or the Super Bowl, but just don't get blown out.
Explain what do you mean, though? Like, you go into a game as a 7-point favorite. How are we talking about just don't get blown out? Like, what? I don't understand.
I expect to win, but if you're going to lose, you shouldn't be losing by more than the spread.
All right. So the only way you walk away feeling really bad about yourself is if they show their ass. They don't show up. They look like the Cowboys. That's what you're telling me.
I'm with Alex as well.
So you're on Team Rico. All right. No respect. Okay. I don't have permission to move the goalposts.
Yeah, you just can't go out there and get skunked. 37-0.
This really is a close caucus. This is a close polling result.
I know. I feel like
it's kind of down the middle.
You know what I need, David? I think I need another Big G endorsement. That won me the last election.
You know what's sad about all that is when you think back to when we cut those silly promos. Rico, how come fall is that going to be 4 years ago? How is that possible?
Yeah, you're right.
You think about that?
You're right.
How is that possible?
4 years ago, it took a lot to convince you. He was like, no, I'm not going to say anything bad about my son. Okay, how about you just say good things about me? I can do that. All right, there we go.
But you see how silly it is?
It's
the equivalent of having John Harbaugh talk about his brother Jim.
Right.
He ain't going to trash his brother.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
He's honest.
2-4. Excuse me?
John, he said Jim's honest.
Hey, he's honest.
Mm-hmm.
Upstanding.
Mm-hmm. Should we hook him up to a truth machine?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Please.
Let's
go to Randall.
I was about to say, let's go to Will because I accidentally hung up on him. Will, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey, man.
Good. First of all, I'm disappointed in Roberto. When Dan Miller made the comment, "Oh, what a night," I just knew that was going to be the song he did. So Roberto needs to get his game together. But in regards to the moving the goalpost, I look at it like in a sales pack where you have a goal and then a stretch goal. Making the playoffs, having a home game, winning that home game was the goal. But you cannot change the goal. You may have a stretch goal, but you cannot move that goalpost. Now that things are falling in place, we got a stretch goal to make it to the NFC Championship game, but that's as far as I'm allowing you to. I can't allow you to move it, but I can't allow you to add a stretch goal on.
So we got to add. We got to add a stretch provision to this puppy. I can't fully move
it. A stretch goal.
But we got some contingency.
If you go to your sales department, they've got stretch goals for what they want them to do. But they set a goal, and then if you go beyond that, you get a bonus. And that's what the Lions are looking for, to get that bonus check.
Okay.
Regular.
All right.
Yeah, because it kind of
so
cheapens.
People understand. Go ahead, Rico.
No, it kind of cheapens, because if you move the goalpost, like the one caller says, it does feel like that commercial with the old dude with $1 at the end of the fishing pole. Like, well, I mean, come on, you almost got it. Come on.
Yeah, but the difference is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the dollars just sitting there on the floor, no string attached to it. You got to go out and grab it. There's no creepy man who might be a serial killer holding the dollar at the end of a fishing pole.
You better check and see if there's a fishing line attached to that dollar.
I know.
You made it.
And
this
look,
far.
we're gonna do all the game breakdown stuff tomorrow. We wanted to sequentially approach all the angles to the game in the lead up to the Friday show. So if you're looking for when are they talking Vita Vea? That's tomorrow. Hey, when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. And I'll tell you about that momentarily.
Nah, just go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
I done did it again. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. They got generators in stock, too. If Mastercraft can't get to you, same-day service, they're going to take $100 off that next-day service call. Just go to mastercraftheating.com.
Hey, it's me. And you know what? I'll teach you what to do what I did. And you just go with the flow in radio. It's Specs at LTU. When somebody makes that mistake, doesn't matter. You're a professional and you move on and you do better. So if you want to learn what it takes in the radio business, or you want to go into TV or graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. It's very simple. So what are you waiting for? Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Trust me, with our hands-on approach and expert faculty like yours truly, you're going to learn the practical skills you'll need to succeed in today's dynamic media industry. So, once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. If you want that career in radio, TV, or graphics design, this is a great place to start. ltu.edu/specs. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Okay, so we're going to do deal breakers, but with a twist. I have created a series of what I'm calling Lions Playoff Edition fan issues that are in deal breakers. Kenny, Roberto, Evan Jenkins, if available, David. Roberto's not really a fan, so he doesn't qualify for this. This is for the real fans. Hit the button. Now, I know normally you'd hear Roberto go, "Is everybody ready? Everybody ready to play the game? You ready?" I know you're ready, so let's dive in. Issue number 1, gentlemen. Your friend calls you and goes, "I've scored a pair of tickets to the big game this weekend." He invites you. You happily accept. One problem. He tells you that not only does he have to charge you for the ticket, but he's not going to charge you face value. He's using secondary market pricing, and he expects you to pay it. And you don't know what he did and did not pay for these tickets. Guys, it's not necessarily about would you do it, but does this affect your relationship with said friend? Rico Beard, as you like to say, be curious. What do you got for me?
That's pretty much my reaction.
Respectfully.
Like, wait. You got tickets, but you need me to pay for the tickets. And not
I'm going to go ahead and
value.
eat that bread.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
You go ahead and eat that cost of those tickets and call somebody else who's stupid because I'm not going.
All right. And would it affect your friendship?
Yes. If you're that hard up for money, just ask me for a loan. But come on, man. Don't pull a con on me.
Kenny Cott.
I wasn't planning on spending that kind of money for this game this weekend anyway.
Right.
So why would I spend extra money on the secondary market for these tickets that I didn't ask for in the first place? No, absolutely not. And yes, this would affect the friendship. I'm no longer allowing him anywhere near if we're planning on going to a game, I'm not letting him purchase the tickets anymore.
I don't believe you.
I'll be
He's
the
out.
one.
I don't believe you, Kenny.
I'll be the
one. It would not
purchasing.
affect your friendship.
It will.
It would.
will.
No, it wouldn't. That's a bitch ass.
David Hull.
Oh. See, here's the thing.
Oh.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be like, oh, no, okay, you're asking me to pay. But secondary market, I think, is where I would have the problem. But then when you do ask me to pay, I think I would be like, okay, I just know where we stand now. I know where the friendship stands, and it's over. We're done. I'll pay for the ticket.
You're
ending
ending
I wanna
the
go.
friendship.
Yeah, I'll pay for the ticket because I want to go, but I know it's done. We're done.
All right.
It's a shame.
Part 2. Viewing party edition. Your crew's decided we ain't paying these prices. You know, Bobby can't find coverage for the kids. Louis got no money, whatever. Everybody's got a story, and you decide as friends. We're not going. Instead, we're going to throw a kick-ass Lions playoff party. Sounds fun, right? Mm-hmm. The guy who's hosting, he's got a great house to do it at. Great entertainment space. Great crew. One problem. You arrive at the party, and there are children everywhere. And the host has decided, without telling anybody, he invited people that are outside the circle, including his butthead neighbors who are Packer fans. Ooh. Is this a deal breaker?
This is a deal breaker, but I'll tell you what. I'll stay for the first half, and I'll leave at halftime and go somewhere else, anywhere else, because I'm not spending a whole 4 quarters of football hanging out with these children that I did not expect to be around in the first place. Leaving at halftime.
Yeah, you know what? I'd probably walk through the door feeling like this and see the kids and be like, yeah, I'm out. We're done. Got someplace to go. Where? Back home.
See, I guess
anywhere.
The question would have to be, do they have kids? Or is he someone else that he invited?
I'm assuming you're probably not bringing your kids.
Here, I'll answer. No, I'll answer. They are someone else's children.
Then no. You should have told me up front who you were inviting and what was going on here. So no.
Because there's a difference between watching the game with serious fans that they know, hey, guys, it's quiet. I mean, imagine somebody trying to talk your ear off during last week's game in the fourth quarter. So, have you heard that new album? What?
Because here's the thing, and I like to always brag on my kids. They are very smart on sports, but they're still kids. Mm-hmm. So at some point, their attention span is going to, leave them and they'll do something else.
Can we go over to the Nickelodeon channel and watch the slime?
No.
And that's why I say leave at halftime. Be there with your buddies, with your friends, whatever. It's a half of football. It's not going to kill you. Then go watch it by yourself or at a sports bar, wherever you want to go.
And if you can't curse, why even watch the game?
Right.
That's all. Actually, I know you're joking, but that's absolutely true. Because then you get into issues of, hey, can you watch the language? Hey, can you get the F out? Don't bring your kids. This is for adults only. You have to tell people the ground rules. But Rico brought something interesting, boys. Talked about serious sports watching. Your friends know how you like to watch Lions games. You want to be left alone. You like to really focus in. And in turn, you're respectful. You don't bother them when they're watching their inferior teams. But one problem. As the Lions game unfolds, you start getting what I like to call coded language, coded texts. From things like, quote, man, better not choke this one away, Bob. Or, can't believe you're letting Baker Mayfield move up and down the field on you guys. Close quote.
You had different codes.
Do you sit and take it, or do you fire a direct shot across the bow?
Here's the thing. My friend group, they know not to text me. I don't even look at my phone when my team is playing because I know what they're going to try to do. Leave me alone. I'm watching the game. I don't need jokes about, oh, they're about to score on you. I don't need it, okay? Leave me alone. Let me watch football.
Kenneth?
This has happened to me as recently as the Georgia game and as the Michigan game as well, the Natty game. So, yeah, no, I've left group chats because of this. It's unacceptable. It's a deal breaker.
That is a deal breaker. Rico Beard, you seem reticent to comment.
No, it's a deal breaker. I was just letting these two. I didn't want to, change their mind, but absolutely, no, you don't do that. I mean, I felt
you don't do it.
I felt bad the one time where I thought you were happy about a win, and you were like, "No, it cost us a draft pick," and I was like, "Oh, you know what? I'm sorry." Because I sent you the meme.
I remember.
Cutlets. I felt bad.
Giants Packers. Yeah.
I felt bad. I'm thinking like I'm celebrating with you and Big G, and you're like, "No, thank you, piece of crap."
I was thinking of creative ways for you to die. All right, next, here we go. Game day has arrived. Ford Field, vibes are immaculate. You get to your seats that you paid through the nose for. You and 3 of your buddies, 2 of you are missing kidneys. You sold them on the black market for club seats. And you sit down. The row in front of you, 4 guys, all 6'3" or better, and they refuse to sit down for any portion of any part of this game. How do you handle?
Hang on a second, because I was at this situation last Sunday. And they weren't tall or anything, but everybody in Ford Field was standing up for most of that game. The only time people sat down was during commercial breaks or during, halftime, essentially. So I don't think it's a big deal. Stand up. You're a row behind them, which means you're a row taller. It's fine. It's not a deal breaker. It's a sporting event.
Now,
you're standing up.
Work with me from this perspective, gentlemen. Let's say a majority of people are seated. Kenny, you're right to bring that up. Let's say it is a more normal experience at an NFL game. And these guys are like the only dudes in the section standing up.
So basically,
Approach
they're standing up for the coin flip.
I mean, they just ain't sitting down.
Gotcha.
They're holding court, high-fiving, the whole bit.
Me personally, I would tell them it's unacceptable. But that's just me.
Right, okay.
You'd be very
You'd be hiding under your chair.
Or I'd buy them all drinks, whatever they want.
Yeah, at that point, it's a deal breaker, right? I mean, they're the only ones. They're breaking the code.
Yeah, that is a deal
Rico?
breaker. Nah, I mean, hey, guys, are we going to be doing this the entire game? If the answer is yes, we're not doing this the entire game. So we're going to pick and choose our spots, but we're not going to do this the entire game. So if that's the case, there's a standing room only place, but you're not doing this here.
Yeah, this ain't standing room only.
Right. No,
David, do I have time to?
Yeah, I would just say at the beginning, hey, maybe you're just getting there. You're excited. It's the first time you've ever been in Ford Field, and you're just kind of looking around. But the question is, hey, we're not doing this the whole game, meaning it's a rhetorical question. We're not doing this the whole game.
Well, you said it. I paid for a seat. I didn't pay for
Standing,
to be standing on my shoe.
A stand. Right. Real quick, I just want to add caveat 2 to this, and I know we got to wrap it up. But scenario 2, everything I just said is true minus the standing. But the same group of guys are social media loud phone guy, constantly on their phones, constantly taking videos that you can see by the video they're taking you're in. Bobby, I'm at the game, bro. No, I'm not going to take a 30th picture for you. This isn't the JCPenney photo studio. Gentlemen, is this a deal breaker, or do you just have to accept it that it's 2024?
I hate it because you're not living in the moment. And I say that about concerts, sporting events, whatever it may be, is that you're ruining your own experience.
Or experience, though. It doesn't matter to me. As long as you're not asking me to take the pictures, I don't care. Do what you like.
Right.
Oh, they are. They're asking you to take the pictures. You're in the video, even though you don't want to be.
Well,
all of it.
That's a problem, then.
Oh, if that's the case, then you find out, you're married, and the next time we're in a video that's going live, I'm going to say some inappropriate stuff that your wife is going to be questioning you about. Now, that's what you get for putting me in your video.
That's amazing, Rico. That is amazing.
No, that's what you get for like, hey, what do you want me to do with those girls? Should I tell them to come back to the seat?
Oh, my God. Okay. And I think we have
guarantee
evidence
he won't be
Rico
asking me again.
Is a bad person. All right. That is your Lions Playoff Edition Deal Breakers. We talk about Northville Lumber all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex decking than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. They can move that much product because it's all in their warehouse. It's all in stock. You don't need to wait 4 to 6 weeks. You buy it, you get it. Industry low pricing. And they'll even introduce you to a Trex Certified Pro. They do install all year round. Beat the rush. Beat the spring price increase. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we got a couple news and notes for you. Catch up on those. Get back to the Lions here in the next 20 minutes. Got a football today. Tomorrow, of course, Football Friday. TJ will join us, all Lions. Get into the game and see where everybody's at, because this is as good of an opportunity as you're ever going to have to get to that NFC title game. At home, touchdown favorite. It's not a superstar quarterback on the other sideline. It's right there. And we'll dive head first. News and notes. I give you the Jim Harbaugh stuff. If you look at the betting odds, the Chargers have moved to be the favorite at -150 for his destination next year. Not being in the NFL is even money. And then the field is plus 1,000. Now, Chargers interviewed Mike Vrabel today. The one note I would tell you, if you go look at who the Chargers are interviewing for their front office, for the GM spot, these guys in one way or another have Harbaugh ties. Might be something, might be nothing. Keep your eye on that. I had one fun thing for Rico, because I always like to rub it in his face about how bad college football is right now. The absurdity continues. Did you see that Cam McCormick, Miami tight end, was granted a 9th season of eligibility? 9th.
Young man's
this
gone
man
through
was in
some
the
things,
same recruiting. I don't care. 9 years. Bottom line, you shouldn't be able to obtain 2 PhDs and still play football. Rico, he was in the same recruiting class as Jalen Hurts, as Nick Bosa. Come on, man.
Well, you know.
Come on.
We all mature and go through college in different time periods.
Oh, really? Boo Booey is a grandfather. He's still at Northwestern. I watched him last night.
I know you did.
How do we have a 25-year-old point guard at Northwestern?
COVID.
I don't want to hear it. Guy's older than Uncle Phil on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Come on.
No, Mike, I understand. Well, hey, I got something for you, buddy.
Yeah. What do you got?
Looks like Cliff Kingsbury is interviewing with the Chicago Bears for the offensive coordinator position.
Huh.
Interesting, huh?
Okay. I don't hate Cliff as an OC. It's clear he's not a leader of men. But as an OC, you drafting Caleb, it sure seems that way. Yeah, I don't hate it.
Right. I was going to say, it looks like Caleb is going to be the guy for Chicago and Fields is out. They're going to hit the reset button.
I'll tell you, maybe maybe Justin Fields is a blind spot for me. I think there'll be a line around the block for him.
No, I don't think I told you, if Belichick, if he goes to Atlanta, he's going to want to go after him. Whoever the head coach is going to be.
There's something there.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's something there. They haven't had good offensive coaching around them. They didn't have any pieces around them last year, multiple coaching staffs. I swear, I just feel like Justin Fields can be a real high-level player.
Seattle.
For a third-round pick, I'm willing to take that risk. 100%, Rico.
Third-round pick, I'll tell him to go out to San Francisco. I'll take it.
Can you just let the rest of us have something?
The Giants should go after him.
You're damn right. But
or
they
better
won't.
yet, the Steelers. But no, they love their QB.
Oh, no. Tomlin said today there's going to be competition with Kenny Pickett.
Oh, Terry Bradshaw?
Exactly.
Oh, boy. Mike Tomczak is back in the fold. All right, David, some ticket text for everybody, please.
Someone texted in saying, I am a Niners fan. Move them goalposts, Lions fans. I want to see the Lions in the NFC Championship game. That's the best game we could ask for as a fan out of the NFC.
No. Don't get me wrong. I want the Lions to win, but what I'm saying is they did everything they were asked to do. So therefore, I can't just be like, but you didn't make it to the NFC title game. So it doesn't feel as, no. You did what you were supposed to do. Don't get blown out. I'm okay with that. It hurts because you have an opportunity ahead of you, but I can't all of a sudden just say, all right, no, don't worry about that. We have a new goal. We're going to change everything, and now you have to do this because now you're chasing that dollar bill at the end of a string.
regarding the individuals and deal breakers that are standing up in front of you. Someone says, I'm pretty friendly, so I would give them probably 10 minutes or so, maybe the first quarter, first part of the game, and then I'm saying something or I'm moving. Moving? Where you going?
Well, I mean,
where are you going?
But yeah, I would the same. Like, okay, maybe this is your first time. You're just trying to take it all in. That's fine. You probably get the first series, and it's, hey, fellas, have a seat. We're not going to do this all game. Okay, we're just not.
Someone else is saying now he is the individual that's 6'4". He says, I'm 6'4", and this happened to me last Sunday. I stood up, but I did make sure that the people behind me understood I was going to stand up first.
Right.
So
be considerate. But Mike is talking about the people who just, you know what? This is just our time. This game was just for us four, and you all are living in our world.
That's right.
Nope, not going to be that way.
People that lack spatial awareness.
Yes.
Someone says, my wife's family kept asking me, I was at the game, but they kept asking me to send them videos of the noise. I sent them 1 5-second video and said, leave me alone. I want to watch the game.
That's
now.
right.
Yeah, if you want video of the noise, go to the game. Like, I mean, seriously, what are you trying to hear? It's loud. It's going to sound like nothing.
Also, do they not own a TV? You can watch it. You can hear it.
They just, but I just want. What's it really like since we're not there,
Kenny? Kenny, it's amazing if you juxtapose the game, which the noise was incredible, and then last night, it was like they had grade schoolers producing the Big Ten Network. I'm watching Rutgers, Nebraska. Kenny, the crowd noise went from silent to deafening Bon Jovi, back to announcers sounding like they were on the toilet. I texted Rico. I go, hey, Mr. TV executive, can you explain what's going on here? It was unbelievable.
I love how whenever something happens, it's always my fault.
It's not your fault. You always tell people to be curious. I was curious about what the F was going on.
Hey,
it sounded like it was like, did I mute the TV? And then all of a sudden, boom,
Loud.
Crazy noise. And you juxtapose it with the production value of that Lions game, which was fabulous. I was just like, who's getting fired tonight? This is awful.
Well, yeah, one was run by students and the other was professionals. No, because I had the volume down low, but when I turned it up, I heard I was like, that's what he's talking about. Because it did. All of a sudden, it would be really low. And then it's loud. It's like, okay, wow. What just happened?
It was like Kenny 7 beers deep running the mixer. Like, what is going on here? Yeah. It was unreal. All right, we're going to get back into the Lions. We will get to your calls. We got a football today to take care of as well. Don't make a move. 97.1. All right, perfect temperature to sleep. You know the deal, 68 degrees. But what isn't up for debate is the best mattress on the marketplace, the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Can't get enough. You just play it throughout the whole show.
Dip.
Wow, that's so good. That makes oh my God. And people, I know, hopefully you're driving carefully. I understand we are all idiots. I understand we're juvenile. That's just funny. I can't help it. I am requesting that top of every hour, Rico. I
Done.
need more of that today.
Done. Roberto?
That is superb.
Maybe he'll get an email today.
Just nope.
Whoa. Hold on now. Well, we got a little snow day going on, so that's an inside bit. Now, what am I missing?
I'll pass that along to you a little later.
Check your email.
Why don't you pass that along to me in a break? Because that sounds like a little bit like radio for two, shall we?
For 5, but yes, it is.
Okay, noted. I'll talk to you guys during the break about what the hell I'm missing. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get to the Lions, 3 o'clock. We're going to do another one of these 2-segment opens, though, and I want to have a little fun. And none of this requires you to talk about whether you like the person. None of it requires you to talk about what they should do. None of it requires you to talk about hypotheticals, scandals, innocence, guilt. None of it. None of it. I am simply going to ask you right here, right now, if you got one chip left, you're leaving the casino. Yeah, one black chip. Where are you placing it? And here are your odds, because I have a feeling we could see an announcement by tomorrow. And I'm asking you, where will Jim Harbaugh coach next year? You're up to the minute betting odds. The LA Chargers are minus 150 to land Jim Harbaugh. Not coaching in the NFL, even money. The Field, a.k.a. any other NFL team, plus 1,000. Where are you placing your chips? We're not talking about honesty or dishonesty. We're not talking about immunity, investigations, what you want him to do, what he should do. No, none of it. I'm asking you right now. You got one bet to place between being homeless or being able to get yourselves to a Flophouse motel. All right? Where are we going with this? Because the Chargers have stormed to the lead. It sounds like the only NFL job he wants that would be acceptable to the family, that would be acceptable to him, a.k.a. I have a quarterback, would be the Chargers. The Chargers, it's also interesting, by the way, Rico, I'll add a little tidbit for you. Mm-hmm. Seemingly all the GM candidates they're interviewing by one way or another have a tie to Jim Harbaugh. So Chargers minus 150, any not coaching in the NFL, even money, or the Field plus 1,000. I want to throw the number out. We'll have a little fun here for a couple of segments. I do think you could see an announcement tomorrow. Reading the tea leaves a little bit. 248-539-9797. Rico is ready. I'm doing this for you. Shout out Scott Frost. Is this the year Jim Harbaugh goes to the NFL?
Everything lines up and says, yes, Mike. I want to say, yes, it is, but I've been burned by this before where he does all this pomp and circumstance, puts the smoke out there, goes and orders the burger in the lobby of the Minnesota hotel, and in the end, he's back at Michigan. I think part of him wants, even though he's won the national title, he needs to go out on his terms. And by his terms means I can't go out with a cloud over my head. I got to come back and show that it works. But everything lines up and says he's leaving. JJ, gone. I'm going to the NFL. Him hiring an agent, man, it's almost like picking against them against Ohio State. I kept picking the Buckeyes until I'm like, you know what? I can't do that anymore. But, yeah, I do think that him hiring the agent and JJ leaving, he's going to the NFL.
All right. David, you're our resident Wolverine. And by the way, if he leaves, I'll bet you $1 if you'd like to take some money. He's taking Minner with him. But go ahead. David, you're a Wolverine. This isn't about what you want. This isn't about this is all about if I forced you to bet on this. Chargers are now minus 150, not being in the NFL's even money, or you can have any other NFL job opening, plus 1,000. Where are you putting your money?
Man, I'm so with Rico. It's like every year, the
He does
flirtation,
this.
and then, I'm back. I
Asking for immunity. Like everything he's done does not make sense. Everything he's done makes it seem like I'm leaving. But then he's weird. And he does this. I'm sorry, David. I did not mean to interrupt.
But you're saying exactly what I want to say. So
all right, we have no need for David to speak.
I have to-
Rico is playing David in the biopic.
I guess I have to lean where the odds are telling me, and I have to go Chargers.
No, you don't have to
But it's
do
even
nothing.
money.
You can act like a man. If you don't believe it, if you believe he's the boy who cried wolf, if you believe Santa Ono will allow him to kill someone and bury the body, say you want to bet the even money. You don't have to do nothing, David.
All right, yes, I do believe that he's doing this as leverage again to get another contract for Michigan the way he wants it. So, yes, I'm going even money. Yeah.
See, now we're getting to the honesty. Good. Can we go to Kenneth Cott? Kenny, I know you don't give a rip. You're still upset Georgia didn't get it done. But you're an outside observer. You've worked with us for years. You've gone through multiple Jim Harbaugh offseason carousels. You know the odds. Kenny Cott, you like to bet a little bit. I don't know what's left in the account after that disastrous hockey night you had 2 nights ago. But talk to me. Throw a few clamshells down here. Harbaugh to the Chargers, minus 150. Harbaugh not in the NFL, plus 100, even money. Or no, boys, you're missing it. Dark horse team, plus 1,000.
The more I think about it, the more I think I'm with these guys. I think I'm the even money in the middle type of deal. I think he's staying. And it's primarily because we've seen him do this every offseason for the last how many years now? And there's always been smoke coming out of the NFL, who I'm interviewing over here. I'm talking to these guys, and it never has amounted to anything. I don't think it will. I think he's staying. I'll take the even money.
Well, I'm going to have to be the lone wolf.
Oh, no.
Because I have said this. You did say Chargers.
Yes, I would say everything lines up, and I feel bad by saying this because I feel like I'm falling for the banana in the tailpipe. But yes.
I just feel like, unfortunately, I don't think going back to Michigan's a real option. Look, let's really think about this now. The NCAA wants him. If he's gone from U of M, most of the NCAA's interest probably fades. The damage is already done. You're Kansas basketball. But reality is, I don't think he'd be eligible to coach next year. Michigan can't grant him immunity from the NCAA. They can't. You don't have that power. Just like the NCAA doesn't have the power to take away a CFP title. It's their event. The NCAA doesn't have that purview. Rico, I've said to you now since the beginning, now that there are 2 investigations, both involving level 1 violations, he won't be available to coach next year. So I just don't think going back is a real option. Henceforth, you ask for immunity, a.k.a. I'm going to get in some ish, but you can't fire me. Meaning, even if I don't coach next year, you're going to pay my ass. And I'll go up in my seats and chew my tobacco, and I'm still going to be the coach. That wild request, I think it comes for a reason. I don't think it's ego or hubris. I think it would be about the only way I could go back is if I'm granted it. Oh, by the way, the only other coach who's ever asked for anything similar, you guessed it, the biggest scumbag in college basketball, dollar bill self. So congrats, you're having dinner together. I actually think he's leaving. I think he's going to the Chargers.
You think it could be as soon as this week or next week?
I do. Yeah, and again, just because you hear stuff doesn't mean it's true. I'm not Adam Schefter. I'm not trying to break news. Hell, I'd love to have it for radio purposes. A little fun on a Friday as we head into the Lions playoff game. I think he's actually going. He's got Herbert, California roots, right? And again, if he don't take it now, he's never going to take it.
Yeah, the fact that he hired the agent is the agent, JJ leaving and asking for immunity. All things, it's like shaking the magic 8 ball. All things lead to San Diego. Him saying
it points to L.A. So
LA.
let's talk about it.
Yes.
Now again, I'm going to say it to you. Please focus on the question. You could say he's staying. No problem. You could say he's going. This is not about what you want. This is about what you believe is happening. We'll do a couple segments on it, have a good time with it, get to a football today. I have got a Lions playoff edition of Deal Breakers. Going to get to it at 4. We are going to get to the Lions at 3 o'clock because we have to do something. We're asking your permission to do it. Is it appropriate for this radio show, on behalf of the fan base, to move the goalposts? We're going to get to that at 3 o'clock. A loaded show on a snowy Thursday. What did I miss? Johnny, what's yours? 248-539-9797. Let's get to your calls next. Can't get enough. You just play it throughout the whole show.
Dip.
Wow, that's so good. That makes oh my God. And people, I know, hopefully you're driving carefully. I understand we are all idiots. I understand we're juvenile. That's just funny. I can't help it. I am requesting that top of every hour, Rico. I need more of that today.
Done. Roberto?
That is superb.
Maybe he'll get an email today.
Just nope.
Whoa. Hold on now. Well, we got a little snow day going on, so that's an inside bit. Now, what am I missing?
I'll pass that along to you a little later.
Check your email.
Why don't you pass that along to me in a break? Because that sounds like a little bit like radio for 2, shall we?
For 5, but yes, it is.
Okay, noted. I'll talk to you guys during the break about what the hell I'm missing. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get to the Lions, 3 o'clock. We're going to do another one of these 2-segment opens, though, and I want to have a little fun. And none of this requires you to talk about whether you like the person. None of it requires you to talk about what they should do. None of it requires you to talk about hypotheticals, scandals, innocence, guilt. None of it. None of it. I am simply going to ask you right here, right now, if you got one chip left, you're leaving the casino. Yeah, one black chip. Where are you placing it? And here are your odds, because I have a feeling we could see an announcement by tomorrow. And I'm asking you, where will Jim Harbaugh coach next year? You're up to the minute betting odds. The LA Chargers are minus 150 to land Jim Harbaugh. Not coaching in the NFL, even money. The Field, a.k.a. any other NFL team, plus 1,000. Where are you placing your chips? We're not talking about honesty or dishonesty. We're not talking about immunity, investigations, what you want him to do, what he should do. No, none of it. I'm asking you right now. You got one bet to place between being homeless or being able to get yourselves to a Flophouse motel. All right? Where are we going with this? Because the Chargers have stormed to the lead. It sounds like the only NFL job he wants that would be acceptable to the family, that would be acceptable to him, a.k.a. I have a quarterback, would be the Chargers. The Chargers, it's also interesting, by the way, Rico, I'll add a little tidbit for you. Mm-hmm. Seemingly all the GM candidates they're interviewing by one way or another have a tie to Jim Harbaugh. So Chargers minus 150, any not coaching in the NFL, even money, or the Field plus 1,000. I want to throw the number out. We'll have a little fun here for a couple of segments. I do think you could see an announcement tomorrow. Reading the tea leaves a little bit. 248-539-9797. Rico.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Lions officially activated edge rusher James Houston from IR on Thursday, paving the way for him to play in this weekend's divisional round game against Tampa. Houston has been out since fracturing his ankle in Week 2. Detroit released frequent healthy scratch Julian Okwara to make room for Houston on the active roster. Khalif Raymond was the only Lion to sit out practice earlier today in Allen Park. Sam Laporta was limited after being a full participant in Wednesday's walkthrough. Alex Anzalone participated in full after he was limited by a shoulder and ribs yesterday. And Frank Ragnow was a full participant after veterans rest. For the Bucs, veteran edge rusher Shaq Barrett missed his second straight practice with an ankle issue. Backup running back Chase Edmonds sat out with a toe injury, and dynamic receiver Chris Godwin was limited after missing Wednesday's practice due to his knee. The Tigers made a pair of moves Thursday, claiming developmental right-handed reliever Devin Sweet off waivers from the Giants. The club DFA'd infielder Tyler Nevin to accommodate the addition. And just the latest wild story out of college football. Miami tight end Cam McCormick is returning to the Hurricanes in 2024 for his 9th season. Injuries cost McCormick large portions of 4 different years that, in addition to his redshirt and COVID years, earned him an NCAA record 9th year of eligibility. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, fellas, if I may, and we'll get right back to Lions callers.
Let's go.
But I said to you, it's a fluid situation, and odds change, and things happen. So we started the show, and Odyssey.com rewind if you missed it. Not about what you want to happen, not about what you think is right or wrong. It was about what will happen. Harbaugh carousel, 5.0. And earlier today, the Chargers were minus 150. That they were the favorite, that's where Jim Harbaugh was going to be next year. It was even money for him to not be in the NFL. And then it was plus 1,000 everywhere else. I have updated odds now that news is broken that Mike Vrabel interviewed there today, along with, now this one's interesting, former Harbaugh staff member David Shaw has interviewed with the Chargers.
That was just to fill out the Rooney Rule, Mike.
Here are your odds. Tell me what you believe. Right here, this is courtesy of BetMGM. Michigan is plus 175. The Chargers are plus 225. Then it's Atlanta, Vegas, Bears, Titans. All 600, 700,000, 1,400. So now, from minus 150 this morning to roughly the same damn odds, Michigan versus Chargers. Any of you guys swayed with where you think he'll be next year?
I don't know. And I think Vegas is telling you, we have no idea, but we'll take your money. So we're just going to keep throwing things out there. And you know what's interesting? Mike, it feels like you're live betting a game. And when do you want to jump in there?
Oh, I would never bet this stuff. But you know what's interesting about it is I've said from the beginning, if Michigan was going to put 10 at 125 on the table, and that's home, you live near mom and dad, you're happy, you're winning, you got a machine built. I've always said, stick around. The NFL's not all it's cracked up to be when you're 60. Jim's not a young man anymore, and this is a young man's game. I think he'd enter the league as the second or third oldest coach in the league. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the thing. Rico, you do get to a point here where it becomes pretty evident he wants the NFL, but the NFL, by and large, does not want him. Mm-hmm. Look, all of these jobs being open, what's the one place he had the interview with that seemed remotely serious? The Chargers. Mm-hmm. That's it. But then, after Harbaugh left, they still brought in Vrabel. They still brought in David Shaw. Now, again, all the GMs they've interviewed, one way or another, have a tie to Harbaugh. But it is something to look at when you go, wow, this guy goes to U of M. He wins, 75, 80% of his games. He wins the Natty. And 1 of 32 over a 4-year span. 1 of 32, seemingly, had real interest. Because the Minnesota thing bombed. Nobody else really wants him this year. You don't hear a whisper about Tennessee, a whisper about the Raiders. You had the perfunctory interview maybe with Atlanta, but that seems to be Belichick. Nothing in Seattle. The Bears didn't dump Eberflus to go and get him, former player. You do get to a point where you start to wonder, like, the NFL thing, he can keep saying I'm available and I hired Don Yee and the whole bit. Good God almighty. It just feels like it's Chargers or nobody wants you.
Right. Because I think he wants to go. Mike, I think he wants to go. The contract's sitting on the table, and it's almost like he's daring Michigan, like, look, I want these stipulations put in here and the rider clause, and he wants them just to be done with him so he could just move on. But I think in the end, maybe David and Kenny will be right that he's, you know what, the music's going to stop and he's going to look and say, I guess I got to dance with Michigan again. All right,
let me ask you a question now, and I don't want to upset people. Just work with me, all right? If this came down, if you're the Chargers, if it comes down to Vrabel versus Harbaugh, who are you taking? I know my answer.
I'm taking
and
Vrabel.
You just want to, Sparty. I know Mike Vrabel's not going to bring drama. I know Mike Vrabel's not going to burn the house down. I know Vrabel, much more recently than Harbaugh, has had success in the NFL. And frankly, Vrabel should have been the Patriots hire. I think you're getting a world-class coach who's younger, more relevant, and already in the league versus guy who burns it down everywhere he goes. And he would leave Michigan under dual NCAA investigation. I would choose Vrabel. Does that make me a scumbag Sparty or more of one than you already think I am?
Well,
but he wants the Chargers, clearly.
He does. I think he wants to go back to L.A., but does the Chargers want him? And this to me feels like when he went to Minnesota and he thought he was going to get the Minnesota job and he did the interview and was like, well, wait, what do you mean you're interviewing more people? Well, Jim, that's how the process works. We talked to a bunch of people.
Well, the other problem is, though, I'll give you an example. My opinion, if Ben Johnson interviews with the Commanders, there won't be another interview. They'll hire Ben Johnson. I find it's one of those things, Rico, that after he interviews places, everyone in the room looks around and goes,
who's next?
Yeah, who's next?
Who's next?
I'll pass it along to the guys.
Right.
I don't know.
Did he really say that?
And again, right. And again, if you're a Michigan fan, there's no harm here.
Did he wear
get
cleats
your
to
guy
the interview?
back? Yes, he did.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So keep your eye on it. I'm just giving it to you. You can do whatever you like with it. You can character assassinate me all you like because I didn't go to DeVry University, okay? It's just where we're at the latest. As far as the Lions go, you know the drill. We're talking goalposts. I'm asking your permission to move them. Everything you wanted to happen happened. Not just winning. The team you needed to lose to get another home game, they lost in spectacular fashion. So now you're coming back to Ford Field. Now you're playing the Bucs. You're damn near a 7-point favorite. Is it now? All right, this was house money when we started this, but now, isn't anything but playing NFC Championship Sunday going to be a big disappointment here? Just asking. Just asking.
Just asking for it.
But I need your permission. Just for a buddy of mine. So if you want to dial in on the Harbaugh thing, cool. You think I got it right? You think I got it wrong? Hey, man, no stress. Or the Lions. Do I have your permission as a community to move these goalposts? That it's not hope to win, it's got to win. That it's not house money. No. This is the rent money. They got to do this. You will, I mean this, and it's not a shot. You may never have a situation like this again where not only are you in the divisional round, not only are you at home, but you're a 7-point favorite and you're facing a non-elite QB with a chance to play in the NFC title game. man, go and grab it. Go get it. And I know you guys are going to do your part. That place will be an absolute snake pit.
You did it last week. You caused
Oh,
two
they're gonna
timeouts to
do it
get
again.
burned that should not have been burned that early in the second half. Kudos. But yeah.
248-539-9797. Cool? Rico?
No, that's
talk
cool.
to me.
That's
Moving
cool.
the goalposts the whole bit.
Hey, I'm just not in the favor of moving the goalposts. I think you can have expectations. Things can change, but you hit your goal. I can't all of a sudden move in and say, okay, now do this, now do that, and then I'll accept it. Nah. But we'll get to your calls. 248-539-9797. We'll take your calls next. 97.1.
And now, here's Rico with a message.
Thank you, Michael.
Boom.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save your money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet and start the new year off right with great deals on their inventory of new 2024 Chevrolets. Hey, the selection is best right now, including the January Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT. Get this. $269 a month for 24 months. I did not stutter. $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, winner's here, clearly. If you've been injured as a result of an auto accident or slip and fall, there's only one attorney that you got to call. It's David Femininio. We've told you before, you get injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. He can be reached anytime on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or just call him directly at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Old school Outcast here. All right, up next, another shrimp on the Barbie, David. Let's do it. Ticket texts, your calls. Football today later in the hour. Tomorrow, your full football Friday. TJ Lang in studio. Prop Bet Casino, picks, all types of things, including Rico trying to sandbag himself into this whole NFC title game. Oh, my God, the Packers look so good.
Mike, they're young and
Shut
stupid.
Up, you.
They're young and stupid.
You're going to win. You're going to win by 100.
They don't know
Enjoy
any
your
better.
dessert.
They don't know any better.
David, ticket texts, please.
Regarding Harbaugh, someone says, I think he is going to leave, but I hope he stays. Tom from Waterford says, I'm a Michigan fan and a grad, but I would take Vrabel over Harbaugh in L.A. any day. He's a much better coach for them.
Well, and again, understand, that's not slander. This is something that until we find out, all right, Mike Vrabel interviewed there, that's a paradigm shift. If this was Harbaugh interviewing and then a bunch of secondary candidates, that's different. Mike Vrabel, understand the backstory. He never should have been let go in Tennessee. But Amy Adams Strunk, the owner of the team, the daughter of Bud Adams, got in her feelings. She, along with some other power brokers in Tennessee, didn't like how he handled Hall of Fame weekend in New England. He made comments about how don't take it for granted what you have here in New England. Not everywhere is like this. Oh, they took it like he took a grumpy right in the middle of Tennessee's living room. All of a sudden, it went from their desire to keep Mike Vrabel to now he hurt my feelings, not even founded, by the way, and we're letting him go. Mike Vrabel is a commodity. And understand this, I am not saying that being 60 is old. Lord knows Rico's got the energy of a 27-year-old. The point I'm making is in the NFL, listen, the NFL is a young man's game. Outside of Andy Reid, who I believe is 67, how many 60-year-old coaches do you have compared to guys like Ben Johnson that just got their driver's license? Those are the guys people want. Now, if you're telling me Vrabel's really in play, I think Jimmy's going to have a problem. Because the other thing you don't hear is him interviewing other. This is the biggest carousel in recent NFL history, true or false. So not only did he not get meaningful interviews in other places, but people that were on the fence about their coach didn't see the allure of Harbaugh as being great enough to get rid of their coach. Think about this. Like if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, I'd much rather have Jim Harbaugh than Mike McCarthy. Why? Mike McCarthy's horrific. They kept him. Nick Sirianni, he's still safe. Kept him. The Bears, Eberflus or bring Jim Harbaugh back home. Plus we have the draft pick. Nope, Eberflus. So, guys, he may want to leave. But now it sets up a situation if he doesn't land that Charger gig, he's not landing an NFL job. Which means he has to come back to you and asking for immunity like he's Jordan Belfort with the feds. I mean, it just creates a wild situation. It really does. Because the simplest thing would have been, well, A, not cheating, but B, settle all the other stuff with the J.J. McCarthy illegal recruitment during COVID. Just get it settled. Do it. Get a deal done. The NCAA wanted 6 games, whatever it is, give it to him. Be done with it. Come home, take the 10 at 125, and away we go. Now you're going to talk about nonsense, more nonsense. Instead of talking about we're defending national champions. That's not going to be me doing it. That's going to be the media at large because if you think it's going away, it's not going away. The NCAA wants his scalp. Him going away would actually. What's up, buddy?
I said certain media won't let it go away. Certain media will.
What do you mean?
No, you said it won't go away. The whole thing that what's going on.
No, I mean the ESPNs
Right,
and the Foxes and the, Ross Dellinger, like those guys are going to keep reporting on it.
Yes.
Because if he's gone, most of your problems go with it. Truthfully. And Sharon Moore's a stud. I'm fascinated by it. Like I said, if he's at Michigan, great. It gives me something to aim at. I think Harbaugh rivalry perspective, it only fuels it. I mean, plus, he's hit us with a garbage can the last few years at State. I want another crack at him. I think if you're an Ohio State fan, you want him there. You don't want to beat his replacement. You want to beat him. And Rico, it's just so crazy is he wants to leave. It's so clear. And yet he can't leave. It creates a situation that I'm not sure I've ever seen. Nick Saban didn't want to leave Alabama. He was at Alabama killing it. Happy, right? Mm-hmm. Kirby Smart. He ain't trying to leave Georgia. He's killing it, and he's happy. I've never seen a coach be somewhere years on end while having success, but openly not want to be there.
That's where it gets interesting, because you're right. Because how do you come back after winning a national title and it's like Jim just shows up at the doorstep, suit all wrinkled and tie just shuffled, like, yeah, I'm home. It's 5 a.m. Don't ask where I was, but I'm back. Let's do this again. Because that's what it seems like. Like, for the last 3 years, you've gone to the playoffs 3 straight times. You've won the national title, and every year you have to go through this same drama where your fans don't really get a chance to really just bask in the glow of you're at the top of college football. It's, what's our coach going to do?
Yeah, I said it after the first time we beat Ohio State. We couldn't even celebrate it. We couldn't take advantage in the recruiting. We couldn't celebrate it the way we wanted to because the coach is out there interviewing for jobs. Then he did it again, and now he's doing it again after we win the national title.
Mm-hmm. Which you were told
but I think
it's never going to happen again until it happened again.
Yeah, and it's more of an indictment, I think, of the league saying, we don't want you. Oh, you can want us. But this is like Kenny approaching Margot Robbie at a bar. No, thank you.
Here we go. Just knew I'd catch a stray there somehow. There it
That's
is.
not a stray. Kenny, I gave you the courage to approach Margot Robbie.
Right. He ain't even getting Jamie Presley.
I loved you in the Barbie movie. 248-539-9797. Go ahead with the ticket text, David.
Michigan fan here. If he's not at Michigan, I like to see him in Atlanta. Bijan and Algier would like that as well as Pitts.
I really thought Atlanta would be a great spot for him. He could emulate exactly what he's done at Michigan and did at San Francisco. That type of power running game, the Greg Roman offense, he's available, by the way. Bijan, Algier, you got Pitts, you got Drake London. Maybe you make a deal for Fields. But the problem is Bill Belichick's entered the fray. And now you get to the mix. Am I taking Belichick or Harbaugh? It's not even a question. He's got a problem on his hands, is that the place he wants to be doesn't want him to be there. I'll be fascinated. I really thought the Chargers were serious about it, but the fact that they've brought in multiple people after him, I don't know. And the odds change this afternoon in a couple hours.
Yeah, but I said give it another day, and it'll all change again.
Give it a day, he'll be minus 600 to be coaching the Browns. Right. Kevin Stefanski stepped down. Like, who knows? But we're just talking through it. And obviously, we'll keep you up to date on it. Tomorrow, yeah, it's going to be the Lions' day. I don't have a lot of time for the Harbaugh stuff. If there's an announcement, like I started the day feeling like there might be an announcement tomorrow, he could be a Chargers head coach. And then the Vrabel thing happened from the clouds. And here we are. Maybe we're back to tomorrow. He's the Chargers head coach because Adam Schefter pops out of a mole hole tonight at midnight and gives you a report. Who knows? All right, good talk.
Adam Schefter.
Yeah, well, I mean, David, you know what I'm saying. The way this stuff works and how these reports happen, that's what shifts the opinion.
And see, but everything lines up saying he's leaving. But that's why it was hard for me to say he's actually going to go, because every year there was a case. Well, you know what? He's probably going to go. back-to-back playoffs.
Well,
you know what? Yeah, he'll probably leave.
I'll say it right now, though. If Vrabel wants that job, how do you give it to Harbaugh? If it's Vrabel v. Harbaugh, how do you choose Harbaugh? I'm asking.
You know what? I mean, it depends. You think that he can bring that toughness, and he could be the guy that gets Justin Herbert to that next level.
Yeah, that would be the only way. They want offensive mind for
Justin Herbert.
That would be the only way.
I want Harbaugh.
Yep.
I don't want Vrabel.
Correct.
Give me Harbaugh.
Correct.
Okay. You're
All
our
right,
guy.
so can I ask you guys a question? Is it unfair that I would use Harbaugh's age against him and go, look, I think Vrabel's 47. Harbaugh's 60.
No, it wouldn't be wrong to use that.
No, but it's not wrong. But then I would say, okay, but here's the thing, Mike. Let's just assume we have Herbert for the next 4 or 5 years. He'll be 65, and we may have a title with Harbaugh. So I'm looking at the right here, right now. Herbert's not going to be here for the next 20 years. But,
all right.
but if he can help us win now, let's win.
Fair. Now, interesting, also reports coming out, too. Vrabel's got an interview set up with Seattle. So keep an eye on that, too.
So if you're going to bet the
he's a commodity,
money,
man.
Yeah, well, he is. So I guess now's the time to bet the Chargers because the odds have now moved to the plus if you think Harbaugh's going there.
No, now is the time to not ever bet futures on coaching jobs. The answer is no to all of that. It's just a fun talker. That's all it is. Crazy bet your hard-earned money on that stuff. All right. We'll get to football today coming up momentarily. Hungry Howie's, nothing better than some pepperoni pizza, and it's also a hell of a lot cheaper than a ticket to the game this weekend. The Pepperoni Duo, 2 varieties of pepperoni, 100% real Mott's, none of that Wisconsin space cheese these other places use. Best part, large, just $9.99. It's a limited time only. Get the Pepperoni Duo, under $10, relax, sit by the TV, and watch the Lions get to the NFC title game. Get a large Pepperoni Duo. $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's, limited time only. All right, straight to the people. See what everybody's got to say. Couple different topics. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy? How are you today?
Hey, doing good. I started with a Michigan thought, then I love your goalpost, so can I slip both in real quick?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
All right. Number one, the Michigan talk. It just always seemed like this was an all-in year for Jim Harbaugh. It looked like he was trying to outrun those sanctions, get his title, and then get an NFL job, which he wants. So that's where I stand. But your goalpost thing is so right, because I liken it to Michigan. Michigan, I thought, got the toughest draw with Alabama. They got through that. Then my expectation was you should win the title. Well, I think Detroit got the toughest draw with L.A. that they could get to start with. And then since then, they've got everything fall their way. So I think it is very fair to move that goalpost to they need to win this game, and go out and compete, whether it's San Francisco. And if it's Green Bay, they better win and be having a Super Bowl, appearance, in my opinion.
Well, we've talked about this for a while now. I mean, the NFC really looked like it for a long time that it was going to be the Niners above all. What's happened in the last 6 weeks is that the Eagles turned out to be the frauds we suspected, and the Cowboys went full Cowboys. Why do I say it? I say it because it's this type of season that gives you a real opportunity. Look at the NFC compared to the AFC. Your pathway to a Super Bowl is really down to, hey, we got out of that Rams game alive, 24-23. Now we're going to get a real, we're heads and shoulders better than the team we're playing, right? Mm-hmm. You get into a one-and-done situation in the NFC title game, anything can happen. Lord knows, ask Rico. He's used to the Niners choking in San Francisco on Championship Sunday. That was a hurtful remark, but a true one.
You're right. There's the other thing, just my last thought, and I'll go here, is that there is no team that I look at that doesn't have a significant flaw. There is no 100% team that is unbeatable. I mean, I'd say San Francisco, but they've had a little hiccup sometime during the year. So I think every team has some kind of flaw. So it's who can hide their flaw and manage it the best. Thank you.
Yeah. No, look, the thing that terrifies me with the Lions, you're basically a mark for the other team to throw for 350 plus. Can you bow up in the red zone? Can Dan Gambles pay off? And again, you're going to have to go outside at some point. But beyond that, no, I mean, you're put together right. You stop the run. You got a great O-line. I know some people don't love the quarterback, but the quarterback's plenty good enough to get it done. You got some weapons. You hope Laporta's back healthy this week. Let's, you roll the dice. Just get to Championship Sunday. Would I pick you to beat San Francisco? No. But to hell with picks and selection. Play the game. Weird bleep happens.
This is true. Your quarterback's arm could get
97-1. Yeah, hate to see it.
Yeah, whatever.
Rob, how you doing?
Hey, doing well, guys. Great show as always. The Harbaugh thing, for the last couple of years, it's really struck me, kind of like what you're saying, Mike, that the NFL probably doesn't want him unless it's a specific situation. And I just look at what's happened the last couple of years. He goes to Minnesota. Everybody thought that was a done deal. He's back riding a plane home a couple hours later. Denver interviews him. It's a perfect opportunity for him with a quarterback, with a new large money owner that's willing to do anything, and he's the hot name. Doesn't happen. He begged Carolina to interview him by reports, and David Tepper didn't want him. Why? I think because you look back to where he last coached in the NFL, the San Francisco 49ers, great success on the field. Super Bowl, 2 NFC championships, but he couldn't get along with the people above him. What are we seeing at Michigan? He can't get along with the person above him. And I think that's followed him around in NFL circles. It's a tight circle, and I thought there was no way he was going to the Bears, especially with Kevin Warren going there. I just think he's an odd guy that doesn't play well with others above him. He loves his coaches, and he gets the players to play for him, especially in a college atmosphere, because they know he loves ball and he's like a crazy uncle. But I just don't think it works in the NFL for him.
So let me ask you a question, Rob. How does it work, him coming back to Michigan? And likely not being eligible for part of all of next year. You know what I mean? Like, what does it look like?
Well, the thing at Michigan is he has the support of the president, right? And he has the support of most of the border regions. You know, his problem is obviously with Ward Manuel and vice versa. Ward's problems with him. So I just think he's going to win over Ward. You know, Ward's going to be out the door before it's over Harbaugh, even if he gets suspended. So I just think, and look, I'm a Michigan fan, love what he's done for us, but certainly he's faced some penalties and he'll probably face some more. I'm good if he stays or if he goes. That's kind of where I am with this at this point. And
you're indifferent.
I'm happy
you
because
get worn out. You get worn out by it. You're indifferent about it.
Yeah,
totally get it.
Yes, definitely. Yep.
Yeah, after a while, you're just tired of it every year when you promise not to do it again and you do it again.
Man, I want to say something, and it's Michigan State related, but I'm just not going to do it because I've been hard on Rico about the Niners today, and I don't want to hurt his feelings any further. So we're just going to move it forward.
Why stop now?
Because you know what? I'll tell you privately.
No. Go ahead. Tell us.
It's just kind of like being overrated in the preseason, and the hoops team disappoints you because once again, I don't know what Tom Izzo's doing.
You know what? You sound like the pod that I had a few weeks ago. So you're not hurting my feelings. Newsflash, no. I don't collect a check from the school.
No, hey, amen to that. What's your experience? My point is, to hell with it. Look, I love him, but I'm getting to indifferent stage. I'm getting to the indifferent stage that if he stays, he stays. He retires, he retires. I can't care. They're playing tonight. Won't watch. Don't care. It's not a good product. There, I said it. I'm sorry. I'm a bad Spartan.
Well, that's true. But
oh, come on,
Mike. I can't sit here and fault people who say they don't want to watch it because, dude, if it wasn't for prop bets, it makes it very difficult to watch the game. Yes, you're correct. But I have a vested interest tonight in watching the game.
Somebody asked Rico, man, how do you watch Matty Sissoko? Rico deadpans. Prop bets.
6 rebounds. That's all I need. 6 rebounds.
That's the stage we've reached as Spartans.
Just give me 6, Matty. 6.
Prop bet tolerance. All right. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. Going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. You name it, they got it. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off that next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. Truly one of my favorites. It's outstanding work by Roberta. That's going to be on rotation for quite some time. I'll tell you right now, Rico, I don't know if it's that one or the Lomas one. The new Lomas one is pretty damn strong, too.
Well, I have high hopes for his next one with Dan Miller. So,
oh my God, what are we doing? We have
we're
advanced
in the
previews?
Yeah, we're in the studio.
Oh my. Okay. Listen, tomorrow it's obvious it'll be all Lions, but we're gonna still do all of our Football Friday stuff. Yes, the picks. We'll throw in some totals. I'm sure Rico or David will pop a basketball game in there, but the picks will still happen. Prop bet casino is gonna happen. Rico, I'll try to send you a few props, too. You can grade them out, tell me if they're good or just total ass. And then TJ joins us, and I want to have a conversation because TJ was infinitely confident last week, and then 24-23. Very scary. That 3rd and 4 from the 37, very scary.
What are you talking about? They won. It doesn't matter.
No. It all matters. So I want to see if he has the same confidence this week. Is there a different tone? And look, pathway it. I gave you the pathway to the Rams winning. They almost pulled the damn thing off. What is the Bucs' pathway? To me, it's going to be a high wire act, and it's going to require Lions turnovers. If the Lions play clean, I really don't think the Bucs can beat them. I really don't. Just got to play clean. I don't think Baker Mayfield's dropping back 53 times on the road in Ford Field and beating you.
I don't think it's playing clean, Mike, but I think it's turnovers, yes, and I'll explain it more tomorrow. But I do think that if the best way to win at Ford Field, if you can silence the crowd, if he jumps out early, that crowd goes quiet because in the third and fourth quarter, that crowd wasn't that loud.
The problem for the Bucs and the blessing for the Lions, the Bucs cannot run the football at all. At all.
Right.
You ain't going on the road and quieting any crowd.
No. But I'm saying if you can force a couple 3-and-outs with your blitz packages and then you jump ahead and it's 14-0, crowd is not as quiet. I mean, they're not as loud as they would be if their Lions were up 14-0. So,
gotcha. All right, take a text, and then what do we got? Rieger? Is he on the road? What's going on?
Wojo and Rieger at Buffalo Wild Wings. Still getting set up, so we'll get to them in a second. Read a couple.
Still getting set up. They're on the air in 4 minutes. What are we doing?
Wojo's always late.
Let
me read
and welcome
this.
to a day that ends in Y.
No. All right, people keep moving the goalposts on golf, so I won't do it here. I think they will win Sunday with no issue, but if something weird were to happen, I will not call this season a failure.
Yeah, you can't call this season a failure.
I did not use the F word.
No. It would be highly disappointing if somehow they ended up losing a ridiculous game, 37-13. Now you question everything that happened this year. Was it real? Was it fake? But in the playoffs, when you go this far, sometimes, just like last week, sometimes good teams just don't win games. Doesn't mean they were bad. Just means that the other team made one more play than you did. So I'm not going to sit here and say, you have to win this game or else. No, you don't. You did everything that was asked of, at least from me. So I'm not moving the goalpost.
Fellas, how are you?
Hey. How's everybody? What's going on, Jeff?
Nothing much. I loved your show today because I want to throw it into context a little bit. Like everybody that wants to say, okay, house money, still a really good season if you happen to lose to the Bucs. Mike, I'm totally with you because what do we still say about those Tiger teams that couldn't win a World Series? You had 5 Cy Young winners and you couldn't win a World Series. You'll never forget it either if you happen to lose to the Bucs and Baker Mayfield. So while the magic of Sunday will always be there, it's our first, it's going to be amazing. We will forever think about this season as a huge, massive missed opportunity.
Right, but Rieger, here's the thing. You have to also look at the history. For the Tigers, it wasn't 30 years in between winning a game. So that's why you did everything that we asked you to do.
It was close. It absolutely. I mean, that was the second kind of 06 happened, and then they went back to the World Series in 2012. I'm just saying, you cannot lose to Baker Mayfield. You got a gift.
And
it's
see,
like
no,
the NFL.
Rieger. You're right there. That attitude. Nobody respects Baker Mayfield. That's why you feel like,
Rico,
well, you have
Rico. It's like the NFL missed your birthday for 30 straight years, and to make up for it, they gave you Baker and the Bucs at home for a chance to go to the NFC title game.
Wait,
you
help me
can't
out
F it
here.
Up.
Help
you
me
can't
out
F
here.
it up.
Are they moving the goalpost or not? What did you guys decide?
Honestly, Rico's demanded a recount.
Oh, so he is moving the goalpost.
Oh.
No.
No, it was
No.
a very tight race.
Wow.
We got to recount the votes. Yeah. By the way, you are welcome. You're welcome to open your show with what we think is going to be a very competitive song in the drop tournament this summer.
Oh no, I
haven't heard this.
No,
What is it?
I heard it driving. You're talking about my song, right?
You know
I would
what?
like to hear it.
Hey, David, to hell with it.
Tremendous.
Spin it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Spin it.
Tremendous.
This is amazing.
Isn't it? Oh, jeez. Dip. Dip. Dip.
So good.
Do you
So
feel like
good.
your trust has been betrayed? Were
No,
you like
no,
recording
no.
something and somebody took your recordings
When you
that you screwed up on?
combine the dips with the nudies, you got yourself a party is what you got.
Well,
right
listen, I
there.
want to tell you, I believe it was
Yeah.
caller Steve yesterday who was like, guys, how have you not done something with these Wojo dip commercials? I'm like, Roberto, get on it. Asking ye shall receive. All right, we will be back with you guys at 2 tomorrow, a football Friday for the ages.
Woo!
We're getting Rico on 17 energy drinks tomorrow. It's going to be unbelievable. We'll talk to everybody at 2. Rieger and Woj Poo next. 97.1.
Happy dipping. Woo!
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about